Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Carr, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and Another Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Carr, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de
Presenting reports from committees.
dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petition. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring voices from coastal communities urging government action to deal with the backlog of abandoned vessels. They call for legislation that would direct the recycling and removal of abandoned vessels, to pilot a turn-in program modeled on the very successful cash for clunkers that different provinces use for automobiles, and Washington State and Oregon have proven that dealing with abandoned vessels, which present an oil spill risk and jeopardize coastal jobs, can be dealt with. The backlog can be dealt with using a vessel turn-in program. Many other solutions in this petition that would be in alignment with existing marine salvage businesses. These are petitioners from Nanaimo, Duncan, and other communities on Vancouver Island. We commend it to the House.
Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my honor to rise today to present a petition. The people that have signed this petition are concerned about organ harvesting that is happening around the world. In that regard, they're calling for this House to adopt Bill C-350 and Bill S-240 to ensure that this horrible scourge no longer takes place in Canada or around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A member for Courtenay Alberni.
It's an honor to rise again today to table a petition on behalf of constituents from Parksville and Qualicum. As you know, Mr. Speaker, our oceans and our freshwater waterways are all under threat right now from ocean plastics, and they're calling on the government to develop a national strategy to combat plastic pollution. They're looking for regulations to mitigate single-use plastics and industrial use of plastics from our waterways. They're looking for funding for beach cleanups, and Mr. Speaker, they're looking for funding for education campaigns. And in support of my motion M151 to create a national strategy to combat plastic from our waterways. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, it's with pleasure I table another petition again on the pharmacare program. They want the Prime Minister and the Government of Canada, and in fact all members, to be aware that the federal government should develop jointly with provincial and territorial partners a universal, single-payer, evidence-based and sustainable public drug plan with the purchasing power to secure best available pricing, beginning with the list of essential medicines addressing priority health needs and expanding a comprehensive permanent plan that would promote the health and well-being of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to stand in the House and actually tabled this petition from concerned Canadians regarding the their increasing concern over the international trafficking of human organs. They're urging this government, and indeed all parliamentarians, to work to pass Bill C-350 as well as Bill S-240 in the Senate. Thank you.
Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition in my hand from the citizens of Canada in regards to S-240 and S-350. These are bills that will end the trafficking of organs. Most Canadians would hardly believe that this goes on, but it does, and these petitioners are asking for fast passage of these two bills in order to prevent that from happening anymore.
Well, member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table two petitions today. The first of them deals with firearms. Petitioners are concerned about arbitrary reclassification that affects property owners. And this is something that I think is a firearms issue. It's also a rule of law issue when people own firearms that are arbitrarily reclassified and that has an immediate effect on the value. Some people may have a great deal of their money wrapped up in firearms that could lose their value overnight. That could have a big effect on their well-being, their retirement. In particular, these petitioners call on the House to remove the power of arbitrary reclassification from the RCMP and to make it a subject of decision-making higher up. The second petition deals with organ harvesting, international organ trafficking. Petitioners call on the House and the Senate to work for the speedy passage of Bill C-350 and Bill S-240. These bills would make it a criminal offense for a Canadian to go abroad and receive an organ for which there was not consent. It also deals with the admissibility to Canada of those who have been involved in the trafficking of organs. Thank you.
I'd like to remind honourable members that presenting petitions is not the time to tell the House what they think about a petition, but to tell us what, in concise form, what the petitioners are calling for. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, it's a privilege of me to rise today, to present a petition signed by Canadians domiciled in Winnipeg, Manitoba. And their particular concern is with the Charter of Rights and Freedom, so far as freedom of conscience, freedom of thought, and freedom of belief. And they believe that that's a fundamental right that needs to be recognized by this current government. And what they would like to do is they would like to make it known to the Prime Minister that they would like him to defend their rights of conscience, of belief, and of thought, and to remove the attestation from the Canada Summer Jobs Program and any other government funding.
The member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Speaker, I have the honour to present a petition signed by a number of residents of Canada who have increasing concerns about the trafficking of human organs, and they're asking Parliament to quickly pass Bill C-350 in the House of Commons and Bill S-240 in the Senate to limit this practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise this morning to present a petition from residents of Saanich Gulf Islands calling on the government to immediately halt any plans to purchase the Trans Mountain Pipeline or to support its expansion. Events may have transpired, but the preventing expansion is still a possibility to which the petitioners wish the government to turn its attention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments made to Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, Harassment and Violence, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Budget Implementation Act 2017, number 1.
Ms. Haidu, seconded by Mr. Carr, moves that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that, in relation to Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, Harassment and Violence, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Budget Implementation Act 2017, number 1, the House agrees with Amendments 3, 5B, 6, and 7A made by the Senate. Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 1 because replacing the word means with includes would result in a lack of clarity for both employees and employers. Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 2 because, in focusing on harassment and violence, it would create an imbalance relative to all of the other occupational health and safety measures under Part 2 of the Canada Labour Code, and in addition to other legislation such as the Employment Equity Act addresses some of those issues. Proposes that Amendment 4 be amended by deleting paragraph Z.163 and by renumbering paragraph Z.164 as paragraph Z.163 because the addition of proposed paragraph Z.163 would mean that a single incident of harassment and violence in a workplace would be considered to be a violation of the Canada Labour Code on the part of the employer, which would undermine the framework for addressing harassment and violence that Bill C-65 seeks to establish. Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 5A because the complaints that are investigated under the section that would be amended do not include complaints relating to an occurrence of harassment and violence. Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 7B because this would be inconsistent with the Federal Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board's other annual reporting obligations under both the Federal Public Sector Labor Relations and Employment Board Act and Part 1 of the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and because that board would only be reporting on a small subset of cases in respect of which there are appeals, thus creating a higher risk that an employee's identity would be revealed if such statistical data were published. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Employment.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's with great honour that I rise today to speak to Bill C-65. First, I would like to recognize both chambers for their excellent work on this bill. Bill C-65 has had careful study over the course of many meetings, and both chambers have suggested amendments that are going to strengthen this historic legislation. All honourable members agree it is our responsibility and duty to end workplace harassment and violence, and Bill C-65 brings us closer to that goal. Ce projet de loi changera la...
This legislation will change the way we perceive and the way we combat unacceptable behavior in federally regulated and parliamentary workplaces. But the intention is larger than that.
65 will become the standard, the model for other jurisdictions in this country. We've heard for years many stories of harassment and violence in the workplace, and just the extent of the problem. In 2017, more women than ever before came forward to share their experiences through the Me Too movement. The flood of stories was overwhelming. Some were shocked by what we heard and read, but too many of us were not. So many women have experienced what can no longer be denied, a systematic and widespread tolerance of workplace harassment and sexual violence.
The Honourable Minister, I believe we're having trouble with interpretation. Do we have sound? We have it now? Okay, I'll let the Honourable Minister continue then. Thank you.
Sharing stories cannot be where this ends. It's time for us to take action, and we are. According to an Angus Reid poll, 52% of Canadian women say they've been subjected to sexual harassment in the workplace. 28% reported having experienced non-consensual sexual touching in the workplace, and 72% of respondents who experienced harassment never reported it. In fact, these behaviors have become so normalized that the discomfort women feel is normalized. Women tell us they don't come forward because it's easier not to, because it often isn't worth it. They feel embarrassed, and many fear reprisal, up to even losing their jobs. Most disappointing is that most women simply do not believe that coming forward will make any difference whatsoever in their situation or for others. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's time for a change. All Canadians deserve a workplace that's free of harassment and violence and where unacceptable behaviour is no longer tolerated. And Bill C-65 is a tool to help achieve that goal. It's how we send the message that unacceptable behaviour in the workplace will not be tolerated. It will move us as a society from one of outrage to one of action. Bill C-65 addresses all types of harassment and violence. It strengthens the Canada Labour Code to complement existing laws and policies. It broadens the scope of legislation to include staff working right here and in constituency offices, both in this House and in the other chamber. There are three main elements to Bill C-65: the prevention of incidents, the timely and effective response to incidents, and support for affected employees. Il s'agit d'un projet.
This is a progressive and groundbreaking bill that all Canadians can be proud of. However, I am fully aware that C-65 applies only to federally regulated employees and employers.
My hope is that the legislation will set the example and the standard for fairness and harmony in all workplaces in Canada. I wish to thank the other chamber for their careful study. And I also thank the witnesses who shared their expertise and their experiences, many of them deeply personal, which helped to inform the committee's study. The Standing Committee on Human Rights took to heart the messages heard from these witnesses and proposed amendments to echo those voices and stories. And many of these amendments are supported by our government. For example, we are supporting the removal of the terms trivial, frivolous, and vexatious to describe complaints that could be refused for investigation. While these terms are commonly used in law, there is no denying that they have powerful negative connotations. There are some amendments which we are unable to support, despite the fact that we understand their intent. These concerns did not go unheard. It's the government's perspective that the amendments have already been addressed through other legislation. And my honourable colleagues will speak in more detail about each of the amendments. But rest assured, this legislation will be meaningful for Canadians. It will create better protections, safer workplaces, and swifter action for employees covered by this legislation. And it will also start a cultural shift that will affect all workplaces and our society. In fact, I believe it already has. For example, during our consultations on the regulations, the majority of stakeholders that we met recognized the need to change the status quo, and most expressed their willingness to help make that happen. It is important that as a government we lead the way, that we provide an example, and that we take our responsibility seriously to our workers. We need this legislation simply because what's in place right now is not doing that job. Let me tell you a little bit about Hilary Beaumont, a Vice News reporter. Well, Ms. Beaumont conducted some very interesting research. She interviewed more than 40 women who work right here on the Hill, including former and current members of Parliament, lobbyists, journalists, employees, and trainees. And in her presentation to committee, Ms. Beaumont said that she quickly realized that female employees were much more vulnerable to harassment than their male counterparts. Women she interviewed reported personal stories of sexist comments and touching, and even sexual assault that they had experienced. Some women said they had been fired or had lost job opportunities after trying to report the abuses that they had suffered at work, in this workplace. Some currently employed on the Hill are not even aware about how to manage and report incidents. Ms. Beaumont discovered that existing measures are not protecting employees from harassment and violence. Well, if Bill C-65 had been in place, these women would have had better support, justice, and even better, these incidents could have been prevented. And that's why this bill is so important. From the outside, each member of this House agreed on its importance. And this was apparent during the meetings of the committee in this House, who worked very hard to strengthen the bill. Out of those meetings came important amendments, adding the definition of harassment and violence to the Canada Labour Code, adding a clause that required the provisions on harassment and violence established in Bill C-65 be re-examined every 5 years, requiring the Minister of Labour to produce each year a report on harassment and violence in all workplaces under federal regulation, and for application of Part 3 of the law in Parliament, providing the Deputy Minister with powers, normally attributed to the Minister, to avoid any potential conflict of interest. And these changes, which have already been adopted along with the amendments from the other chamber that we propose to accept, have created a piece of exceptionally strong legislation that we can all be sure will reach its intended goals.
I am convinced that Bill C-65, as amended, will make a real difference in the lives of thousands of Canadians.
For employees in the public service and federal crown corporations. Il s'agit notamment de personnes qui...
These include people working in federal banks, railways, marine shipping and ferry services, airlines and airports, and radio and TV broadcasting.
Bill 665 will also, importantly, protect political staff. In this chamber, in the other one, where we have heard all too often, and maybe we've even witnessed, inappropriate behavior, oftentimes with the intent to humiliate, to belittle, and to use power as a way to pursue intentions of assault. I ask my honourable colleagues to support the advancement of this important bill. In fact, this historic bill. For every person who has come forward, for those who have felt that they could not come forward, let's stand up. Let's declare together that we will not accept the status quo, that we will be responsible employers in this place. Let's be an example for Canada and for the rest of the world. We owe it to our citizens, and we owe it to the incredibly hardworking staff that serve us all to take action now. Thank you. Merci.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Ichimel-Lévis. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the Minister for bringing forth an important legislative measure, an important bill for this country. We collaborated at committee. As she knows, the Conservative Party intends to support this bill. We worked actively at committee. Now, this is a step in the right direction, but it's not enough, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because, again, employees cannot go to the department for support. What the bill will do is require companies to follow procedures. So my question to the minister is this: does she intend to go farther to include, like in the Quebec legislation, an opportunity for employees to lodge a complaint and to have an investigation that is conducted by an independent person, someone from the Department of Labour? The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This legislation is so comprehensive that at any time, should someone feel that the process has not been followed, they will have the ability to come forward to the Labour Department.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jean.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. We worked very hard in the House and at committee, also with in a spirit of great cooperation. So this is an historic bill to work towards eliminating harassment and violence in the workplace. It's a step in the right direction. Now, I'd like to take advantage of her expertise to ask a more specific question of my colleague, dealing with Section 21 in the part dealing with annual reports. The government rejects the addition of the following. The report contains statistical data relating to violence in the workplace, namely information categorized based on each ground established under Canadian legislation. It does not include any information likely to disclose the identity of a person following an incident of harassment or violence. Now, the government feels that this addition would make it possible to disclose the identity of the person if the statistic were to be made public. So my question is this: in the amendment from the Senate, no information likely to disclose the identity. It deals with that. I'd like to know from my colleague why the government rejected this amendment from the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the reason why we respectfully disagree with 7B is because this amendment would be inconsistent with the Federal Public Sector Labour Relation Employment Board's other annual reporting obligations. Under both the Federal Public Sector Labour Relations and Employment Board Act and Part 1 of the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act. What it will do also is create a very small subset of cases in respect to which there are appeals. And the challenge with that is because this will be such a small subset of cases, it would take very little information to identify the identity of someone who may have been subject to those appeals. And therefore, we feel that this amendment has the unintended consequence of potentially putting in jeopardy someone's confidentiality, something that was repeatedly stressed through almost all of the testimony that we heard, that at the root of this had to be the assurance of confidentiality. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Minister for what is a historic piece of legislation, C-65. I just want to add a dimension to it. When we think about, she mentioned that women often don't report and their stories are often not heard. And when you add the intersectionality to that, either race or disability or sexual orientation, the reporting is often a lot lower. I'm wondering if the minister can elaborate on how this piece of legislation will allow to adjust for that, but also to make a more inclusive workplaces, not just within the federal jurisdiction, but beyond that as well.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague raises a very important point, that not all of us are equally vulnerable. And in fact, the experience of being racialized, LGBTQ community members, people who are newcomers to this country, people who may not have English or French as their mother tongue or their first language, experience a heightened sense of vulnerability. And so having a baseline of legislation that will compel employers, first of all, to have a policy in place and to ensure that their employers know what their rights and responsibilities are, that will allow employers to take that very important step of prevention, will strengthen a fabric that sets a baseline of intolerance for harassment and violence. And we've talked a lot about sexual violence in the context of this bill, but it actually covers all forms of harassment and violence. So, oftentimes what we hear from vulnerable people is that may not be sexual in nature, but they may be experiencing harassment or bullying or belittlement based on other criteria. People with disabilities often feel, for example, that they are harassed or bullied based on a perceived ability or capacity. And so I thank my colleague for her work on ensuring that those folks who are most vulnerable in our workplaces have a strong fabric of protection and have a voice to actually ensure that they have the best chance, the fairest chance at success in their workplace. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Frequently in the House we hear about the importance of consultation with the various groups that are going to be impacted by legislation. And during the testimony at the Senate committee, the National Association of Women in the Law and the Native Women's Association of Canada both said that they were not adequately consulted. In fact, they weren't consulted at all during the drafting of this bill. Let me just quote from Francine Joe, the president of the Native Women's Association of Canada. She said, quote, "Moreover, there has been inadequate consultation with Indigenous people. Our understanding is this will apply to federally regulated First Nations government. And if this is correct, the Government of Canada must carry out meaningful consultation with Indigenous people." She goes on to say, "In particular, Indigenous women have not been adequately consulted. In the harassment and sexual violence public consultation report that informed this legislation, only 28 Indigenous women were surveyed, and only one engagement session with the Ontario Native Women's Association was held. Findings from these consultations do not appear to be reflected in the legislation in its current form," end of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to the minister is, does she agree with Francine Joe that there was inadequate consultation specifically with Indigenous women's groups? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I'm particularly proud of is this legislation will protect Indigenous women in their workplaces as well. He points out that some aspects of Indigenous communities are covered by federal regulations, and so that means this protection will be there for Indigenous women working in those spaces as well. We are comfortable with the consultation that we held. We talked to a wide variety of different experts, legal groups, advocates, employers, labor unions, and individual Canadians about their experiences in the workplace, what needed to be in the legislation to ensure a strong regime so that people would be able to use the legislation, that employers would have confidence that the tool would allow them to move forward with their endeavors without onerous measures that wouldn't result in change. In fact, we've heard overwhelming support from both FETCO, the organization that advocates on behalf of federally regulated employers, the CLC, and I'm excited to hear the comment around Ontario Native Women's Association. Their headquarters are located in Thunder Bay. I've had many conversations with Coralie McGuire, their executive director. Anything that protects women in the workplace is a step in the right direction. There is a scourge of violence against women in this country. It's really encouraging to hear a member of the Conservative Party take this so seriously. Certainly something I didn't hear in the decade of work that I did on the streets of Thunder Bay. Thanks very much.
Questions and comments? Nous avons le temps pour une question très courte, peut-être de 30.
We have time for one last 30-second question. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know what my colleague has to say about the rejection of 4A from the Senate. It would have provided an additional information to Clause 3 to ensure that the workplace is free from harassment and violence. So I'd like to hear my colleague's views on that point.
30 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Speaker, we propose that the paragraph from Amendment 4 be deleted because the addition of the proposed paragraph would mean that a single incident of harassment and violence in the workplace would be considered to be a violation of the Canada Labour Code on the part of the employer, which would undermine the framework. What we want to do is we want to make sure that we have a continuum of responses from prevention all the way up to enforcement and responding to survivors. But if we had every incident be a violation of the Canada Labour Code, you could see how this would, first of all, be incredibly onerous for employers, because in some cases those allegations may not be accurate, and it would actually undermine the framework which puts the responsibility for prevention on the employer and is such an important part of this legislation. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Minister's work on this matter, and I appreciate very much all the work that our Shadow Minister also accomplished in this matter as well, and I'm very happy to announce that we will be supporting the government's response, predominantly because the amendments will strengthen the legislation to prevent workplace violence or harassment. And combating harassment is a pressing need in our Parliament today. Sexual misconduct and sexual harassment have no place in Canadian society, especially within our political system. Now, the Minister herself said in January of this year, when introducing the legislation, that Parliament Hill features distinct power imbalances, which perpetuates a culture where people with a lot of power and prestige can use and have used that power to victimize the people who work so hard for us. It is a culture where people who are victims of harassment or sexual violence do not feel safe to bring those complaints forward, and it's a place where these types of behaviors, abusive and harmful, are accepted and minimized and ignored. And I take it that that is the motivation and the reasoning for the legislation to be introduced and where we are today in the finalization of the legislation. Those are incredibly profound words, and they're incredibly disturbing words to be said by a minister, because it is talking about our workplace as members of Parliament. And what I reflect on it is the fact that it can be so easy for many of us as members to initially recoil from the language saying, well, we're not all like that. And I do believe that on the off, at the very beginning, I do think it's important to remember that the collective reputation of all of us becomes damaged when we allow this kind of acceptable behavior or unacceptable behavior and the allegations to be made without procedures in place for the complaints to be dealt with. Not all of us, Mr. Speaker, are partaking in the actions that have been alleged against many of the members. Indeed, for the most part, we all do our work and we all respect and truly appreciate the work that our staff members do for us. But it has come to our attention through a series of incidents that this was something that needed to be looked at. I'm going to take the House through, Mr. Speaker, a little bit of a retrospective, I think, about my experience with respect to the issues surrounding sexual harassment, sexual violence, bullying in the workplace over the next couple of minutes, because I think what I hope to do is to inform the House a little bit that this is not a unique issue. This is not something we haven't tackled before in other industries, and this is something that is timely now. But we can take lessons from other places in order to ensure that we get to the right end result. And I will conclude by talking about relevant recent examples, which I do believe puts in jeopardy the actual implementation of this Act in a fair and fulsome way. Now, I've been working in male-dominated fields, Mr. Speaker, for most of my entire life. And what I understand and what I've seen in each one of these fields is a similar evolution when it comes to bullying, harassment, sexual misconduct in the workplace. First of all, an awareness, a simple awareness of the fact that it's unacceptable for certain language, unacceptable for certain actions. To be truthful, sometimes people think that they're just telling a joke. Sometimes they think they're just saying something funny. Sometimes they're saying, well, I thought that she was appreciative of what I was saying to her or him. But the reality is that there has to be an awareness made that not everybody thinks the same way and not everybody takes actions in the same way. And that's the first step, awareness. The second step is training and education, where you go beyond the awareness of the issue and the need to amend behavior to being shown the way through training and education of how one should behave appropriately. I'm very pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that we have done that collectively as Parliament. We have done that as members. We all sat through appropriate training and education, and I give great commendation to the committee and great commendation to the House of Commons for ensuring that we did all do this, because I believe that that took us to the next step. What we see today in this government's legislation is a process. What many will tell you is that in order for complaints to come forward, in order to make sure that the most egregious issues are being dealt with, there needs to be a structure in place, a place where an individual can go and feel the comfortableness and the confidence in being able to enumerate their complaints with hope of getting some kind of action. And the final and the most important part, I think, is justice to be seen to be delivered, either in the case where an application or a complaint is shown not to be valid, or where a complaint is shown to be valid that there is some kind of punishment, that there is some kind of activity that happens to discourage this going into the future. In order for this legislation to truly be accepted and believed as something that's going to be helpful in our culture, justice has to be seen to be delivered in the implementation. So while we're talking about one part of it today in the process, we should always be mindful as members of Parliament that the work has not been finished by any means. This is not a time for a victory lap, and I would not assume that things will go smoothly. But I will tell you that I know from all sides of the House that we will be definitely working to ensure that justice be seen to be delivered in the cases that come forward. In the 1980s, Mr. Speaker, I was in the field of chemistry. My undergraduate degree was from St. Francis Xavier University, and I ended up doing an honors degree in physical chemistry, which, as you probably would surmise, is not an area in which you would have a lot of women. Ironically enough, we were 50-50. It was a small class of 6, 3 men and 3 women, but we were 50-50 in terms of gender balance in that class. And while in the 80s at St. FX, known as a great partying school, and they're very proud of that, we didn't oftentimes discuss or were even aware of the difficulties around sexual harassment and sexual violence. I often wondered whether or not the issue didn't come home to us in our small faculty was because of the gender balance that was within my faculty at the time. We had no discussion of the concepts. We had no issues that I knew of at the time, and we kind of blindly went through and went off to our next levels in life. Right after graduation, the 6 of us ended up going into different fields. Some of us continued in grad studies, some of us went to professional school. I was one of the ones that went on to grad school, and I decided to study biochemical toxicology at the University of Guelph and the University of Waterloo, where my eyes were open to the fact that with gender disparity did come unique difficulties. I noticed very clearly that women who were of faculty were ignored in the mailroom, and I mean M-A-I-L room, not M-A-L-E room. And I did notice that they were looked down upon for their academic abilities, that they were overlooked and shouted down in faculty meetings, that they weren't necessarily given their space to come up with what their ideas were in the fields of chemistry. And I took all that to heart in the back of my mind, determining whether or not this was a field that I wanted to pursue my career in. And the reality is that what you see really does impact what you believe and what your decisions are going to be. So in that case, for sure, there weren't very women at all in the Faculty of Chemistry at the time, and very few role models that we had to look up to, and very few shows of success that we could aspire to in terms of staying in that chosen field. The good part about it, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you for the record, I was a terrible chemist, so it's not a great loss to the field of chemistry that I ended up not pursuing that field, to be honest. However, I will say that academically it may have been made even more apparent to me that I was not going to continue to my PhD, but certainly in the back of my mind it did come into play, whether or not it was going to be a place where I would feel validated and I would feel listened to in my field of choice, because it wasn't about necessarily wanting to not be harassed. It wasn't about that. It was about not being overlooked, not being bullied, not being put down, all of those insidious things that can happen. Maybe at the end of the day, more women in grad school in the sciences will make a difference. But I can tell you that putting the pressure on women in science all the time that we have to go into science and do better, because if we do better, then everything will be better, is a complete fallacy. What women in science need, if they choose to go into science, is good structure. And the fact that you see that results are delivered when you have the right structure. A lot of the times, Mr. Speaker, when you see somebody else touting that there is gender parity within this committee or this faculty or that faculty, it is of interest, but for me, that's not the point. The point of it all is whether or not there is a real institutional structure to recognize the valuableness of each individual within that faculty, regardless of what their gender is, taking the gender outside of the box in terms of academic abilities. So I'm not here to say today that if you add more women to politics, it's going to get better, because I'm not convinced it will. I think that is a nice marketing phrase. However, I don't believe that is a solution to real situations and issues that we have in different fields where women may not feel that they are welcome and they may not feel that they can have a career there. Not having had enough of a male-dominated area, I decided to go to law school. Now, law school was very different. Law school was very gender-balanced, and indeed, I think in my year of law school, the incoming class at Osgoode was actually more women than there were men. We were definitely moving the dial in terms of the people who were going to study there. And again, a wonderful facility, a wonderful space where you didn't feel that there was any differences with respect to gender. We had a female dean who was extremely effective, and we had wonderful courses taught by both men and women, and you were able to choose which direction you wanted to go in. And in that space and time, I didn't feel that there was any difficulties around gender-based violence or gender-based discrimination, although there was at the time definitely a debate and discussion about whether or not a member of faculty had been overlooked. So it was an issue that was circulating, but certainly didn't percolate into where our class was. However, law firms are different, Mr. Speaker. And in 1998, after being called to the bar and doing some time at another summer job, you end up going into articles and you end up going into placements at law firms. And there you could see that there was a real difference. That is where the stratification started to happen, and that is where you could see that power imbalance that I spoke of in my opening remarks. And in 2000, there was an absolutely outrageous event in downtown Toronto after a night of drinking with an alleged sexual misconduct that really brought the issue of sexual harassment and sexual misconduct in the legal field in Toronto to the fore. Without getting into all of the gory details at the time, a senior partner was accused of sexual misconduct towards several female lawyers in a public bar. And it was something that could not be swept under the rug because so many people were involved, so many people saw what happened, and so many people reported what had happened. So it was an issue that the law firm of the time had to deal with. And they dealt with it very strongly, and they made sure that that partner was no longer a partner of their firm. And they made sure from that point forward that there was serious education, awareness, and training within their company. I bring it up because I believe, in part, that created a greater awareness in a lot of the downtown companies that perhaps had not gotten earlier on the bandwagon of dealing with sexual harassment or sexual violence in the workplace. And as a result, I was working at the Toronto Port Authority at the time, and I was their general counsel. And it came to me to try to distinguish where we were lacking in policies in the workplace with respect to women and men and power. One of the first things I had to do, if you can believe it, the organization had been around for about 75 years by the time, and they had no maternity leave policy. I guess there were no women who worked at the Port Authority for 75 years, but one of my first jobs was to draft it, and I drafted it so that it was gender neutral. And in fact, we became one of the first places where our firefighters, our male firefighters, were grateful to take some maternity leave as well when their partner was pregnant and after giving birth. But after what had happened with respect to this alleged sexual misconduct in Toronto, it became almost imperative that all boards at that point in time wanted to make sure that they had appropriate policies in place to deal with issues that could come up in the workplace. So with 100 employees, 90% of them who were men, we undertook the process of bringing people to an awareness, educating and training them, setting up a process, and finally showing if complaints came forward that there would be justice. I wish I could tell you it was easy, because it really was not easy. When people start talking about something like sexual violence, sexual misconduct, harassment, bullying in the workplace initially, there is a great tendency for people to say, well, that's not me. I'm not like that. Why are you accusing? Why do I have to go through this process? All good questions, I believe. But it is up to the management, it's up to the collective group who is putting the policies forward and in place to give assurances to everybody that this isn't about seeking out and trying to find people who are to blame, but rather to put in place a system to allow people to come forward so that the bad apples within the mix of 100 are the ones that are actually sought out and not the entire reputation. So at the end of the day, I've had 20 years in the space of dealing with trying to bring policies into play that have to do with these issues. And I know I've said it before, but I want to say it again, because if we underpin all of what we're attempting to do within the Parliament in order to protect everybody here, if we say that we're doing it to first to raise awareness, second to train and educate, third to have a solid process in place, and then have justice to be seen to be done, then we are on the right path. Now, there were some high-profile cases that took place within our parliamentary family in 2018, as did in the legal community that happened in 2000 in Toronto, that has brought us to this place today where we're discussing this legislation. In the United Kingdom, they had the same issue. A study was prompted by a BBC investigative report about bullying and harassment in the UK House of Commons, and as luck would have it, this report was released just yesterday at the House of Commons. How they approached their issue was different from how we approached it. We approached it by jumping right into the legislative side of it and trying to figure out the best process, because if we put the process in place, it's going to fix everything. They took a different approach within the House of Commons. They set up an independent inquiry run by a separate person who then had permission to interview widely, to talk to people who had complaints, to talk to all MPs, and to develop recommendations. And one of her recommendations was that we need to take the time to get this right. It's a long report, Mr. Speaker. It's over 155 pages, but it's well worth our effort to read what happened, and not for the salacious details of what happened to certain individuals or what the claims were against the individuals, but to give us more color to the points of what could have happened or what could be happening if we don't deal with our culture in the appropriate way. The number one issue that arose out of it was that there were obviously ineffective mechanisms for dealing with what was happening in the United Kingdom House of Commons, that they focused on bullying, harassment, and sexual harassment. What's very interesting, however, is that they are calling for a fundamental change to rebuild trust and restore confidence. The point being made that both men and women are making allegations of bullying and harassment within the UK House of Commons, and it's something to be taken seriously and to be dealt with in the most substantive way possible. Now, the most controversial part of the report that's being covered by the UK media has to do with the last three paragraphs, and it talks about who can best affect change. And I'm going to read into record, Mr. Speaker, the last three paragraphs of the report, just because I think it gives us a lot to think about, and this is how she concluded her report. If approached for advice by a constituent who is the victim of bullying or sexual harassment in their own workplace, I am confident
that they would not hesitate in assisting them to take forward their complaints. I therefore hope that the recommendations I have made will receive the active support of those elected members who will be appalled by the abusive conduct alleged against some of their number, but who will also be anxious to ensure that any process for determining disputed allegations is independent, effective, and fair to both sides. I have also referred throughout this report to systemic or institutional failings, to a collective ethos in the House that has, over the years, enabled the underlying culture to develop and to persist. Within this culture, there are a number of individuals who are regarded as bearing some personal responsibility for the criticisms made and whose continued presence is viewed as unlikely to facilitate the necessary changes, but whom it would also be wrong for me to name, having regard to the terms of reference for this inquiry. I hope, however, that the findings in this report will enable a period of reflection in that respect in addition. In considering how best to progress the change in culture that is accepted as essential, and how best to take forward the recommendations in this report, it may be that some individuals will want to think very carefully about whether they are the right people to press the reset button and to do what is required to deliver that change in the best interests of the House, having regard both to its reputation and its role as an employer of those who are rightly regarded as its most important resource. Heavy for the author of this report, Mr. Speaker, to come out swinging, as it were, against the House of Commons management, but necessary to be said as well. One of the issues that I found very interesting when they were talking about the actual reason why the culture has happened the way it's happened is when they said that the culture cascades from the top down of deference, subservience, acquiescence, and silence, in which bullying, harassment, and sexual harassment have been able to thrive and have long been tolerated and concealed. All very important words, I think, and ones that we should reflect on to ensure we're not promoting here. The report was responded to by the board of the House of Commons, the executive board, in the following way. They said, the report made for difficult reading, but we fully accept the need for change, and as a leadership team are determined to learn lessons from the report. We apologize for past failings and are committed to changing our culture for the better, which I think is by far the best response that an executive board could possibly give, having been given this report, to apologize for what's happened and vowing to move forward to do better. So as I've said many times before in my speech, legislation is not the end of the situation. That justice has to be seen to be done with the process working. But further, building on what the report said, we have to make sure that the people who are implementing this are above reproach. That they do have absolutely the ability to say that they are clean hands and can help foster this change in culture. It will be watched very carefully how issues are dealt with and what is said, given the amount of press that we've received in the past with respect to conduct in the House of Commons. So it brings me to the uncomfortable position, Mr. Speaker, of talking about an incident that happened this summer. This summer, it came to the attention of the media through an online blogger that an editorial existed from many years ago that indicated that the Prime Minister was guilty of inappropriate conduct. The writer in question wrote this many years ago. She was young, he was younger. And in it, she questioned whether or not it was appropriate for somebody with that balance of power, with that fame, to come in and be, in her view, inappropriate. What I find interesting about this incident and why I talk about the culture of acquiescence and deference and subservience is the fact that this story, Mr. Speaker, had been around for months. Many people knew about the story. but also nobody had a response or an answer to what had actually happened. So it grows in its strength, and it grows in its importance, and the question is, are there more rumors that are around? And it doesn't do anything to help us determine whether or not that appropriate process is in place to deal with these kinds of allegations and that justice would be seen to be done. The media were well aware of the incident. They knew what the editorial said. They refused to run with it. The Prime Minister, over a series of many weeks, ended up coming out with a final statement saying that the individual in response didn't remember the situation as he had remembered the situation, and in these situations, everybody remembers things differently. It's an unfortunate response, Mr. Speaker, and I'll tell you why. It's not the full-throated apology that the leadership team of the House of Commons gave at all. What it is, it's an explanation and it's an excuse. And the difficulty with that is in the midst of us introducing this legislation, of voting on it and debating it, and knowing the importance of showing an example for the rest of the country in dealing with these matters, the individual with the most power in the country did not do what would be expected, which is to apologize and move on. And for me, that is an unraveling in the most basest form of what we can expect for this legislation to do for us going forward. The difficulty as well is that I am protected in this House of Commons for saying things like this. And I will be definitely, if anyone's watching this speech right now, I don't know, but I will definitely be noted in social media for once again bringing up this allegation of the Prime Minister and his groping that had been discussed all summer. But I hope what this House understands and what I'm trying to convey in more than a 30-second soundbite is the fact that it does matter. And it's not about a victim, and it's not about whether or not something did happen. It's an inappropriate response to a real allegation that should show a path forward for other people to feel that they would get justice if they came forward with a complaint in a process against somebody of high power. We lost an opportunity for the Prime Minister to show a path to making sure that we would have teeth and we would have some kind of truth behind this legislation. And it's a missed opportunity. And I dwell on it a lot because it does make me, at the end of the day, as a woman of 30 years in this field, it does make me sad that a simple apology and an acknowledgement would have gone a lot longer way. Mr. Speaker, most recently, we haven't talked a lot about bullying. And bullying as well is a great difficulty within the House of Commons. It's a great difficulty in the work. And I enjoyed for a period of time to be the Minister of Labour. And we saw very clearly that sometimes overt bullying leads to violent conclusions. And we would never want that to happen. And anywhere, I'm not even suggesting that this would happen here, but I am suggesting this, is that bullying really doesn't have a place in any form of discourse, including in this chamber. And I would submit to you that it is recognized in the Westminster model that bullying is not accepted because we have this notion of unparliamentary language. In this space, in this time, every member is honorable, and it is not allowed to besmirch the honorability of the member because we are all equal, we are treated as such, and it's very important to ensure that we show our honorability at all times. But this is a protected space for that. This is where this can happen. I want to bring up two incidents, I would say, in the past 8 months that showed to me that, again, a government that seeks to implement this legislation does not walk the walk. And as a result, I have a very difficult time having confidence that they're going to be able to implement this legislation so that people have confidence in it. Earlier in the year, I was at a committee meeting, and in that committee meeting, I was testing and prodding the Minister of Finance, and as is my role as a deputy leader, I made sure that I was testing him on some of his underpinnings of his budget. And they had to do with gender. They had to do with whether or not certain things were taken into consideration. In response, the minister grew frustrated, and that at some point in discussing, at the very, very end of our time, he indicated basically that people like me who were putting these questions towards him were Neanderthals that would have to be dragged along. Now, I didn't have First of all, Mr. Speaker, it's laughable. I've been called far worse in my life. It wasn't the moment that I lost all of my self-esteem, because it would take a lot for me to lose my self-esteem. I'm a good politician. But nonetheless, noting that he had no problem utilizing that word, not only in reference to me, tangentially, but to my party as well, shows you that the respect and the honorability wasn't present in that moment. And it is an important concept. It is an important issue for us to discuss and for us to talk about. And the response from the media and the response from, well, it wasn't that bad. It doesn't matter how bad it was. In that moment, in that time, instead of dealing with the issue and answering the question, the minister chose to use a personal slur in order to answer what was a substantive policy question. Unacceptable. Again, can this government truly implement legislation that is dependent upon people being able to understand the importance of justice to be seen? And the last one, Mr. Speaker, was one that happened in this chamber, which is still under consideration by the Speaker of the House. So I will say at the very beginning that, of course, we are awaiting the decision of the Speaker with respect to the use of unparliamentary language by the Prime Minister. But on very difficult questioning, again, on the policy or on the question of whether or not the Prime Minister had the power to move or cause to be moved a prisoner, Terry Lynn Stafford, from Terry Lynn McClintock, sorry, my apologies for that, Terry Lynn McClintock, from one institution to another. The Prime Minister, after many, many questions, first by my honourable colleague from Muskoka Parry Sound and then from myself, instead of answering the issue, he became frustrated and annoyed and ended up calling me and the rest of our caucus ambulance chasers. Mr. Speaker, an ambulance chaser is an unethical lawyer. The Speaker before me was a lawyer. I was a lawyer. These things actually matter to us, but what matters more at the end of the day is the fact that the Prime Minister once again thought it was absolutely acceptable to go from discussing policy to instead throwing a personal slur across the floor. And one thing I will say is that these two incidents were not made in humor. Nobody was trying to be funny. These were directed. And if I were a younger member of Parliament asking that question for the first time on my feet, that message I would receive is, be careful. Be careful for asking that question, because I'm going to call you a name. I'm going to embarrass you on television. You're going to be embarrassed in front of your constituents. That is the impact and effect of allowing this kind of thing to happen in the House. I have been here for 10 years, just celebrated my 10th anniversary with some of my other colleagues. And I have grown the skin thick enough to deal with those kinds, but I'm absolutely appalled that they would think it's still acceptable to do that kind of thing. And notice, Mr. Speaker, in all of this discussion, not once have I mentioned the fact that I'm a female member of Parliament, because it doesn't matter. Male or female, name-calling in this place is recognized in our rules of procedure as being unparliamentary, and it should also be held to account on the government side as much as it is on the opposition side. When you don't see laws being applied fairly, you lose your ability to believe that the law and the process will work for you. That is the danger in this piece of legislation, that while we can have the best process in the world and we can have fantastic outlets for people to discuss, for people to have counseling, for people to go through hearings and have support, the reality at the end of the day, if justice isn't seen to be done, then everything that we've done is for nothing. And it's only through the conduct of the government that we can determine from the outside whether or not they will actually do what they have set out to do. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to say I thank the honourable colleague for her speech, but the hypocrisy in her comments is unbelievable. I was at that very finance meeting, and what we were discussing were actually having more women in the workforce. And the member opposite and that party were talking about how it's not important, that it shouldn't be a priority to the Minister of Finance to have women in the workforce and have equality in our economy. And that's the context of those comments. But context and truth don't seem to matter, because what matters, and when the member opposite talks about being embarrassed. It's embarrassing to hear in this day and age another member in this House of any gender talk about that women should not be equal in our economy. This government has the most women in the workforce ever. So my question is, given the recent statement, is the member opposite going to support this legislation? Does she believe that preventing incidents of harassment and violence in the workforce is important? Does she believe that we need to effectively have legislation to protect employees from this behavior? And do we need to support employees affected by harassment and support their privacy? Will this member support this legislation and stop harassment in the workplace for our employees?
The honourable member for Milton.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker, absolutely. As I said at the beginning of my speech, we are supportive of the government. I thank the minister for her work, and I thank the shadow minister for his work. What I was talking about is my concern about the implementation of it going forward. And I appreciate the members' point of view as to what happened. We can all take a look at the committee notes in Hansard to determine what had happened in terms of what was actually said. But I would just remind all the members again that it's easy to get caught up in trying to make sure that you defend a position without necessarily thinking all the aspects through. And as it was said with respect to this report from the UK, the culture is deference, subservience, acquiescence, and silence. In that moment, when the word Neanderthal was used, it was very simple for the minister to apologize and withdraw right away like that. He chose not to. That is the point of contention that I have. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, for the actual member to submit here for the House that because he was provoked, it was okay, is a part of a word that I can't say, but it is shameful.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We see that we have heard here in the House with regard to C-65 that it would be non-partisan. In committee, we were able to do in-depth work, and I'd like to bring us, therefore, back to the essence of the bill. If we talk about the victims, and we have people listening to us who are at home and who have been victims of violence or harassment, including sexual violence, I would like to, therefore, come back to the substance of C-65. In committee, I proposed an amendment for people responsible for the investigation who could provide the results of the investigation to specific people in writing, such as the employer and the employee. After consultation, the employee could have these documents destroyed. My amendment was rejected. It was the same thing at the Senate. There was a similar amendment proposed, and that amendment was also rejected. So my misunderstanding is, or my failure to understand, is why the government rejected those two amendments, one from the Human Resources Committee and the one from the Standing Senate Committee. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks, why this amendment was rejected, as well as the importance of providing in writing the results of the investigation, be it for the victim or for the employment, or the employer or the employee, and why those documents should be destroyed to ensure that it remains confidential.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. The reminder that people are watching this who have been victims, and if they are, they should definitely come forward and go through the process that currently exists in the future one as well. With respect to the actual substantive question on the amendment that was proposed that wasn't accepted by the government, I wasn't privy to the discussions of the committee, Mr. Speaker, but having sat on a subcommittee with respect to harassment and the review of our code of conduct, I know that we would have received at that point in time, and the minister would have received good advice both from the folks who are involved in the human resources side and folks who are involved in the legal side, and deciding that it's not easy to decide amendments don't make it into a bill like this, because we do want it to be as bipartisan as possible. I respect the point of view from the government that they chose to not accept that amendment, and we support the bill as it's forward here.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our honourable colleague for her passionate speech. It was very well thought out. It was measured, and she's somebody that I respect dearly. Mr. Speaker, I do want to bring up a couple points. We have a Prime Minister who, in the last session, called our colleague from the member from Thornhill a derogatory term. And then our colleague here actually gave a couple of examples of where he's also used. He thought it was appropriate to give name calling or to stoop to name calling. But we also have a time when motion 6 took place, and everybody remembers the Elbowgate incident, where he felt it was appropriate to, as he walked across the way, to swear at the members opposite and then physically grab our colleague at the time and direct him to his seat, which is totally inappropriate. Mr. Speaker, I am also a father of 3 beautiful daughters, and the incident that was brought forth this summer with respect to the reporter earlier on, I want to offer the comment that our Prime Minister gave to answer this. There were a number of different, first off, he didn't remember the incident, and then, well, he said, and I quote, I do not feel I acted inappropriately in any way, but I respect the fact that someone else might have experienced that differently. He went on to add, this is a lesson we are learning, and I'll be blunt about it. Often a man experiences an interaction as being benign or inappropriate, and a woman, particularly in a professional context, can experience it differently, and we have to respect that and reflect on that. Mr. Speaker, that is not an admission of guilt. Indeed, it is a denial that the incident even happened. And I would offer through you to our honourable colleague, is this not the same as when you have in the Me Too movement now, and you've got people in power, men in power, that are saying, I thought it was consensual. And Mr. Speaker, I was appalled when our Prime Minister offered that as an explanation. I expected more from our Prime Minister, regardless of who and where he's from. And it is disappointing for me. I'm glad to be able to stand up on this, and I offer our honourable colleague an opportunity to comment on that. Thank you.
Honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go back, and thank you for the question from the honourable member, my colleague. I'm going to go back to what I believe was the gold-plated standard on how the board in the UK dealt with this yesterday, which was we fully accept the need for change and are determined to learn lessons. We apologize for past failings and committed to change our culture for the better. That is the message that should be brought up every single time something like this happens, that you apologize and move on, be it Neanderthal, be it ambulance chaser, be it whatever happened in Kokanee many years ago. But what I find interesting, and to the member's point, and it's a predilection of individuals in the world in general, and I would just offer this, that every single time that an issue is brought up that makes the government uncomfortable, their response is, well, basically, you're remembering it differently, and it just happened again with the member opposite who told me that I didn't remember the incident at committee the same way, so she explained to me what actually happened and why I shouldn't have been upset by it, and that's exactly what happened in the last incidents as well. I mean, there's a colloquial term for it. I'm not going to use it because I think it's a silly term, but the reality is that in order to bring integrity to a serious piece of legislation like this, we need to see the actions of the government as being serious and taking these considerations and how it appears to people, and not just that justice is done, but justice is seen to be done.
Questions and comments? We have time for a 30-second question, a 30-second answer. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And action is important. And what we have before us is substantial, and I would argue historical legislation that we're actually debating here today. And I think that those that are participating and are viewing the legislation should be looking at the substance of the legislation. And I believe through the support, and I believe it's unanimous support of the Chamber, that this is something that's going to move Canada forward on a very important file. And maybe we should leave the personal stuff for another time, as the personal stuff seems to be on the agenda of the Conservatives, no matter what the debate of the day happens to be.
For Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to take lessons from anyone to tell me what I can and can't say in this House of Commons. I get to say what I want to say. This is what's on my mind. This is what's in my heart. I'm very concerned by the lack of balance, fair, and equitableness when it comes to how the Prime Minister is treated with respect to obvious incidents of misconduct. And as a result, I chose to use these examples in my speech, and I regret nothing.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I've said it on a number of occasions here in the House, but my thoughts today are with all of the victims. For all of those who are listening to us and who are experiencing difficult moments or who are asking themselves questions about what to do, I wish them courage. The bill is a good step, a step in the right direction. It will not prevent intimidation, harassment, sexual harassment, or violence. However, we are here today to improve legislation. My thoughts, however, are with the victims. So I think in this House we should all have respect, and I know that we do, respect for the victims, because when you are a victim of an unfortunate incident, we often feel very isolated. So I think I can speak on behalf of all of my colleagues in saying that we stand with all of you. So I also want to stress the importance of the work done by the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills Development, Social Development, and the Status of People with Handicaps, the Standing Senate Committee on Human Rights, as well as both chambers on Bill C-65, which seeks to prevent harassment and violence in the workplace. This bill is of general interest, as I said, and I will say it again. It is not a partisan issue. Harassment and violence, particularly sexual in nature, is too important an issue to allow us to fall into partisanship and political squabbles that will restrict our efforts. On the contrary, this bill should allow, once and for all, people to speak out against sexual harassment, because workplace harassment and violence remains something that continues to happen today, elsewhere, as well as here in Parliament. That is why the NDP supports the principle and the spirit of Bill C-65. However, in its current form, it is not perfect, Mr. Speaker. I think that, unfortunately, C-65 only partially fulfills its objective of strengthening the framework of prevention of harassment and violence. No, C-65 does not appease all of our concerns. On the contrary, and it does not appease the concerns of the many witnesses who came to share their concerns with us in the Standing Senate Committee or in the House of Commons Standing Committee. The Senate proposed good amendments that were similar to the ones that I introduced in the Standing Committee on Human Resources, but once again the Liberals rejected more than half of those amendments. Yet these amendments would have improved Bill C-65 and would allow us to better respond to the concerns raised by a number of witnesses during their appearance in the Standing Senate or House committees. There are simple things, Mr. Speaker, such as recognizing the right of employees to a workplace without harassment or violence. Another example would be this, to promote gender equality, to address issues related to racism, and to ensure that the rights of women workers, particularly those who are victims of forms of intersectional discrimination, be respected, protected, and legitimized. Nothing very compromising, but it was not accepted.
On April 26th, the president of the PSAC contacted me for a discussion, and I will quote him. Of the two major flaws in Bill C-65, or there are rather two major flaws in Bill C-65, which will adversely affect the rights of workers grappling with violence and harassment in the workforce. What flaws or shortcomings was the union referring to that required the minister correct them immediately? First of all, the dual exclusion of the Occupational Health and Safety Committees from the complaint process, and secondly, from the investigation process. As regards the process for complaints relating to harassment and violence, the investigation process needs to continue to benefit from the advice of these committees. So this exclusion makes no sense whatsoever. The reason brandished by the Liberals to explain their measures is the alleged breach of confidentiality of victims that would be caused by the participation of these committees in the investigations. This is hardly credible as a pretext for many reasons, and I'll explain why. First of all, the decision to involve these committees in the process came from the victims themselves in the past. The bill eliminates the opportunity, these opportunities previously offered to victims without any real explanation. It was an additional choice available to victims, not something imposed. Secondly, to date, these joint occupational health and safety committees have always received complaints and conducted investigations relating to harassment with success. Their modern investigative methods have always respected victims' privacy. By excluding these committees from the investigation process, Bill C-65 is preparing to destroy decades of experience, training, and work. And this isn't all, Mr. Speaker. If the Liberals truly wanted to protect the privacy and confidentiality of victims, then they need to explain why they opposed several of my amendments presented at the Standing Committee, as well as their opposition to Amendment 7B from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I will remind you that of the almost 20 amendments I moved at committee, only 3 were agreed to by the Liberals. The rest of them, many of them, weren't even discussed. The Liberals preferred going directly to a vote instead of taking or assuming their responsibilities and explaining their disagreement. Among these amendments, which were rejected without any explanation, was one put forth by the CSN. And it was a very simple proposal. Bill C-65 seeks to exclude joint occupational health and safety committees from investigations for reasons relating to confidentiality. However, these committees still today enable victims to benefit from undisputed expertise. The logical solution put forth by witnesses was to equip these committees with rules governing their practice as well as a code of ethics, which would guarantee the confidentiality of victims. Out of a lack of understanding or obstinacy, the Liberals preferred to oppose this recommendation with no further explanation. Excluding these committees from the investigation process is, however, a decision with dire consequences, in my view. Unions, associations, law firms. There's no shortage of witnesses in favor of that amendment. And there's more. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, some of my colleagues may not be interested in my remarks, but I think that given its nature, given the nature of Bill C-65, people could perhaps listen or take their conversations into their respective lobbies. That would be a good thing for colleagues who are trying to listen to my remarks. But I think that my message hasn't been heard. So I'll go back to my speech, and hopefully we'll have more attention in the House. Now, this expertise by the committees is important. And another reason, not a lesser reason, is the exceptional diversity of these investigators from these committees. The right for joint committees to conduct investigations enabled, to date, victims to benefit from the investigators' diversity in terms of color, religion, age, or gender. This diversity in the profile of investigators is priceless. as part of a team. But unfortunately, this proposal was simply shelved as part of Bill C-65, contrary to the recommendations of the International Labour Office. They had made it a recommendation as well. As regards investigations relating to sexual harassment, victims will no longer benefit from the expertise nor the wide diversity of the joint committees. During consideration at committee, it was possible to include a provision in the bill to make it possible to have a diversity of investigators similar to that contained in the joint committees for all investigators. And that is precisely what one of my amendments proposed. It sought to ensure that the choice of investigators, although it no longer was the purview of the joint committees, reflected the diversity of Canadian society. That way, the diversity of investigators, made possible thanks to the joint committees, would continue despite these committees being excluded from the investigation process. Fair representation of national diversity would have been assured. Apparently, the recommendation from the Permanent Secretariat of the UN on Labour wasn't good enough for the Liberals because they did not allow Canada to equip itself with legislation to guarantee all workers had the right to equality and non-discrimination because of the profile of the investigators. Minorities are affected disproportionately by harassment and violence in the workforce. It's important to point that out. And by minority, I mean members of an ethnic or religious minority, but also workers who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, or migrant workers. That's why the profile of individuals responsible for investigations must reflect this diversity. But unfortunately, our legislation will not take into account national diversity in the choice of investigators, and I find that very unfortunate. Those are some of the aspects that were very important to me, having spent hours listening to witnesses and reading recommendations from them at committee or in their briefs. In order to respond to their concerns and remedy the shortcomings in Bill C-65, I prepared amendments that weren't even debated. There was radio silence on the Liberal benches. Let's now move on to other aspects of the bill which are also of concern to us. And there are many of them, Mr. Speaker. As regards the development of policies for employees on harassment and violence, for example, employers stated several times that there isn't great enough clarity as to what is expected of them in terms of policy in the workforce. They require guidance and when it comes to drafting their anti-harassment policy. Bill C-65 aims to encourage a major change in policy culture and corporate culture as regards harassment. And we could have put forth something in this regard. When they appeared at committee, witnesses expressed their concerns with respect to the effectiveness of anti-harassment policies put in place by employers. Witnesses had worked together to come up with a solution, helping to guide employers and to strengthen protection for employees. Witnesses recommended clarifying in the Labour Code guidelines governing corporate policy, namely as regards harassment in the workforce. These guidelines would include details on immediate assistance in the event of harassment, the basics in terms of protecting confidential information, or processing of complaints. The amendment proposed by the NDP would have killed two birds with one stone. It guided employers in putting in place their internal policies and strengthened protection for employees, guaranteeing they would be covered by effective prevention policies. My amendments would have also prevented ill-intentioned employers from sidestepping the fundamental principles of prevention from harassment through complex voluntary anti-harassment policies, which would have been a deterrent for victims. Unfortunately, the Liberals prefer employees having to guess what policies, internal policies, are supposed to apply. None of them spoke in favor of this measure. They simply didn't speak out. Now, Mr. Speaker, I hope that over the course of the debate today and tomorrow, the government will explain its opposition, because at committee, witnesses provided examples of potential improvements on a silver platter. So I hope that we'll hear the reasons why they were rejected. When it comes to the anti-harassment policy, would it not be logical for these aspects to be included directly in the Canada Labour Code? This is another shortcoming in Bill C-65. Once again, it wasn't out of a lack of opportunity to resolve the problem, because many witnesses expressed their approval for such a measure. But all attempts to strengthen the prevention component of Bill C-65 were simply ignored by the Liberals. Allow me to go back to the example of the 5-year review implemented by amendment by the Liberals. This amendment was welcome. It appeared very important for the bill to include an examination or a review of its effectiveness. The idea of examining the provisions relating to harassment and violence in the workforce every 5 years is a perfectly justifiable step. However, what isn't is the fact that the Liberals rejected one of my amendments to strengthen the effectiveness of this 5-year review. And I will explain what I mean quickly, because time is flying here. The Liberals proposed to put in place a 5-year ministerial report covering statistics, or including statistics regarding harassment and violence in the workforce. Now, that's all fine and well. It almost complies with the recommendations from their own report published by Employment and Development Canada in March 2017. Almost. In that report, the government regretted, and I quote, the lack of data on harassment and violence in the workforce, in particular concerning sexual harassment. The report also identified the need to put in place an ongoing system to gather data in order to make up for this shortage of data. Now, the Liberals responded to part of the problem by proposing to put in place the drafting of a ministerial or departmental report every 5 years. But in practice, there's still something missing: the data. That's quite problematic for a statistical report, because we won't have the information required to know if there has been progress thanks to C-65 or not. And I will conclude on that, Mr. Speaker. I have many other things that I could have said about C-65. I'll have an opportunity to answer questions here in the House during the rest of the debate. But for the rest, the NDP agrees with the spirit and principle of Bill C-65, but finds that the bill is not perfect. We will support the bill with dissent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we very much appreciate many of the comments from my colleague across the way. We look at the legislation, as I pointed out earlier, Mr. Speaker, as somewhat historical in its very nature of what it's doing. And one of the issues that I'd like to be able to raise and be interested in the members' comments on is the importance of other jurisdictions. And I'm thinking specifically to our provinces and our territories. It's important that we have demonstrate the strong national leadership, but there's also a role for provincial bodies and our territorial bodies to take a look in terms of what it is that they might be able to do as provinces or provincial entities. And I'd be curious in terms of knowing from the NDP's perspective on that aspect. Here we're debating good, solid, and it seems to have fairly good support from all parties inside the House. But a part of that is also to continue the dialogue, this very important dialogue in our communities, and that includes those other jurisdictions, and what her thoughts are with respect to that.
Honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. In Bill C-65, amendments are made to the Labour Code, issues that will protect Canadians. And in Quebec, it's for women working in telecommunications, transport, for example, employees at Canada Post who are covered by the Occupational Health and Safety Labor Code, Federal Labor Code. Some are unionized, others are not. But the objective of 4C65 is to make the provinces aware of these issues. But there's an important aspect. It involves putting in place provisions that will be clear and that will be, as I said in my remarks, guidelines for companies. Now, there weren't guidelines prepared to help companies in establishing clear policies for their workplaces for prevention of harassment and violence. It's important to provide guidelines. We are here to provide guidance and orientation, and when it comes to the Labor Code and consultations with management and workers, it becomes even more important. We need to provide guidance, and guidelines are required. The problem with Bill C-65 is that, as I said in my remarks, that objective changed. What we need are guidelines to provide clear information. And there are shortcomings in the bill in that regard. Is something we could have fixed, we could have changed by clarifying the bill.
Comments, honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Jonquière, for the quality of her remarks. I was part of the cohort of people who were listening actively to her speech. The Honourable Member will be happy to hear that we will be supporting the bill. It's a step in the right direction. And in the answer that she provided to an earlier colleague, she talked about the Labour Code and added clarification required to provide standards or ways of improving the situation in the workplace, be it in companies that fall under the Labour Code. As the member mentioned earlier, in Quebec, there are those specific issues. So my question to the member is this. Now, guidelines would be a positive thing, but does she not agree? And I know that she needs to base her remarks on her experience. She worked at Canada Post. That each case is unique, that each workplace has its specific characteristics with respect to the number of hours worked, the ratio of men to women, the work in general. So providing guidelines wouldn't simply be a pious wish, but in reality, each employer and each employee needs to sit down and work together to improve the situation. Whether it's written in legislation or not, what we need is goodwill for people who work on a daily basis.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, I thank my colleague for his words. I think it's very relevant and important. Yes, we need guidelines, but we do need goodwill as well. But even if everyone has goodwill and acts in good faith, there can still be actions that are taken. And at that point, it's important, to get back to my original point, to have training in the workplace. Once again, you need goodwill on the part of the employer and the employers to have that. So we need to set those guidelines, but as a government institution, it's our duty to have a working code that is relevant. Of course, in Quebec, it's different. It only applies to federally regulated workers, but at least we should have something to help guide them and to ensure that there are measures, to ensure that there's training and consultation. Now, the Health and Safety Committee, as I said earlier, will no longer be able to intervene and investigate and report in workplaces. So how can we arm workers and companies with the tools and provisions that they need? This is all part of the questions that I have asked that have not gotten an answer about C65. There are a number of questions that have occurred to me. For example, in a company that has a union, will union representatives always be able to assist the person who is filing a complaint, or the person who will be the subject of an investigation? So there are many questions, but for me, what's important is that companies really have the provisions that they need. C65 is a step in the right direction, but I'll say it again, it's not going to solve all the problems. There's a lot of room for improvement. But I hope that there will be workers and employers as well who really listen to what's happening with C65 and who will take a step further as far as prevention is concerned. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that the long-standing involvement of the labour movement and with local health and safety representatives on the occupational health and safety committees has been a very important part in making sure that the labour code works well and that investigations have that actual people on the ground part of the process. It's my understanding that in the process of reviewing Bill C-65, the government's amendment to the Labour Code to include harassment and violence in the workplace directly in the Labour Code and to make it also apply here to parliamentary precinct and the good men and women that support us in our work, has left out that piece. And so I would like, through you, to hear more about my colleague, the New Democrat Labour critic from Member of Parliament from Jonquière, her efforts to try to insert the advice of the labour movement into the draft version of this legislation. What is lost by the exclusion of that long-standing practice to have occupational health and safety committees and their representatives be involved in investigations of workplace harassment?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I thank my colleague for her question. The question really gets to the heart of what I was talking about in my speech. Now, the importance of these committees. I mean, the committees are made up of representatives from the employer and the employees. These are often workers who have undergone a specialized training and who are specialized not in a particular domain, but who have a certain expertise about the nature of the work that they do, as well as the nature of other types of work. They used to investigate when there was a complaint concerning violence or bullying or harassment. So we're going to lose all of that experience. And also, if I can just go off on a tangent, it wasn't the complainant's responsibility to go see the committee, but it was part of one of the many options that existed. But now that will no longer be an option under C-65, and that's what's unfortunate. And we're also losing some cultural diversity. The person could have chosen to be represented by a man or a woman or someone of their choice, but unfortunately, that will not be the case under C-65. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-65. Bill C-65's main goal, as you know, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that all employees under federal jurisdiction, including those in federal workplaces and in federally regulated industries, are treated fairly and are protected from harmful behaviors such as harassment and sexual violence. This bill underscores our government's strong commitment to taking action that will help create healthy, respectful workplaces. Mr. Speaker, harassment, sexism, and any type of sexual violence are wrong and completely unacceptable. The tragic reality is that despite our country's progress towards a modern, respectful society, we know that harassment and violence are persistent and pervasive in Canadian workplaces, and that incidents often go unreported because people fear retaliation. Mr. Speaker, these behaviors can have long-term negative effects, not just for people who experience them and their families, but for employers as well, through lost productivity, absenteeism, and employee turnover. Underpinning these realities are the many power imbalances and gender norms still in our culture that have led to unacceptable tolerance of these behaviors for far too long, and it is time that they stopped. One of the key building blocks leading up to this proposed legislation was listening to Canadians. The Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour engaged Canadian stakeholders and experts to gather their experiences and perspectives on these issues. Members of Parliament and Senators were also consulted to ensure the government could fulfill its commitment to making Parliament a workplace free from harassment and sexual violence. This engagement of Canadians resulted in the report released last November, Mr. Speaker, entitled Harassment and Sexual Violence, What We Heard Report. In this report, Canadians indicated that incidents of harassment and sexual violence in the workplace are not only underreported, but also that they are often dealt with ineffectively when they are reported. The report found that when women reported more sexual harassment and violence than men, and that people with disabilities and visible minorities reported more harassment than other groups. These discussions with stakeholders and experts provided insight on how to address these and other issues and helped inform the bill we are discussing today. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-65 will strengthen provisions in the Labour Code by putting into place one comprehensive approach that takes the full spectrum of harassment and violence into consideration and expands the coverage to cover parliamentary workplaces, including staff of Parliament Hill. Simply said, Mr. Speaker, the bill will prevent incidents of harassment and violence, respond effectively to these incidents when they do occur, and support victims, survivors, and employers. The legislation we are discussing today also aligns with It's Time, Canada's strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence, which I was privileged, Mr. Speaker, to help the Minister of Status of Women launch last year. The title, It's Time, was selected because it's time to learn more about the pervasiveness of this problem. It's time to believe survivors, and it's time to invest in effective solutions. Developing this strategy was a key priority of this government upon taking office. Listening to Canadians was a critical first step, and as part of this engagement, approximately 300 individuals from over 175 organizations shared their views during meetings held across Canada. The Canadian public was also invited to provide comments via email and through an online survey in which over 7,500 Canadians participated. In addition, the Minister of Status of Women created an advisory council of experts on gender-based violence and engaged with provincial and territorial colleagues to receive additional feedback to further inform the strategy.
Our government has invested nearly $200 million in this first ever, Mr. Speaker, federal strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence. The strategy takes important steps to prevent gender-based violence, support survivors and their families, and promote a responsive legal and justice system. The strategy will fill important gaps in support for diverse groups such as Indigenous women, LGBTQ2 people, women with disabilities, and other populations. Moreover, it takes a whole-of-government approach that engages a range of key stakeholders and partners across government, including Status of Women Canada, the Public Health Agency of Canada, Public Safety, the RCMP, the Department of National Defence, and Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada. As the Me Too and Time's Up movements have made clear, Mr. Speaker, gender-based violence is not isolated to the private or domestic sphere. It can take place in workplaces, online, on university campuses, and in public environments, places where everyone has the right to feel safe. That's why legislation such as Bill C-65 is critical in making federally regulated workplaces safer for everyone by ensuring they are free from harassment and violence. I would now like to recognize the excellent work of those in the other chamber, Mr. Speaker. Following their careful study of this important bill, they proposed a number of amendments aimed at making Bill C-65 as strong as possible. Let me go into a little more detail about these proposed amendments. The members proposed a revision of certain terminology that they feel could have an adverse effect on the very people we are trying to protect if left unchanged. Currently, the words trivial, frivolous, and vexatious are used to describe the basis upon which a complaint can be dismissed. While these terms are generally understood in law and appear throughout the Canada Labour Code, Mr. Speaker, they are, as a member of the other place so rightly pointed out, rooted in prejudice and pose a risk for a survivor's claim to be mollified on a whim. Mr. Speaker, our government understands the power of language, and we fully support the replacement of these terms with the more neutral term, abuse of process. However, there were a number of additional amendments which our government respectfully does not support. For example, members from the other chamber proposed an amendment to the Purpose Clause. This is an important clause as it sets the context for all other provisions in the bill. They suggested to include two additional elements which would recognize that every employee has the right to employment that is free from harassment and violence, and advance gender equality, address issues of racism, and ensure that the rights of women workers, including those who face intersectional forms of discrimination, are respected, protected, and fulfilled. Mr. Speaker, while we agree these are laudable goals, it is important to remember that Part 2 of the Labour Code is about occupational health and safety. Adding a specific reference to harassment and violence in the Purpose Clause, in addition to the reference that was already added during the HUMA process, would have the effect of creating an imbalance in the code, focusing more on harassment and violence relative to other rights under Part 2, such as the ability to refuse dangerous work. Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that the bill balances all workers' rights as they pertain to health and safety without favoring one over the other. And since the purpose of the code is already clearly stated, which is to create fair and safe workplaces, which by implication includes freedom from sexual harassment, violence, and discrimination, our government does not believe this clause needs to be amended. The second proposed addition to the Purpose Clause would add a reference to gender equality, racism, and the rights of women workers. This is also an important goal, but it does not belong in this particular piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would create new expectations under the Canada Labour Code regarding discrimination, gender equality, and human rights. Such amendments would simply be inappropriately placed in a code that does not currently address these issues in a fulsome enough manner. Furthermore, it does not include all grounds, for example, LGBTQ2, which is covered by existing legislation. The intent of this clause is to clearly and succinctly explain the purpose of the Canada Labour Code. Adding these new expectations and additional elements would result in a lack of clarity regarding what is expected of workplace parties in relation to these matters. More importantly, these issues are already addressed in numerous pieces of existing legislation, such as the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Employment Equity Act. The Code, which is not meant to address these issues, does not supersede these laws, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, their inclusion in the Code could potentially have the unintended effect of lessening these rights through the confusion that could arise around who is responsible for enforcing them and how. Another proposed amendment that our government believes would have a similar effect of introducing lack of clarity is modifying the definition of harassment and violence. This was added during the committee process in this House and currently reads as follows. Harassment and violence means any action, conduct, or comment, including of a sexual nature, that can reasonably be expected to cause offense, humiliation, or other physical, psychological injury or illness to an employee, including any prescribed action, conduct, or comment. Members of the other chamber proposed replacing the word means with includes. This change would render the definition significantly more open-ended and result in lack of clarity for both employees and employers, as it is essentially limitless. For example, appropriate performance management actions could possibly be captured under this revised definition, Mr. Speaker. The term is far too open-ended and potentially all-encompassing. Mr. Speaker, what we consistently heard through our consultations with stakeholders was the need for clarity to the greatest extent possible. Employers in particular have consistently strongly opposed the inclusion of any definition. They believed it was already too broad without this proposal, which would make it even broader. Mr. Speaker, while all of the proposed amendments from the other chamber are noble in principle, we believe that some would be ineffective in practice. At this time, more than anything, Mr. Speaker, we need clarity. If we want to create legislation that protects workers and gives them effective recourse, we cannot distort the purpose of the bill nor create open-ended and overly broad provisions. I know that protecting workers is the goal we all share. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the bottom line for Canadians is that harassment and sexual violence are unacceptable anywhere, including in the workplace. This proposed legislation sends a strong message that the federal government is prepared to take bold action and be part of the solution on this critical issue. The bill also aligns with the whole of government approach we are taking to prevent and address gender-based violence in all its forms. Yet even with the important step forward this bill represents, we know that government can't do it alone. It's going to take all of us, Mr. Speaker, employers, employees, stakeholders, and Canadians to help end workplace harassment and sexual violence. Where do we hope our collective work leads us, Mr. Speaker? To a place where violence of any kind, including gender-based violence, is never tolerated, where everyone is a part of the solution, including men and boys, and where everyone enjoys their right to live a life free of violence. Mr. Speaker, finally, making Canada a safer, more inclusive place to live and work will not be easy, and it will not happen overnight, but we can make it a reality if we work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles.
I thank my colleague for his excellent speech. It was an eloquent speech. Details was given to this room, and I would like to ask him if it's possible to explain to this House how this bill help women to work in safe, secure, and free, comfortable environment, free from all kind of harassment, sexual harassment, physical harassment, or anything or any issue related to harassment. Is zero tolerance will be applied? Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague on this side of the House for the question. And just to reiterate some of my remarks, Mr. Speaker, today we are taking an important step towards making workplaces in federally regulated industries and Parliament Hill free from these behaviours with Bill C-65. And I would note, Mr. Speaker, that this piece of legislation is built on the gender-based violence framework that I referred to earlier in my remarks to prevent gender-based violence in the workplace, out there in Canadian society, to support survivors and their families, and, Mr. Speaker, to develop responsive legal and justice systems. And I would remind all members in the House that we've invested $200 million in the first ever strategy to address and prevent gender-based violence. This is having a dramatic impact all over our country. We're supporting women's groups. We're supporting other groups who are fighting this scourge that we have in our society, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the honourable member and other members in this House that we must not rest until we stamp out gender-based violence and sexual harassment once and for all.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the speech in favor of victims of harassment and violence in the workplace. The only thing is, well, there are a number of elements that my colleague from Jonquière raised, and that means that I don't understand the Liberal position when they refused, among other things, the health and safety committees and the joint committees to be able to continue to exist in order to ensure that there are experts with a diverse profile that more closely represents the victims themselves. Most of the complainants are women. We're talking about racialized women, women who come from vulnerable sectors. Sometimes when you're victim of a situation where there is sexual harassment or violence in the workplace, you are shaken, and having somebody who is an expert, who has received training, is reassuring. And this is part of a process in which we can have confidence. And when we take away those joint committees, this takes away the expertise, it takes away the training, it takes away confidence in the process itself. And people will say, I'm going to file a complaint. We know that half or more than half of people who experience abuse decide to not file a complaint because they feel it won't lead anywhere. And in C-65, we're taking away the presence of these joint committees that provided some security and some training and expertise to help defend these victims and conduct investigations. It's absurd, in my opinion, and I think this should be put back in C-65 in order to ensure that it is a bill with teeth and that one that protects victims dealing with harassment and violence in the workplace.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member across the way for her comments, and also take this opportunity to thank the honourable member from Jonquière for her work on this particular bill. My understanding, Mr. Speaker, is that she was a very strong voice around the table. My understanding is that all parties will be supporting this bill, and there was a great deal of consensus. And I think one of the reasons there was a great deal of consensus, Mr. Speaker, is that there was wide consultation. We listened to many stakeholders. We listened to employers, employee, the HuMA committee, a great debate here in the House, a debate in the other place, as you know, Mr. Speaker. And very importantly, Mr. Speaker, we consulted the union movement. And, Mr. Speaker, as you know, we have been listening to the union movement on this side of the House. We repealed a couple of egregious pieces of legislation that were, of course, introduced by the previous government. But just to address the honourable member's question directly, as far as workplace committees go, Mr. Speaker, there's a very, very important item that has been actually added to this bill. We have eliminated the exemption to have an option to not have one of these workplace committees. They are now going to be mandatory. They will not be optional. And they, of course, will be playing a very important role, Mr. Speaker. They are going to be involved in prevention policies and developing them in the workplace. They will have a lot to say about workplace culture. But, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of whether they deal with individual complaints, there's been a great deal of emphasis in this particular bill on ensuring privacy and that ensuring that these committees don't deal with individual complaints.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. La députée.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Saurois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind the member that unions and even lawyers said that it was a bad idea to take away these workplace committees. So I don't understand why he is repeating the fact that it's a good idea, and this was a demand made by the experts in law and by the unions. Another element that's essential to ensure that the bill is really effective in preventing harassment and violence in the workplace is to add statistical data within the 5-year review, to have a detailed report on a continual basis. The Liberals refuse to include in C65 this ability, this tool, and this would allow us to look back at what is working, what is not working, and how we can improve the situation. It seems to be something that happens over and over again with the Liberals, and not to have these statistical data available. We can talk about the climate change information. There are a number of departments that don't have objectives. So once again, in C65, we're seeing the fact that there is no assessment using statistical data that is collected on a long-term basis on what is happening in the workplace. And I think that this is an important flaw that should be. We have the time for a response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for her question. And, Mr. Speaker, just to say on the issue of data, under our gender-based violence strategy, we are creating a knowledge centre. We are going to be partnering with Statistics Canada to dutifully collect data on harassment, on also gender-based violence in this country, Mr. Speaker. And we are going to be sharing best practices with groups from across the country, unions, employers, and others. So the data issue to this government is very, very important. We are an evidence-based government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to note I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and I'm really, I don't think I would say pleased to rise to speak to the debate today, but I think it is an important debate we're having in terms of a very important issue that impacts, women and men throughout this world. And I think I'll go quickly over what this bill is going to do, where it's at in the process, and then I'd like to share some personal reflections in terms of why this bill is going to be so important. On November 7th, 2017, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour introduced Bill C-65, which of course was to amend the Labour Code, Harassment and Violence, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Budget Implementation Act 2017. And of course, it's been through the process, and what we're doing is we're talking today about some Senate amendments. So part one of this was to amend the Labour Code to strengthen the existing framework for the prevention of harassment and violence, including sexual harassment and sexual violence in the workplace. Part 2 amends Part 3 of the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act with respect to the application of Part 2 of the Canada Labour Code to parliamentary employers and employees without limiting in any way the powers and the privileges. And of course, Part 3 was looking at a transitional budget. As I indicated, I think all members in this House have embarked on this particular debate, and in terms of this particular piece of legislation, it's truly, for those that watch and don't think Parliament comes together to try and do things that are important. I think this is an example where all parties participated thoughtfully in this debate. They knew it was important. The Senate amendments were proposed in the House. They were accepted. Amendments were proposed in the Senate, and the vast majority of the amendments proposed have been accepted. And when there was they weren't accepted, there was a reasonable rationale provided in terms of why those particular amendments were not seen as helpful for this particular piece of legislation. So I think we have agreement here that this is important and we need to move forward with it. And it really is, it's a bit of an awakening, and it's something that perhaps has taken too long to get to this point. And it's also interesting that as we're debating this here today, yesterday there was an important report released in the UK Parliament, the British Parliament, in terms of sexual harassment in the workplace. And I think some of the things that they said there, I know my colleague earlier referenced it, but I think they're important because I think the same thoughts apply here, that there's been disturbing cases that have been tolerated and concealed for too long. And certainly, as we look at what's happened since I've been here for the 10 years, I know that cases are becoming more public, and we have struggled with how we deal with them, but don't for a minute think that there were not issues prior to those last 10 years, or issues that have been here as long perhaps as this House has been meeting. What they did over there is their response was they apologized for the past failings and committed to changing the culture. So hopefully, not only are we passing a piece of legislation, but we're recognizing and we're making a commitment to change. And here's how they described the culture. It was deference, subservience, acquiescence, and silence. Those are very, very disturbing words, and I think they really relate to what the impact was, that impact of attitude, subservience, acquiescence, silence, and deference, what that did to the people that were impacted or the victims. It was hugely distressing, long-lasting, and in many cases had devastating impact in terms of people and their lives. So, serious issue. We're coming to a point of awareness. So, of course, as you enter into these debates, I think you always look into your past, you look and you reflect on your own career, your own experience. And so as I was considering this piece of legislation and how I felt about it, I reflected back to my first role in a management position, and this was back in the 1980s, and I was thrilled to be given an opportunity to have a pretty important job for someone who was in their late 20s, and I answered to a board of directors. The board of directors, the chairman of the board of directors would come to the office to visit quite regularly. And it quickly became apparent when this chair of the board of directors was coming to the office, you either wanted someone else in the office with you or you needed to be out and about, because he thought nothing of grabbing you, trying to sit you on his lap, and was terribly, as you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, it's the chairman of the board, you're in your late 20s, it was creepy and it was highly inappropriate, it was highly uncomfortable, but what was at play here? It was the issue of, he was the chairman of the board, acquiescence, silence, and just trying to avoid the situation was how you dealt with it. So that was the example that I sort of brought. It was something that was really sort of personal. It wasn't, you know, as a nurse, I certainly dealt with some very horrific abuses, but this was creepy, it was uncomfortable, and it was quite frankly wrong. Which brings me to another issue that I found very, very disturbing, and this year, as we're coming to an awareness of this issue. We're starting to talk about it. We're trying to put policies in place. And of course, that was the story this summer in terms of the issue of the person in the highest office in this country and an incident many years ago from his past. In terms of at a music festival where there was an inappropriate interaction with the journalist felt, I have to give her due credit, she was very uncomfortable with the situation. She acted on it. Unlike what I had done many years ago where I just had tried to avoid the situation, she acted on it. She did an editorial, at which time it was quite telling. The response of the Prime Minister was, had I known you worked for a national newspaper, I might not have done it. So perhaps he thought she worked for a small town newspaper and it was okay. Now, you know, sometimes people that have famous names and are handsome have those sorts of advances are welcome, but clearly they aren't always welcome. I think most people in Canada, most people would say, listen, this is a lot of years ago. It was an incident that was not, you know, too terrible that we can see. Let's just move on, or he should make the appropriate comments and move on. What happened next, though, is what was the most offensive to me as I listened. Instead of just saying, you know what, it was a long time ago, I apologize. Obviously, there was something that was very uncomfortable, and I will endeavor never to let that sort of thing happen again, or it was related to a time in my past where I was having a difficult time. He didn't say that. We did not get that message. What we got was, at first, he remembers being in Creston for the avalanche, but he didn't think he had any negative interactions. The next comments that we get directly from the Prime Minister is we've all been reflecting on past behaviors. There's a collective awakening going on. We need to take opportunities to reflect on it. And then he goes on to say, often a man experiences an interaction as being benign or not inappropriate, and a woman, particularly in a professional context, can experience it differently. Well, you know what? I remembered that being in a professional context and having something that was incredibly inappropriate, and those comments were insulting. So what was something that should have been very easy for the Prime Minister just to say, I was young, I had too many beers, I did something that was foolish, I'm sorry. He gives us this kind of nonsense. Mr. Speaker, it is so offensive. It's not about awareness. This is not about moving on. This is something that I think is terribly, terribly troubling, and I wish he could make it better. I wish he could make it right. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, we do have an important piece of legislation, but I think it's incumbent on everyone, when you set a standard, that you reflect on your past and you be honest. You don't try to talk about, I would have seen things differently, benign professional interactions. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be happy to support this legislation, but I think there's many things that us in this House need to continue to reflect upon.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In good part, I appreciate the number of the comments the member across the way has made in addressing this important, and I've argued earlier, Mr. Speaker, somewhat historic legislation that we have before us. And I think that, you know, from a national perspective, as a government, we are demonstrating leadership by trying to deal with an issue. The member was reflecting in terms of her own personal experience. I've been a parliamentarian for many years, Mr. Speaker, close to 30 years. And what I have found is that in the last number of years, whether it's the Me Too movement, many other individuals that have really had the bravado to come forward and to share their experiences, it's really heightened the level of the importance of this issue. And it's encouraging to see all party support. It's encouraging to see the type of support that's coming from the Senate. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide her thoughts in terms of how it is that we have seen a significant change in time in dealing with this issue. I know in the first 10 years of my political career, it was never really talked about.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I actually do agree. We've made tremendous progress. We're actually talking about this issue, but we have a lot more that we need to do. And I have to go back to the comment when someone who says I'm a feminist prime minister says, often a man experiences an interaction as being benign or inappropriate, and a woman, particularly in a professional context, can experience it differently. It just shows me we have a lot more to go.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an unusual occasion where the NDP and the Conservatives have substantially the same position on Bill C-65. Both parties are looking for definitions, Mr. Speaker, and clarity within the Act, though the Conservatives, we know, are primarily focused on psychological abuses. Will the Conservatives support the NDP's calls for amendments to clarify the terms and objectives of Bill C-65? And do our colleagues in the opposition also believe that workers and employers need clear definitions for harassment, violence, and psychological harassment?
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
You know, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I think this is one of those bills where there was very substantial work that was done in committee. And as I wasn't on the committee, but I understand amendments were accepted from all parties, from all sides of the House. And of course, the Senate amendments have also been, a number of Senate amendments have also been accepted. Where those amendments were not accepted, I think the government gave a reasonable rationale. And so I think it's one of those bills where, you know, no bill I think is ever perfect, but I think we're certainly in a very good place to start.
We have time for one short question and response. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary, as well as our honourable colleague, said how far we've kind of come forward with respect to the Me Too movement. And I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, through you, I would offer that perhaps we have come forward, but we missed our Prime Minister missed a very real opportunity to be able to stand up and actually be a leader this summer, instead of deflecting and denying through his answer about this serious allegation about groping. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if through you, our honourable colleague feels the same, that our Prime Minister had a very real opportunity to come forward and show true leadership and actually right a past wrong. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when that first story came out, I thought, you know, who has not done something in their past that was perhaps wrong and perhaps they were uncomfortable about? And really, what do you do when you recognize something? And yes, it was 18 years ago, but the Prime Minister himself said there's no timeline on being held accountable. What would have been the acceptable answer was, you know what, that happened a long time ago. I was young. It was wrong. I am so sorry. I made this young journalist, feel uncomfortable. I apologize. Instead, we get the rules apply to everyone else, but it doesn't apply to them.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Monsieur le Président, je suis...
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to have this opportunity to debate a Bill C-65 in the House today. This bill is an important step forward for victims of sexual harassment and violence. I'd like to start by thanking my Conservative colleagues on the Human Resources Committee for the excellent work they did on this bill. They successfully introduced several amendments to the bill. For example, they introduced an amendment to the bill to transfer certain powers from the Minister of Labour to the Deputy Minister, which is a non-partisan position. That amendment will ensure that there is no perception or perceived interference in the event of an investigation of harassment covering a member of this House.
About the Me Too movement in general and its importance. It's a movement that has had a powerful impact. It has helped women who are survivors to see that they are not alone. It has helped many men who were previously unaware to gain a greater understanding of the all too common experience of harassment and violence that has affected the lives of many women. And I've always believed that men need to seek to engage these conversations in a supportive way, especially in terms of talking to and challenging other men about their behavior. We all need to be part of the solution. Before getting elected, I had the honor of serving on the board of a local organization called Saffron, which provides public education programs aimed at prevention, as well as counseling and support to survivors. Saffron was obviously engaged with these issues long before the Me Too movement, but they have found a significant increase in the number of people coming to them for counseling ever since this particular movement has begun. This growth is the result of people coming forward to talk about historic trauma, events that have happened in the past, maybe even decades ago, that they have not felt ready or empowered to speak about, even in private, until this current moment. And it is certainly positive that people are now feeling able to come forward and discuss things that have happened to them in the past. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is one particular issue, perhaps challenge, that I want to discuss today with respect to the Me Too movement. I read with interest some discussion in the news recently revisiting the actions of former U.S. President Bill Clinton with a former White House intern. Hillary Clinton told a CBS correspondent that the relationship between the most powerful person in the world and an intern did not constitute an abuse of power because the 22-year-old intern was an adult. Now, about the interaction itself, that intern, Monica Lewinsky, recently wrote an essay in Vanity Fair, and I want to quote a passage from it. She wrote, "Just 4 years ago in an essay for this magazine, I wrote the following. Sure, my boss took advantage of me, but I will always remain firm on this point. It was a consensual relationship. Any abuse came in the aftermath when I was made a scapegoat in order to protect his powerful position. I now see," she continues, "how problematic it was that the two of us even got to a place where there was a question of consent. Instead, the road that led there was littered with inappropriate abuse of authority, station, and privilege. Now at 44, I'm just beginning to consider the implications of the power differentials that were so vast between a president and a White House intern. I'm beginning to entertain the notion that in such a circumstance, the idea of consent might well be rendered moot, although power imbalances and the ability to abuse them do exist even when the sex has been consensual. But it is also complicated, very, very complicated. The dictionary definition of consent: to give permission for something to happen. And yet, what did the something mean in this instance, given the power dynamics, his position, and my age? Was the something just about crossing a line of sexual and later emotional intimacy, an intimacy I wanted with a 22-year-old's limited understanding of the consequences? He was my boss. He was the most powerful man on the planet. He was 27 years my senior, with enough life experience to know better. He was, at the time, at the pinnacle of his career, while I was in my first job out of college." End of quote. Now, I think this episode from American politics and the striking contrast between Hillary Clinton's words and Monica Lewinsky's words is of importance for our understanding of the Me Too movement and the dynamics around harassment which can exist in a workplace. And the continuing way in which this episode is regarded by many partisan liberal progressives is, I think, important as well. See, the Me Too movement calls on us to set a new standard for behavior, to demand that women be treated with respect, and to hold those responsible for violence and or harassment accountable. That standard of behavior and the appropriate standard of evidence associated with accountability must be set in a consistent way. There ought not to be a Republican standard and a Democrat standard, a conservative standard and a liberal standard. There ought not to be a difference between a Prime Minister of Canada standard and a leader of the Ontario PC Party standard. There must be a human standard enforced in the same way in all cases. Failure to apply an equivalent standard across parties allows any perpetrator to use political divisions and inconsistent application of standards as an excuse to avoid accountability. The infection of partisanship into the evaluation of cases very clearly risks weakening the universality of condemnation that should be associated with these kinds of abuses of power. As an avowed partisan, I do understand the temptation to stand by your man while firing arrows across the aisle. Standing with your team is the instinctive human response, further enforced by the norms of our political system. And the Me Too movement undoubtedly provides political parties with an opportunity to accuse their opponents and perhaps also even an excuse to purge unpopular people from their own ranks. I think we see elements of this as well, possibly of someone being purged on the basis of allegations, but also the same person having substantial policy disagreements with the leadership of their party. Those of us who believe in the importance of this movement must ensure that we resist the temptation to evaluate allegations through a partisan lens. This movement is too important for its impact to be lost in partisan rancor, and that is true on either side of the border. As with Bill Clinton, we have also here in Canada a case where a powerful, self-identified progressive and feminist leader faced serious allegations of sexual misconduct. It's been alleged, and we've talked about this in the House, that the Prime Minister was involved in the past in a, quote, groping incident. This allegation was made against the Prime Minister before he had entered politics. And I think those who talk about believing women, believing these allegations, need to take this and consider it seriously and seek to put aside their partisan hats when they make those evaluations. Now, in response to these allegations, the Prime Minister's response has been to say, well, people can experience things differently, which is perplexing insofar as it is true that people can have a different response to the same events. But events are events. The question of appropriate behavior, there is a subjective as well as an objective element in harassment, and certainly the word groping being used in the editorial implies very strongly the crossing of an objective line. I do wonder, parenthetically, what the response of my friends on the left would have been if Justice Brett Kavanaugh had said in response to allegations against him, people experience things differently. Now, it's interesting the response from members of this House as well. The minister responsible for bringing forward this legislation, a former minister for the status of women, had this to say about the Prime Minister's response to these events. I'm actually proud of a Prime Minister that understands that you can believe that you didn't have negative interactions with someone and think we can think about this in all kinds of different situations and find out later that someone perceived that interaction in a completely different way and reflect on how our behavior and the way that we make our way in the world impacts other people. You know, Mr. Speaker, of course we should consider how maybe certain things can affect the subjective experience of others, but there is an objective element to inappropriate behavior. There are things that a person ought not do to another person and ought to know. And yet we have the former status of women minister standing up for the Prime Minister in this context. I would have thought that the role of the Minister for the Status of Women is to speak to the Prime Minister and to Cabinet on behalf of women, not to be defending the Prime Minister's actions in every case, including in allegations of inappropriate action towards women. The Me Too movement responds, Mr. Speaker, to a reality that some men who have often enjoyed disproportionate power and privilege in the workplace take advantage of their position at the expense of women. It should trouble us, then, if the way in which the adjudication and debate about Me Too allegation works out in practice is to make examples of some men while still allowing some of the most privileged and self-identified progressive to escape being held accountable. These are serious challenges that we must face up to as we go forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Quelques commentaires. La députée de...
The Honourable Member for Métis Matin Matapédia. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I salute my colleague opposite for his remarks. It's clear for our government that harassment and violence is unacceptable, period. I heard the criticism from the member opposite, but I'd like to know what mechanisms his party has put in place to ensure that harassment and violence against women is unacceptable. What have they done concretely in their party?
Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, every time there have been cases of this, and I can think of some not impacting our caucus in particular, but affecting our sister parties at other levels, there has been a very strong and very swift response. People within our political movement have not tolerated the kinds of alleged actions that we've seen presented against people that have been involved across the political spectrum. So I think you have, if you see the responses that have happened in various provinces, you've seen the strong response, the way in which people within our party and our movement in particular view these things, that it is completely unacceptable that people would abuse their position in the ways that we've talked about. Again, I think the proof is in the pudding in terms of our response, and we encourage other parties to be engaged with a similar level of seriousness.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his great speech on this. I know that every time that he does stand up and speak, I've always listened with rapt attention, and this speech, again, was an amazing speech, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that. One of the things that he touched on briefly, and I'd like to just flesh out a little bit more, if he could, was maybe the media complicity in some of these scenarios. I noticed that the Canadian media was enthralled with the Kavanaugh case. We spent, it looked like, from my perspective, 2 weeks on that particular set of allegations, and yet when our own Prime Minister is faced with allegations, we seem to spend about 2 minutes on it. I just wonder if my colleague has any comments to that effect. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have much experience personally in the media business. It's not really my area of expertise, the editorial decisions they choose to make and not make. It does seem, of course, in general in Canada that we have a great deal of interest in what happens in the United States, and sometimes the dynamics are very engaging to watch. But at the same time, judicial legislative processes in the United States are not things that we have any kind of direct control over, and our focus then should probably be on asking how we respond to these issues and hold people accountable in the Canadian context. And we had, again, during the summer, a very serious allegation. There was some coverage about that issue in the media in terms of the Prime Minister's alleged action, the allegations involving groping that came out a number of years ago. So there has been some discussion of this in the media. I think it's a question of the response that has come from people at the political level. I mentioned the words of the former Status of Women Minister, the minister responsible for bringing this forward, and her decision about how to communicate about that issue. There does seem to have been a real decision. Certainly we didn't hear any criticism from members of the government of the way the Prime Minister handled this or the words that he spoke. And again, my contention is that we need to respond to these issues in a way that sets a human standard for behavior, not this is the standard for this party or this position and this is the standard for somebody else.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak to the amendments to Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, Harassment and Violence, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Budget Implementation Act 2017, number 1. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the other place for the efforts they devoted to Bill C-65 and for the amendments that we are examining and discussing today. The government believes that the work they have done will help strengthen the bill.
Of the other place heard testimony that, like that of our committee, impacted them. Hearing the experiences of those working with victims of workplace harassment and violence sent a very strong message to all of us as parliamentarians that we must act and work quickly, but also deliberately to ensure that this bill works to protect victims and also prevent any form of workplace harassment or violence in the first place. Because, Mr. Speaker, we can all agree that harassment and sexual violence of any kind are unacceptable, period. I would like to thank all the members of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and Status of Persons with Disabilities who extended sittings and came back too early from Constituency Week to hear important testimony. As well, I would like to extend the thanks of this House to the Minister for Employment, Workforce Development and Labour and the Department for being able to evaluate and provide guidance to our committee as we evaluated each clause and section. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Gentleman from Cape Breton-Canso for his work to support our committee to effectively evaluate C-65. The committee heard from witnesses, all who spoke with passion about the urgency in which the issues of harassment and violence in the workplace needed to be addressed. While everyone in this House agreed to the urgency of this bill, we understood the complexities of ensuring the protection of employees from workplace harassment and violence. Last time I rose in this House, I spoke of Vice News journalist Hilary Beaumont, author of an investigation into workplace harassment. As I cited then, Mrs. Beaumont interviewed more than 40 women who work on Parliament Hill, including current and former MPs, as well as lobbyists, journalists, staff, and interns. Mrs. Beaumont stated at committee that it quickly became apparent that female employees were vulnerable to harassment more so than their male colleagues. The woman she spoke with told her stories about their own experiences, sexist comments, touching, and even sexual assault. Some women she spoke to said that they were dismissed or lost job opportunities after trying to report workplace abuse. Some of these women interviewed who currently work on the Hill say that they would not even know how to report harassment if they had to. Mr. Speaker, harassment such as this and sexual violence have absolutely no place in any workplace. It is not okay, period.
In this light, know that we agree with the principles underlying some of these amendments. I would like to spend some particular attention looking at the recourses available to victims of violence and harassment. For example, during its study of Bill C-65, the committee raised some legitimate concerns. An employee of any gender may not know that they have two possible recourses if their rights have been violated. They can file a complaint under the Canada Human Rights Act, and they could file a complaint with the employer under Bill C-65. A member in the other place said that we need to ensure that women who are victims of sexual harassment can have a choice in the recourse that they choose to follow, including filing a complaint under the Human Rights Act. She continued by saying that in her opinion, it's important to clarify that the new framework does not preclude filing a claim of discrimination based on sexual harassment, because that could normalize harassment and violence that women experience at work and could deprive them of the hard-won recourses that they have. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-65 does not aim to replace the Canada Human Rights Act, not at all. On the contrary, it aims to complement it by laying out a more concrete procedure to prevent and deal with incidents of harassment and violence in the workplace. However, we recognize the need to ensure that there is absolute clarity on this question. Huge efforts will be deployed so that the procedure to be followed when an employee believes that they've suffered harassment or violence in the workplace is properly understood. But we may not be able to reach everyone, and so there may be some confusion.
In reality, the law is often complex and difficult to grasp. During our committee discussions, we often heard differing views on the same principles from equally qualified legal experts. Law can be even more complex and difficult to digest for someone who has just experienced a stressful, even traumatic event at work and who is trying to fully understand what remedies they have. On imagine sans peine.
It's easy to imagine that an employee trying to overcome the consequences of such an experience may not understand that he or she is protected both under the Canada Human Rights Act and the Canada Labour Code. This person might think that they have to choose one of those recourses. But in fact, they are entitled to and will always be entitled to both. This is why we support the amendments proposed by the committee in the other place, which clearly explain that employees will not have to give up the rights that they have under the Canada Human Rights Act. More specifically, the members of the other place suggested that Bill C-65 be amended by adding a section to the part that has to do with the Canada Labour Code and by changing the current Section 21, which refers to the way in which Part 2 of the Code applies to the Parliamentary Labour Relations Act. The additional text proposed says that the relevant articles do not aim to change the Canada Human Rights Act, or rather the rights provided by that act. We believe that this amendment brings an important change to Bill C-65 because it eliminates any possible ambiguity concerning the relationship between the bill and the laws that already exist. The members of the other place were very clear in their proposal. In order to achieve the cultural change that is necessary to eliminate workplace violence and harassment, we need to ensure that all legislative measures aiming to end these contemptible behaviors are properly aligned. A well-aligned series of laws will allow us to effect profound cultural change. Change in the direction of civility and respect, and that recognizes differences and human rights. It's very important that we call out acts of violence at all levels so that injustice does not go unpunished. That is exactly what this bill will allow us to do.
Nous devons créer une culture d'égalité dans notre pays afin que toutes les...
We need to create a culture of equality in our country so that all Canadians recognize that they are equal and treat each other as such. In other words, they need to treat each other as people who are equal in rights, equal in dignity, and equal in aspirations.
It is important that we create a culture of equality in our country. so that all Canadians recognize each other as equals and treat each other as with the respect that we all deserve. Mr. Speaker, I know that today of all days, when many members of this place have young women students from the University of Toronto shadowing us, it is important that we work together to ensure these principles are enshrined in law. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, this bill is just a first step, but it is a necessary step. It's essential that we have a cultural change within Canadian society so that we stop tolerating and enabling inappropriate behavior.
the first step, it is an important and necessary first step. One that, along with the regulatory changes prescribed by C65, will work to change the culture of federally regulated work environments and will demonstrate our joint commitment to ending workplace violence and harassment. Nous devons également
We also need to inform workers of the remedies that are available to them if they are victims of harassment or violence. Bill C-65 will complement the existing remedies, and workers should know that they are entitled to all of these protections under various laws. So I support the amendment that would allow us to specify that employees do not have to give up their rights under the Canada Human Rights Act.
Ultimately, we support this amendment because it strengthens C65, offering more clarity and thus more protections to those employees.
We remain determined to pass Bill C-65 in a timely manner, and I encourage all members to support the government's position. And I would like to remind my colleagues once again that sexual harassment and violence in any form is simply unacceptable. That our government has committed to taking steps against sexual harassment and violence in Parliament and in any federally regulated workplaces. Thanks to Bill C-65, the Government of Canada is making a significant step in the right direction to make federally regulated workplaces and on Parliament Hill free from such behaviors. Our framework, as you've seen in the bill, will allow us to prevent incidents of sexual harassment and violence, to intervene effectively when they do happen, and to help victims, survivors, and employers all along the process. That said, no government can solve these problems single-handedly. We live in a culture where there are power imbalances and sexual stereotypes that create an environment conducive to such unacceptable behaviors. So we need everyone to work together: employers, employees, colleagues, family members, and friends, to do better and to change that culture.
As I was saying, it is important that we realize that harassment and sexual violence of any kind are unacceptable, period. Our government ran on a commitment to take action on workplace harassment and sexual violence in Parliament and in federally regulated workplaces. We are taking an important and necessary step toward making workplaces in federally regulated industries and Parliament Hill free from these behaviors with Bill C-65. This framework will prevent incidents of harassment and violence. It will respond effectively to these incidents when they do occur. And it will support victims, survivors, and employers. But no government can fix this alone. We live in a culture where power imbalances and gender norms create tolerance for these kinds of unacceptable behaviors. It will take all of us, employers, employees, colleagues, family members, and friends to do better and to change this culture. The members of the committee worked very hard during those months to make sure that we would strengthen the legislation, and today we receive suggestions and amendments by the Senate that we believe some need to be integrated to strengthen this legislation. I hope that the members of this House will make sure that we do pass these suggested amendments that we think can help strengthen the legislation so we can move on and change the situation that exists in our government and in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this time today, and I will answer questions. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our honourable colleague for her speech. I have a lot of respect for her, and I listened intently to her speech. I have a very simple question, Mr. Speaker, through you. I'm wondering if our honourable colleague would feel that, in the member's opinion, in her opinion, could victims of harassment and violence experience such violations differently than that of the perpetrators?
Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. During the committee's work, we had many examples and stories that were shared, and I believe that women and men that live harassment or sexual violence in the workplace need to have a space to be able to say no and to get help, to make sure that they can have a possibility to be supported by their employer. So I think that we have a legislation that is very strong and that will give us the tools to change the culture in our current system.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleague on the Liberal side, the Bill C-65, when it was at committee, had repeated requests from the Labour movement and from the NDP, my colleague, the Member of Parliament from Jonquière, the NDP's Labour critic, to keep alive the role of the Occupational Health and Safety Committees. They've been extremely important, made up of both employer and representatives of the employee, great diversity of their representation, whether that's gender, Indigenous, racialized. It's something that for decades has worked very well in supporting complaints and investigations under the Labour Code. And all of those witnesses I mentioned asked, Public Service Alliance of Canada and others, asked that the role of those occupational health and safety committees be maintained, that it be an option to a complainant in the case of workplace harassment or sexual harassment, that the complainant be able to use the utility of these committees and all the experience they've garnered. The NDP's motion or amendment to have that included in Bill C-65 was rejected by the government side. The Senate proposed the same amendment. That was also rejected by the government side. So I'd like to hear through you, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues' view. Do these occupational health and safety committees truly have no utility that can be used here?
Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable colleague. We did have that conversation, and a decision was made to make sure that the privacy of the person was protected. Now, I truly believe the Workplace Committee has a role to help in making this change in the culture that we have currently, and it is crucial that we do use the role of the Workplace Committee to help change the culture and make sure that we move forward in making sure that we change and transform the culture in the workplace.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her excellent intervention. But I do have a question, and I do have some concerns with the bill. And I do agree with her, and I commend the committee for its work and accepting amendments from various parties. But looking through the bill, I do believe that there are still some some gaps in terms of ensuring that we took the politics out of that bill into decision making. In one aspect, there is a portion of the bill that no complaint can come forward after an employee has been out of that employment for 3 months. However, the Minister has the authority, the Minister of Labour has the authority to extend or offer an exemption to that timeline in perpetuity. I'm concerned that, again, this introduces politics into this legislation, which we worked very hard to eliminate. I would like her opinion. Are there some opportunities to work further to improve this bill and remove any options or any optics of political influence in this legislation?
Great question. Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I will speak in French because it is easier for me to be able to respond to that question in French. My honourable colleague will no doubt understand through the interpretation. So I understand that we had that conversation during committee and we looked on all sides to understand that it was really the employer who would have to deal with the investigation and look closely at the problem in the workplace. I think that in the regulations there will be work that will be done and that there will be measures within the regulations to ensure that there is a process that is fair and respected. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. I had the great pleasure to work alongside the member from Ottawa-Vanier, and I attended many of the committee meetings when the committee dealt with, brought witnesses to deal with the legislation. I'd like her to share with the House just some of the people that would have came and presented testimony. I was taken by how well prepared and the consistency in what was heard through that testimony, and maybe if she could share with the House and put on the record those groups that did have an opportunity to present both at the committee, and then I know that there was a number of written submissions as well, and could she share that with the House?
Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. Yes, it was quite the testimonies that we received during the committee, and all the members participating really understood the importance of twofold. One, to have legislation that will protect and help the ones that are affected by harassment and sexual violence in the workplace. And second, make sure that we do have tools to prevent this. This is a major issue that we have where we need to give the power to our employees to understand that they can be protected and they should not be going through this and they should be supported. I remember one of the testimonies was one person who did live through it for many, many years. And unfortunately, for privacy reasons, I will not say where she worked, but it was in our government. And we were all very, very surprised that she did not have that space to be able to make a complaint and be supported. This legislation gives us the necessary tools to move forward and at the same time have prevention and methods and measures to empower employees in our government and in the workplace to be able to work in a safe workplace. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to ask my honourable colleague one more time. Perhaps in my delivery I wasn't as succinct and clear. I want to give her another opportunity. In our honourable colleague's opinion, could victims of violence and harassment experience such violations different than their perpetrators? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Thank you for your question. And yes, I'm having a hard time understanding what you're looking for as an answer, but I'm sure that with your colleagues, when we worked on this bill, we made sure that we looked both sides, how we can help employees or members in the workplace to work together to make sure that it is a safe environment and that they are allowed to have a process that will support them and that they will be able to stay in their workplace and hopefully work in an environment that they feel they can after being in a critical situation that they live through.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and speak on Bill C-65, which I think is an important piece of legislation. And I would gather from all the presentations today that all of us in this House understand that this is some legislation that is overdue. This is something that, as parliamentarians, certainly as elected officials and members of Parliament within the House of Commons, I don't think there's any doubt that we should be the ones who are setting the example. Canadians across the country look up to us, and I think it behooves us as members of Parliament to ensure that leadership does come from the top down, and we are the ones who are taking the lead on an issue such as this. And again, I think all forms of harassment, sexual violence, discrimination, and bullying are unacceptable in our society today. I think that's been very clear not only with the presentations and the interventions in this House, but certainly in media and society as a whole. We have seen that the time has come where these types of actions are simply no longer acceptable. They probably should never have been acceptable, but I think now with the coverage and the change in society that this has certainly come to a head. And it's important that we do this legislation and Bill C-65, but I think also Canadians expect us, if anybody, to make sure that we do this right. As many of my colleagues have spoken about today, I am a father. I have 3 children. My youngest actually leaves her teenage years today. It's her 20th birthday, which makes me feel very old. But as my wife and I raised our 3 kids, we certainly had various issues of bullying and harassment in school and sports. And I understand, as I think every parent in this House does, the profound and long-lasting impact that had on my children from when they were in elementary school to now as they are as young adults. And I think we cannot underestimate the long-lasting impact that these types of inappropriate activities have on our children, and it certainly leads and shapes how they are as adults. So I am very proud of the work that was done at committee and within this on C-65 to ensure that we do get this right. We do lead it by example, and the example starts right here in this House with this legislation, which I think is a good first step forward. But certainly, as many of my colleagues have spoken about, I do believe that there are some pieces of this legislation which are concerning. And I think if we don't get this right, and when we are hearing of allegations by powerful officials or elected representatives or people in business, and that there is two-tiered system or a two-tiered level of acceptance, I think that's where we have to ensure that we get this right and we are going in the right direction, because, as I said, I truly believe Canadians are looking at us today for us to set the right example. They want to see that we are taking action, but the action that we are taking means that every single Canadian is treated with respect, is treated equally, and their stories hold the same weight as any other Canadian, regardless of your position of power or regardless of your position as an elected official. And unfortunately, I don't believe that that is in the spirit of this bill. We can simply not have a system where people in power do not face the same consequences as any other Canadian. And I do want to tell a quick story of, I was watching the news on the weekend, as I like to do just about every weekend, but I saw an interview with CBS and former First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. And she was asked about whether or not her husband, the former President of the United States, Bill Clinton, should have resigned as president after his sex scandal with his intern, who was 22 years old at the time. I was, as a father, but certainly as an elected representative, member of Parliament, I was appalled by her answer. her answer was that he should not have stepped down. She was an adult, and this was a consensual relationship. That is certainly not the type of answer or the type of attitude that we are expecting in today's day and age, especially from a well-respected Democrat in the United States who was trying to be the president of the United States. For her to just slough off this issue as this was a consenting adult, despite 27 years he was her senior, and he was in a very influential position of power. He was the president of the United States. I would profess that had anybody else been in this certain situation, Ms. Clinton would have had a very different response. And we've seen that across all spectrums of society, whether it's Mr. Weinstein or Mr. Cosby. I think her response would have been very, very different. And it concerns me that in today's society that there seems to be this development of a two-tiered system where people in power are somehow exempt from the same repercussions as any other Canadian. And that was also quite evident earlier this summer, where we had our Prime Minister, albeit it was 18 years ago or in that range, where he was accused of inappropriate behavior with a newspaper reporter. And our Prime Minister did not apologize, but he admitted this occurrence did happen, but there were no consequences. He didn't apologize. There was no consequences within the House of Commons or Parliament. And I think it's very important for us as parliamentarians, and with this bill C-65, that we send a very strong and very clear message to Canadians that these actions will not be tolerated, regardless of your position or your job title, and certainly if you are the Prime Minister. That's right. And I think that reaffirms why this bill is so important. It is behavior such as this that we can no longer tolerate as Canadians, and certainly as members of Parliament. We have to send a message, and we have to set the tone for the rest of Canada. This legislation will impact more than 900,000 employees in federally regulated areas. This covers nearly 8% of the workers actively employed in Canada. So the impact of this legislation is quite profound. C-65 aims to protect federal public service employees and federally regulated employees, including staff who work here on Parliament Hill. This is a group of employees who are, I think all of us would agree, are exceptionally talented and very important to us as elected officials. If it was not for them, we would certainly not be able to do the day-to-day tasks that are expected of us. Well done. But this group of employees, before this legislation, was traditionally kind of in a gray area, where they weren't sure where they fell when issues of harassment or even bullying came forward in an office, and where they were able to turn to for support. And I think this is an extremely important point of this legislation. Sexual misconduct and sexual harassment and bullying certainly have no place in Canadian society, especially within our political system and especially here on Parliament Hill. That's right. By electing us, our constituents across Canada have shown an incredible trust and confidence in us. And each and every one of us in this House should take that responsibility to heart. When they cast their vote, they expected us to represent them with the utmost professionalism, to be above reproach. I would dare to say that our constituents look to us and they hope to be very proud of the men and women who they chose and selected to represent them in the House of Commons. They look at us to personify their values, the things that are important to them, the things that are important to their friends, their families, and certainly their community. I would say, Mr. Speaker, it is our duty to act in a manner that behooves a member of Parliament, to set a very strong example, not only for our colleagues here in the House, but also for our staff, and certainly foremost for our constituents. That is why I'm voicing a bit of frustration with this bill today, that there clearly seems to be two-tier treatment on how people in the House are going to be treated. And I've only been here for just over 4 years, so certainly I don't have the experience of some of my other very esteemed and honourable colleagues. But in my short 4 years, I have seen colleagues removed from NDP and Liberal caucuses for allegations of harassment when they were made, and I've seen that. And I don't want to judge on the validity of those charges. That's not for me to do. But I would say that the action in those cases was very swift, and we've seen a lot of those colleagues were not re-elected, and that is the decision of their constituents. But we did see their leadership and their teams and their caucus act very quickly in addressing these situations. However, it has been a very much different approach for the Prime Minister and members of a cabinet when similar allegations are brought towards them. It seems that serious allegations of harassment, we cannot have them set aside just simply by saying the complainants remember things differently than I do. We cannot have ministers calling their colleagues ambulance chasers or Neanderthals. That is not acceptable behavior. We are at a level that Canadians expect us to be beyond that. Now, I want to go back to this summer, and I think that's where we should be focused on where this legislation should be taking us. The Prime Minister, when he spoke about the allegations that were raised to him regarding this reporter in BC, he said this should be a reckoning for us all. And I agree. I believe this legislation should be a reckoning for us all, and it should be tighter and more succinct and stronger than it is. The reason I say that, Mr. Speaker, is the protection of our employees and our staff and ensuring that we have a safe workplace should be unequivocally a nonpartisan issue. We should, all of us in this House, be working together to ensure we put the best legislation we can forward. Now, with this in mind, when we had some discussions with department officials, one of the questions I asked them regarding the legislation in C-65 was the investigation guidelines. So if you have a chance to take a look at it, it's sort of a flow chart when complaints are made. A complaint on a staff member would go one direction, a complaint against members of Parliament would go in another, and I think that was important to try and take the politics out of the investigation into the decision-making system. But when I asked department officials if some of these regulations that are in this bill, would they be equally enforced on members of Cabinet and the Prime Minister as they would on any other member of Parliament? And I was very concerned when their answer was they were unsure, that they didn't know if that was truly the case. Wow. And as I brought up in a question earlier, I asked my colleague, another element of the bill is that a complainant cannot make a complaint against an employer after they have been out of their position for 3 months. So once they've left that position for whatever reason, after 3 months has passed, they can no longer file a complaint against their employer. However, the Minister of Labour, whoever party is in government, has the authority to waive that timeline in perpetuity. So it could be 3 months, it could be 3 years, it could be 30 years. So again, that brings in the political influence into this bill. And again, I do want to commend the members of the committee who worked to accept amendments from all different parties to ensure that we tried to eliminate that whenever possible. But there are still some gaps in this legislation that are open to political influence. And I think that's something we have to be very cognizant of, that the optics of this bill have to ensure that there's no political influence when it comes to cases of sexual harassment, harassment in the workplace, certainly bullying.
That's a great point.
I am concerned that when asked, again, with department officials, would the minister be able to make that decision on exemption on a former member of Parliament or an existing member of Parliament, a cabinet minister or the Prime Minister? And the answer was they didn't know. I think that's something that we should be aware of as we follow through on Bill C-65 as it goes through the House of Commons. But there are some good pieces of legislation, some good regulations within this bill. And again, I want to say that as Conservatives, we will be supporting C-65 as we move forward. I think it's an important step, but it is just one step. For example, under the previous wording of the bill, a person who was a victim of harassment by their immediate supervisor had to deal directly with their harasser. With the changes to this bill, that is no longer the case. They will not have to deal with the person that they are complaining against or the person who allegedly attacked or harassed that complainant. I think that's a very important aspect of this bill to ensure that anyone who does have concerns or does have a complaint can feel comfortable that they are not going to have to face the accused in that matter. This would have put the victim, any victim, in a very challenging situation. I think we heard that at committee when the witnesses came forward and were telling their stories, and I appreciate all of them who did that. I know that can be a very difficult process to try having to relive that situation. No one wants to have to retell their stories over and over again, but I appreciate the effort that they took because it helped us build this legislation. But prior to that, if a victim or alleged victim had to face their accuser to tell their story, I think it would have deterred, or it may have deterred, a lot of victims from coming forward because they once again would have felt violated. They would have had to confront their harasser, and they certainly were not provided the proper resources or the proper tools to be able to deal with that. That was why that a proposed amendment, which was accepted, to ensure that the victim does not have to go through that situation again, but rather would put their complaint forward to a third party, which is very critical. A third amendment which was introduced was Clause 2.1, which adds a new text which would amend the Canada Labour Code to explicitly guarantee the ability of complainants to seek redress through the Canadian Human Rights Commission. This also provides greater certainty to those who experience workplace violence and harassment. I think that's another important piece of this bill. Another amendment was 11.1, which ensured that the minister's annual report contains and categorizes statistical information related to and prohibiting grounds of discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act. Also, a very positive step forward. I am proud of the initiatives that our Conservative caucus brought forward as part of the amendments of this bill. And through this process, over the last year, we have certainly ensured that our staff are aware of the resources that are available to them. And we've had training sessions as members, even us as members of Parliament, all of us in this House have gone through mandatory harassment training, which I think was a very positive experience for all of us to go through. Because it's very important for us that we want to eliminate harassment. We want to ensure that our employees and our colleagues, the people who we work with here for very long hours each and every day, feel comfortable in their workplace. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, it is important for us as members, as leaders in our offices, but also certainly as leaders in our community, to be aware of how we handle these situations. If a staff member feels harassed, they are comfortable to come forward, not necessarily to us as their employer, but there is a system in place, a guideline in place for them to file that complaint and have resolution. Knowledge is a powerful thing, Mr. Speaker. And the more people know about their rights and the responsibilities regarding issues of harassment and discrimination, the better off they will be and the happier they will be in their lives and in their workplace. We must let our employees know where they can go for assistance, but we also need to give them the basic tools and support for them to speak up for themselves and resolve these issues as efficiently and easily as they can. Staff members in positions of employment, as I said, they are critical to our everyday lives. But certainly, I think this is larger than just what happens here in the Hill. As I said, as a father, I want to see protections in our workplace and our communities, and I want to see a cultural shift so everyone understands that harassment will not and cannot be tolerated. Mr. Speaker, we are seeing a shift. It begins with us standing up against it, talking about it, and proactively changing the dynamic. Creating a safe environment starts here, but we have to do that for everyone. But in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge all members of this House to practice what we preach. To show Canadians we are serious that zero tolerance for harassment and bullying, no one should be exempt from these new rules. No one should be able to shrug off a complaint or an allegation as simply saying they remember it differently. For this to work, Canadians need to know they will be protected, they will be believed, they will be treated equally, and they will be respected. No one is above the law. We in this House must set the example, we must be the leaders, and that leadership comes from the top down. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate many of the comments the members put on the record in addressing this important and arguably very historic legislation that we have before us. And I want to pick up on one aspect, and that's the whole issue of brevity. You know, it takes a great deal of courage for victims to come forward. I know on a weekly basis I go to a local restaurant every Saturday, and I've had the opportunity over the last couple of years in particular where I've had incidences where they come forward and they share the story. And it is a very emotional time. And this is why I think it becomes very important that we do respect that. And I often will indicate to those that are coming is that we have to try to see it through the eyes or the perspective of the victim. And to demonstrate that sympathy where we can. And I'm wondering if my colleague could just kind of expand, because he started to touch on the importance of people being able to feel comfortable in going and coming forward. If he just want to expand his thoughts on that aspect, recognizing that, again, this legislation is something that is a significant step forward, but there is still other things that we could do.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his question. And that really hits on one of the major themes that I had in my presentation is absolutely we want to ensure that any Canadian feels comfortable to come forward and approach whether it's a colleague at work or something more formal that we are trying to put together as part of C-65. But the concern I have is that as part of this bill, we are telling Canadians that absolutely in the House of Commons and within the federal government that there is zero tolerance for harassment and bullying in the workplace. However, when we're telling that to Canadians, it's very important that we practice what we preach.
That's right.
If we want to take the, as my colleague said, we want to take the view of the victim. I agree with that. But if the victim comes to us or to somebody to make a complaint, then we have to take that complaint seriously. We can't say, well, that person experienced that incident differently. I'm very concerned that we're sending a double message to Canadians that if you are in a specific position of power or you are a position of authority, that your story will not have the same credentials as anybody else. And I'm very concerned that we are sending a very poor message to Canadians. And I think what we should be sending is no matter who you are, no matter what position you're in, you're under the same standard. The same status as anybody else. And that's, I think, very important message.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A theme that was repeated throughout the committee review of Bill C-65 and has certainly been reflected in my colleague's speech here is removing barriers to victims of harassment in the workplace from coming forward because they fear privacy concerns. You've alluded to this in your speech. So one of the amendments that my New Democrat colleague, the Member of Parliament for Jonquière, made at committee was blocked by the government and blocked again in the Senate amendments was a provision to ensure that the investigation report can be released to the victim with details redacted that might reveal things about the victim's identity, the workplace, for example, but to make sure that that investigative report can be seen by the victim and that the health and safety representatives also be able to see the investigation report. So I guess the question particularly is how to share the victim's recommendations about changes to the workplace without revealing who that victim was. So any comments from my colleague through you, Mr. Speaker, about how that could be accommodated, given that my understanding is that the government has refused those amendments.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wasn't a member of the committee at that time, so I don't know the background of that amendment, but I do appreciate her bringing it forward. I would agree to some of her comments and the fact that I do think it's the victim's right to understand as much information as possible that went into the decision, whatever that decision may be. But as part of that, I also believe that it is just as important to protect the privacy of those involved in this investigation. So I am pleased to see some of the portions of C-65 go a long ways to ensure the protection of both parties in an incident, whether it's the victim or the person that has been accused. I think both parties have to ensure that their privacy is protected, and that is a very critical piece of this legislation to ensure that those people feel safe coming forward, that their identity may not be revealed to the person, the complainant, but I think that goes both ways.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to commend the Parliamentary Secretary for two things, Mr. Speaker, before I go forward. I know the restaurant that he's talking about, and he eats there every Saturday when he's back in the riding, and if somebody like myself just even drives by it, I gain 5 or 10 pounds. The other thing is that he actually says something that's very important in this debate, is that we, as leadership, or we, when we have somebody that comes to us with a complaint, or to share with a story of violence or harassment, that we should always look at it through the lens of the victim. And I want to, through you, Mr. Speaker, give our honourable colleague another opportunity to talk about a real missed opportunity that our Prime Minister had, rather than looking through it with the lens of the victim, from the victim's perspective, which our Parliamentary Secretary had mentioned. Instead, he offered more of an excuse and a denial rather than an apology. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to allow our honourable colleague to expand on his comments on that a little bit further.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I agree. I think when we are making legislation like this, we are telling Canadians that we are accepting a leadership role in trying to change how society views some of these issues. And in this case, it's harassment, bullying, and the Prime Minister of Canada, the leadership starts with him. He had a very unique opportunity this summer when these allegations came forward, and I want to once again reiterate, the Prime Minister didn't deny that this happened. He just said that this occurrence, they viewed it differently. The Prime Minister had an opportunity to take a very strong leadership role and send a very strong message to Canadians that no one is exempt from these types of charges. The Prime Minister, and again, we were all in high school, we were all in university and college. We all had our moments of moments that we're probably less than proud of. But the Prime Minister could have taken that chance to simply apologize, tell this young woman that he was out of line. It's not something that he has done in his adult years, but he didn't do that. Instead, he deflected, and he probably made this victim feel even worse than she felt 17 or 18 years ago when she made this allegation in a newspaper report and talked about how horribly she felt that the future Prime Minister treated her and acted this way. And not only did he not apologize, but he said, had I known if you were a reporter for a national newspaper, I would have treated you differently. That's right. So again, it puts her on another different level. It belittled her, that she wasn't important enough for him to even notice. And I think that sends a very poor message.
Good call. Questions and comments? The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that what's important here is that we don't lose the focus on the legislation in itself, which is a very progressive piece of legislation. And what I would look for my colleagues' comments on is, as much as the national government is demonstrating what I believe is a very strong leadership role, we've seen the support coming, whether it's from the Senate, from members of all sides of this House, but there's also going to be a role for other jurisdictions. And I'm thinking specifically, for example, for provincial entities and the labour forces that they're responsible for. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his specific thoughts in regards to how important it is that not only do we just leave it at this legislation, but that we also look at what we could be doing to work with other stakeholders, such as provincial or territorial industry.
Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do, as I said in my presentation, that I will be supporting C-65 because I do believe it is an important step forward that we set the tone and we show a leadership position on this issue. We work with the provinces to come up with regulations and rules around sexual harassment in the workplace. And I know the Parliamentary Secretary is working very hard to change the subject on what our concerns with this are with this legislation. And the problem is, Mr. Speaker, is you cannot put legislation, no matter how historic they believe it is, you can't put that forward to Canadians and say, do as I say, not as I do. That is not the message we should be sending. And the message we are sending is that this is for everyone else. But when it comes to Cabinet and the Prime Minister of Canada, there's different rules there.
Shameful.
We have to be very cognizant of the fact that Canadians are looking at us to set the example, show leadership, and that's what we're asking the Liberal government to do.
Absolutely.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Always the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm extremely proud to speak to Bill C-65, which amends the Canada Labour Code and the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act to help ensure that federally regulated workplaces, including the Federal Public Service and parliamentary workplaces, are free from harassment and violence. With this legislation, we can all look forward to a time when Canadian workers are better protected against workplace violence and harassment. We can look forward to a time when no worker in Canada has to fear coming forward after experiencing these inappropriate behaviours to protect themselves or their families. I want to begin by thanking the Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour for bringing this very important legislation before Parliament. Now, while it is not often that we enjoy support from our opposition colleagues, the way in which we have worked together across the aisle to support this legislation shows, Mr. Speaker, that it is truly time for change. Whether it is how sexual violence in the workplace is handled or how power imbalances are reinforced in our culture, violence and harassment in the workplace are not partisan issues. They are issues that affect us all, regardless of race, sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. Bien entendu, la première chose qui me...
Of course, the first thing that comes to mind with this bill is that it is beneficial for vulnerable minorities who are more at risk of facing harassment in the workplace. Sexual minorities and people who identify as bisexual, transgender, queer, bisexual, gay, or lesbian have higher incidences of harassment and violence in the workplace. And this fact is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker.
Q2 community members have been targets of workplace violence and harassment. Progress is being made, but we need to continue to do more. One example of such societal progress is the historic apology made to LGBTQ2 Canadians last summer by Prime Minister Trudeau. When most of us see Canada as a progressive and accepting nation, our past has not always been so open-minded. We know that from the 1950s to the early 1990s, the Government of Canada undertook a horrifying campaign of oppression against citizens suspected of being part of LGBTQ2 communities, setting a course for decades of discrimination in the Canadian workforce and destroying the lives of thousands of workers, including public servants and soldiers in the process. As we know, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister made a historic apology that day, and I apologize for using his name in this chamber. Although we now see workplace violence and harassment as issues that need to be solved, this shows that for these communities in particular, workplace violence and harassment have been too long part of people's lives. Today, as a legacy of this dark period of our history, LGBTQ2 Canadians are still subjected to discrimination, violence, and aggression at alarming rates. In fact, trans people did not even have explicit protection under federal human rights legislation until 2017. Occurrences of mental health issues and suicides remain higher among LGBTQ youth as a result of violence and harassment. In fact, Mr. Speaker, LGBTQ2 youth are 4 times more likely to attempt to commit suicide than their straight counterparts. The homelessness and joblessness rates that face the LGBT community are high, and so the steps we're taking today will encourage LGBTQ2 Canadians to be full participants in our workforce.
I must also point out the work of Indigenous people for whom violence and discrimination are part of their daily lives. According to an investigation in 2014 by StatsCan, victimization with violence among Indigenous peoples represents twice as high as it is for non-Indigenous peoples. Violent offenses, sexual offenses, victimization rates are almost always higher among Indigenous populations than others.
Indigenous peoples and LGBTQ2 citizens feel able to be 100% themselves because of the fear that they'll be harassed, treated poorly, or made to feel insignificant. Before I came out, Mr. Speaker, I felt like it could only operate at about 60 or 70%. I spent 30 to 40% of my brain space trying to be a straight guy. It didn't work, and it ate me up from the inside. Once I came out, I was able to be 100% me. Even some of my friends said, could we just have the 80% Randy back? You're a lot to handle. But quite frankly, I'm 100% now. I'm not going back in that closet. And guess what? We want LGBTQ Canadians to be 100% themselves, and that includes in the workforce. And when we get this kind of legislation passed, when we practice what we preach inside this chamber, all Canadians can feel like they belong in our workforces. As I've said to friends and colleagues in the workplace, since coming out, joke with me, not about me. Like, I'm a bald gay guy. You can make lots of jokes about that, but just do it with me in the room, not with me, outside of the room grabbing some coffee. Because the results and the stats are real, Mr. Speaker. A Human Rights Campaign Foundation study noted that a little more than half of employees surveyed, 53%, hide their sexual orientation or gender identity at work. This is in 2018. A little over a third, 35%, don't disclose about their personal lives. Could you imagine going through a week in this place, not talking about what it's like to be part of a family, to talk about your kids, to talk about your loved ones, to talk about whether you're an aunt, an uncle, whether you're a proud member of a partnership that's lasted for 10, 15, 20 years? That would be unthinkable to me, and yet it happens to far too many Canadians, and that's not bringing your full self to work. The transgender community especially faces staggering challenges. Transgender people face an unemployment rate 3 times higher than the average. 27% were not hired, were fired, were not promoted in 2015 due to their gender identity or expression, according to the U.S. Transgender Survey, the largest of its kind, looking at the American transgender community. In 2015, an astounding 80% of transgender people were harassed or mistreated at work or had to take steps to avoid it. We don't yet have data at the national level, Mr. Speaker, but we're getting there. The TransPulse project in Ontario studied the impact of social exclusion and discrimination on the health of transgender people. Of those surveyed, 13% say they were fired specifically for being transgender. Another 15% suspected this may have been the reason for their dismissal, and 18% said they were turned down for a job for being transgender, while another 32% suspected this was the reason. Mr. Speaker, I faced this kind of discrimination in advance of the campaign trail. I was on a study tour learning how to speak Spanish in Latin America. I was in Buenos Aires, and serendipity happened to lead me to hear a voice of a distinguished member of my community of Edmonton. So we met in the kiosk at the local museum. We agreed to have lunch the next day. It was a long lunch, Mr. Speaker. At about 2.5 hours in, I mentioned that I might someday like to be in politics, and I mentioned my partner at the time, and he said, wait a second, you're gay? And I said, yes, I've been out for almost 20 years. And you're Francophone, he said. I am. He said, well, I can tell you what you need to do. You need to take your Francophone gay self and go back to Montreal where you came from. You don't stand a snowball's chance in hell of ever being elected in Edmonton. Well, I found that really interesting, Mr. Speaker, because my family doesn't come from Montreal. It comes from Quebec City, and it had moved to Alberta 126 years earlier. So I took what was overt discrimination and used that as fuel. I used that as fuels on the doors and won that election. And within a couple of days of winning the election and becoming a liberal gay Francophone in Edmonton Centre, I found a postcard en français that said, thinking of you, en pensant à vous. And I wrote on the inside, looking forward to lunch soon. Can't wait to see you, Randy Boissonneau, Edmonton Centre Member of Parliament. Bravo! Now, Monsieur le Président, je peux vous...
Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that we had that lunch. It went well.
Sword and said, I can't believe I said that to you. I was wrong, and please forgive me. So discrimination happens, but so does reconciliation. And what we're talking about here is stopping it, preventing it, and addressing it properly. And so Bill C-65 can help to further our fight for equality. And the legislation builds on existing violence and harassment provisions in the code to create a comprehensive approach that covers the full spectrum of harassment and violence, from bullying and teasing to sexual harassment to physical violence. And this legislation extends the full suite of occupational health and safety protections, including harassment and violence protections, to parliamentary workplaces such as the Senate, the Library of Parliament, and the House of Commons, and including our own political staff. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised, mystified, shocked when I was elected to realize the few protections afforded to parliamentary staff. As a new member of Parliament coming from business, I was shocked, and I'm proud to be part of a Parliament that is taking steps to address that. And as a result of this legislation, a single integrated regime would be created to protect all federally regulated employees from harassment and violence in the workplace, including LGBTQ2 and Indigenous workers, preventing incidents of harassment from occurring, supporting those employees affected by harassment and violence, including respecting their privacy. Now, I know that the other chamber has done extensive study of this bill and that it engaged in discussions with witnesses from many organizations to help in their study.
And after having examined the amendments to Bill C-65, it's clear that these amendments will strengthen a strong framework that will support all Canadian workers from coast to coast to coast.
There were concerns that Bill C-65 would prevent employees from complaining to the Canadian Human Rights Commission when they experienced workplace harassment or violence. As such, they proposed an amendment which explicitly states that, quote, nothing in this part shall be construed so as to abrogate or derogate from the rights provided for under the Canadian Human Rights Act, end quote. Mr. Speaker, it is not the intention of this legislation to prevent someone from going to the Canadian Human Rights Commission. As such, we are supporting this amendment. The Government of Canada remains convinced that it's essential that Canadian workers know that they can file complaints without any fear that those complaints will be lost in the bureaucracy. Reprisals are already forbidden under the law. So a complainant who feels targeted can give testimony to get help. Furthermore, this amendment would guarantee that the information about any harassment complaint be treated confidentially and reported up to a higher court. Additional amendments. A member of the other place proposed that the terms trivial, frivolous, and vexatious be replaced with the term abuse of process so as to limit negative associations coming forward with a complaint. Mr. Speaker, language matters. It is important that we show, as a government, that people who experience workplace harassment or violence will have their claims taken seriously, and that experiences will not be dismissed as trivial or frivolous or vexatious. We know that it takes strength and courage to come forward when experiencing inappropriate behaviors in the workplace. We know that we must make it easier for those people to come forward. Cet amendement.
This amendment shows that the government recognizes that harmful language can cause real harm to anyone who's been a victim of sexual harassment or violence. They may want to report, but may be ashamed of what happened to them.
The other place that we were not able to accept, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to address one such amendment in particular. A member of the other chamber proposed that persons who investigate the complaint shall inform the employee and employer in writing of the results of the investigation. We agree with the intent of this amendment, which was thoughtful and positive. However, we are unable to accept this amendment because of its location in the legislation. The section of the Canadian Labour Code that would be amended by the other chamber pertains to investigation by workplace committees. In Bill C-65, incidents of workplace harassment or violence are not subject to this part of the code. In order to protect the privacy of individuals in cases of harassment and violence, Bill C-65 prohibits the involvement of workplace committees in the investigation of specific incidents. The
reason we didn't accept this amendment is that if it was placed in the Canada Labour Code, it would not apply to incidents of sexual harassment and violence. In such cases, if the incident is not resolved, the workplace committee would need to proceed to an investigation and go directly to an investigation by a relevant person.
The process related to the investigation by a competent person will be set out in the regulations, and that point was raised by the other chamber, and it will be included in the regulations as well. What we propose is that these regulations will include who receives a copy of an investigative report, including the employee. Now, since the entire process related to the competent person investigation is set in the regulations, there isn't anywhere in the code where a reference to who receives the investigative report could be added. Further, the reason why the process is set out in regulations is because it builds on the existing violence prevention regulations, which were developed through tripartite consultation. The new regulations for Bill C-65 are also being developed through tripartite consultation in order to ensure that the process meets the needs of all parties and will result in timely resolution of incidents. I'm also glad, Mr. Speaker, to see that this legislation will apply to employees of Parliament who were not previously protected, as we discussed. Now, it's also important to know that staff are being supported both on the Hill and in constituency offices like my own in Edmonton Centre. This legislation now extends all safety protections to Hill and constituency staff. L'objectif fondamental de ce
The fundamental objective of this bill is to prevent not only physical injury, but also mental health problems. This bill would encompass the full spectrum of workplace violence. The amendments proposed to the code would apply to federally regulated industries, including international transport and interprovincial transport, telecommunications, most crown corporations, and exempt staff, as well as interns, employees, and employees in those sectors.
C-65 will show Canadians that these behaviours will not be tolerated. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's a misconception brought to the House from the member for Foothills that I would like to address. The issue pertains to the possibility of perceived political interference in processes related to political staff and their employees. So let me be really clear on this. To avoid any perception of conflict of interest where a matter involves a member of the Senate or their staff, or a member of the House of Commons or their employees, the powers, duties, and functions of the Minister of Labour will be exercised by the Deputy Minister of Labour. This includes the ability to extend the length of time for a former employee to bring forward a complaint. It is the Deputy Minister of Labour that will grant this extension. Mr. Speaker, there will be no political influence or interference in such matters, full stop. Now, I think it's important to circle back to why this matters so much. And we employ some 300,000 Canadians, the largest employer in the country, and a 2014 World Bank study estimated that the cost of intolerance in the Indian economy was $31 billion US a year. What does that mean in the Canadian context? If you take the average company, the average NGO, the average provincial workforce, or in our case, the federally regulated agencies, and you take 15% of the bottom line, 15% of the staff costs, add up what that number is, that is your cost of exclusion. That is what intolerance in the workplace costs us as Canadians every day. So add up how much you spend on salary and benefits, take 15% of that, and ask yourself, how much is it worth for you to get workplace harassment under control, to stop it, to prevent it, and to help people who are victim of it? That is what we're talking about. And I would like to be here in the future, Mr. Speaker, and talk about the benefits of inclusion, not the costs of exclusion. And that's exactly what this kind of legislation is helping us to achieve here today. Here's a magical thing that happens, Mr. Speaker. When you create an inclusive workforce, when people know that they are protected, the 15% who feel marginalized because of racism, bullying, misogyny, transphobia, homophobia, biphobia, what happens when those 15% feel welcome? You would think that you'd get 100% of your workforce. Well, something magical happens. The other 85% know that they're in a healthy ecosystem as well, and the whole workforce does better. The pie increases. And what we want to do here, Mr. Speaker, is we want to have workplaces where people can bring their 100% selves. We want to have workplaces where people can be their full selves. We want people to be safe. We want them to have a good day at work and go home to their loved ones and talk about how awesome it is to work for the Government of Canada, because we have put in place a system and a piece of legislation that keeps them protected. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to serve in the 42nd Parliament. I'm even more honored to know that we are working on an issue that faces not just Canadians, but people around the world. Workplace harassment is serious. We must stamp it out, and with this legislation, we are taking great strides. We know that the measures in Bill C-65 will help make these changes possible. I hope the bill will serve as a historic reminder of Canada's dedication to equality and strength here and from coast to coast to coast, and I encourage all colleagues in this House and around the country to bring their 100% selves to work. Canadians would ask no less of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that is the beauty of this House, that here we sit 3.5 years in, and or 3 years in, and we have a great speech by a member of Parliament that is here, that we all have an opportunity, even the most spirited debates, to learn something about them. And I just want to, through you, Mr. Speaker, want to thank our honourable colleague for the great speech and sharing a bit of his journey to get here. Mr. Speaker, I will offer this, that I am a bald, heavy-set guy, so I too have been a brunt of some of the jokes, but I can take it, Mr. Speaker, and I just ask that when you're going to do it, let me join in as well too. But Mr. Speaker, in explaining away the groping allegation this summer, our Prime Minister instead said, let's be very blunt, sometimes men and women can experience interactions differently. And I want to ask through you, Mr. Speaker, if our honourable colleague shares in the view that victims of violence and harassment may experience such interactions differently than their perpetrators. Thank you.
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable colleague for his intervention, and I'm glad that he is in robust health. And as he can see, my hairline is heading in the same trajectory that his has taken. And so I don't know if that makes us wiser or just more experienced on the campaign trail, but I can tell you this, everybody's experience when it comes to unwanted approaches in the workplace must be taken seriously, they must be investigated, they must be taken with the seriousness that they deserve. And what we're talking about here in Bill C-65 is one regime to stop workplace violence, to help the people who are subject to it, and to make sure that our political staff on the Hill and in our constituencies are afforded the same rights, protections and safety as all Canadians.
Questions and comments. We have time.
We have time for just a brief question and response. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for having shared some of his experience, including experience of violence and harassment in the workplace. I thought that was very brave and contributed a lot to the debate. So that's why we have this bill, and we agree that this does move things forward. Of course, we want to change workplace culture, but the Liberals opposed having occupational health and safety committees which could continue to move forward and work with a diverse series of experts, like people who work with the LGBT community, with racialized people, with linguistic minorities. We wanted to have them continue to work with victims. But that's not the case in C-65. So I'd like him to tell me why it's important for us to restore those occupational health and safety committees to their rightful place to help employers and employees in the workplace. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and all colleagues for their support here. What we heard from witnesses was clear. When someone experiences workplace harassment, it's a very private thing. It's often a very traumatizing thing. And so it's important that their feelings and their privacy be respected. So for us, it's important that these people have access to all of the assistance they need. Thank you.
Edmonton Centre.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre will have 6.5 minutes remaining after the time provided for oral questions.
On the député, statements by members. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend, the only thing in Saskatoon more exciting than the Blades' come-from-behind overtime victory against the Red Deer Rebels was the Saskatchewan NDP convention. As an automatic delegate, I was privileged to reconnect with many party stalwarts. Provincial NDP leader Ryan Miley unveiled Renew Saskatchewan, a plan to finance the upfront costs of energy installations and retrofits for homes, farms, businesses, municipalities, and reserves, with the loans repaid from the energy savings over time. This initiative to create jobs and reduce emissions by tapping into Saskatchewan's tremendous potential for wind, solar, and geothermal power should have us all running back to Saskatoon.
Honourable Member for Oakville.
It's with a heavy heart that I rise today to honour and remember the life of a great Canadian from Oakville, Veronica Tyrell. Originally from Guyana, Veronica came to Oakville in 1984 and made a remarkable impact on our community. She spearheaded some of Oakville's largest multicultural festivals and organizations, helping our community learn to celebrate our diversity. Veronica was the leader and the voice of the Canadian Caribbean Association of Halton for decades. She organized and led Black History Month celebrations and created leadership and empowerment opportunities for Black youth in our community. Veronica championed the Oakville Emancipation Day picnic. With her husband Lloyd always at her side, family came first. For her, there were no brighter shining lights than her children Andrew and Allison and her grandsons Andrew Jr. and Brandon. She was an inspiration, a leader, and a friend, and I ask all of us to honor her legacy by celebrating diversity in our communities across our great country. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the celebration of the International Day of Older Persons in my riding of Oshawa. This past October 1st, members of my community gathered at Oshawa City Hall to raise the flag to celebrate this great day. As Canadians, we must continue to care for those who helped Canada become the great country that we know today and ensure they get the respect and support that they have worked so hard to build over their lives. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge the Oshawa Senior Citizen Centre and its wonderful staff and volunteers. Their dedication to Oshawa and its senior citizens has been incredible. Staff members such as Sandy Black and Colleen Zaverill have done fantastic work for our community and have made OSCC the great organization it is today. I would also like to acknowledge OSCC board members Nancy Bone and Ted Eldridge for their dedication to our community. Through their volunteer work, they have demonstrated a tremendous level of care for Oshawa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fredericton. Hey, Rob.
As Canada's oldest, largest, and most important technology company, IBM has driven economic growth and innovation in Canada for over 100 years. IBM is Canada's largest investor in research and development in the ICT sector. They contribute over $13 billion annually to Canada's economy and create thousands of jobs for middle-class Canadians. In Fredericton alone, over 250 people work with IBM in cybersecurity. At the Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity, students from the University of New Brunswick partner with IBM to combat global cyber threats using the company's iconic Watson Cognitive Technology. UNB is one of 3 universities in Canada chosen by IBM to analyze massive amounts of cyber data. IBM supports thousands of girls and young women in the STEM disciplines and provides $4.6 million annually in charitable giving. I welcome IBM Canada's employees from across the country to Parliament Hill today and thank them for their leadership in our communities.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
On behalf of the Democratic Party, I rise today to pay tribute to a true hero, Steve Fobister Sr. at Grassy Narrows, an elder, former chief, former Grand Chief of Treaty 3, and a fighter for justice his whole life. Steve fought against the poisoning of his people and the destruction of their way of life. He fought against the cover-ups of the corporate crimes of the Wabigoon and English River system. He fought against the darkness of mercury poisoning, even though he lived with and he died from mercury poisoning. But Steve loved his people and their long history of independence, and he promised that justice would be done. He led the hunger strike to force the government back to the table. One day, the true story of Grassy Narrows will be told, and let it not be about the pusillanimous acts of institutions like this Parliament, but let it be about a people who are determined to rebuild and live better. And in that story, Steve Fobister will live large. Go to the angels, Steve. Justice will be done.
Honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honour a leader in our community who made a difference in the lives of thousands of students. Mr. Suminder Singh, a beloved high school math teacher at Toronto Secondary School in Surrey Newton, recently passed away in a tragic motor vehicle accident. This past weekend, thousands of residents attended a vigil organized by Sukhmeet Singh Sachal and Sophia Walia, and more than $15,000 has been raised for the Suminder Singh Annual Legacy Scholarship Fund. Mr. Singh made our community a better place and leaves behind a legacy that has shaped the young minds of countless youth. I offer my sincere condolences to Mr. Singh's fellow educators, students, and his family, including his wife, Kirpal Kaur, and 3 children, Jeevan, Jodhan, and Kiran.
Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jobs in STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, are dominating our economy. We need more students to continue studies in STEM after they become non-compulsory in grade 10. In order to ignite youth interest in STEM, Parliament Hill will be hosting the first STEM Day on the Hill this Wednesday, October 17th, between noon and 1:30. There will be interactive displays, including a Lego robot to spark curiosity in the STEM fields. The members for London West, Nanaimo Ladysmith, and Simcoe North will be joining us for this event, and I encourage all members of this House to come and support Canadian youth in STEM. Mr. Speaker, Canada's Donna Strickland just won the Nobel Prize in Physics. Let's build on that big win and support the next generation of Canadians in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
I rise to recognize and remember the Honourable Donald MacDonald, who died Sunday in Toronto. Elected in 1962, he served as MP for Rosedale until 1978, President of the Privy Council, House Leader, Minister of National Defence, Energy, Mines and Resources, and Finance. Donald MacDonald était un agent de la fonction publique.
He was a public servant in the very best meaning of that word. He led in a free trade agreement with the United States. I met him when I was president of the Young Liberals at the University of Toronto. He not only took the time to listen to young people, but he also spent time with them.
Of the word, towering above us in graciousness, intelligence, wisdom, and wit. Our thoughts are with his daughters, Sonia, Althea, Nikki, and Lee, and his wife, Adrian, whose love and care for Donald were as boundless as his were for her. May he rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, today is Marine Day on the Hill, and today members of the Chamber of Marine Commerce are hosting a celebration of the marine sector and championing inland and coastal shipping. The contributions of the marine sector are undeniable and a large part of Canada's successful economy. This year, ship traffic is up, helping move goods to market, reducing congestion on highways, and making a smaller carbon footprint. So how much of a contribution does the marine mode make in Canada? Well, it creates 181,000 jobs, handles 185,000 metric tons of cargo. It contributes almost $26 billion in economic activity and generates about $3 billion in tax revenue for the federal government. So indeed, the marine sector in Canada is a major part of our economy, and today we celebrate this contribution, and I invite all members to attend the reception tonight at 6 p.m. in the Wellington building. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, I'm excited to announce that Red Deer's inaugural Canadian Finals Rodeo will take place at Western Park from October 30th to November 4th. Central Alberta is a natural home for the CFR, and the whole community is looking forward to welcoming these amazing athletes along with their families and spectators to Red Deer. And right on the heels of the rodeo will be the always excellent Agri-Trade Exposition that will take place from November 7th to 9th. As always, I'd like to acknowledge the Red Deer Chamber of Commerce and the Western Exposition Association, who have been the driving force behind Agri-Trade in this, their 35th year, and are excited partners on the new CFR venture. I invite all honourable members to come to Red Deer's Westerner Park in the next few weeks and see some of the best rodeo athletes in stock in Canada, as well as cutting-edge agricultural equipment and techniques that showcase why Canada's farmers continue to be the world's leaders in their industry.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Jessica Reed, co-founder of FEET, Fostering, Empowering, Advocating Together. Located in my riding, FEET was founded in 2011 to support the needs of the over 50,000 children in Ontario that have a parent in the criminal justice system. The multifaceted impact of parental incarceration on children can be devastating. These children are faced with many challenges, including family instability, economic insecurity, as well as compromised self-esteem, trust, and sense of security. FEED is there to help. On Saturday, October the 6th, Jessica began an 11-day walking marathon of over 400 kilometers from Queen's Park to Parliament Hill. Wow. The goals of Feet for Feet are to increase the awareness on the needs of these children, as well as to raise funds for Feet's family visitation program, which supports children and helps maintain healthy relationships with the imprisoned parents. Welcome to Ottawa, Jessica, and congratulations on your accomplishment.
Nice. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, much divides us in this place, but there is one thing that unites us all. We all need healthy food to thrive. Today is World Food Day, and it's a day when we can think about the food we eat, how it's produced, and how we can ensure that everyone has access to the food they need. La communauté multiconfessionnelle.
The multi-confessional community of Danforth is organizing a march within a national campaign to honor. This is meant to make Canadians aware of food security.
PCC report here in this place. And one of the things the report highlighted was the impact that our food choices and our food waste that we generate has on climate change. Today, on World Food Day, we can all think about how we impact the environment with our food. We can thank a farmer for making that food, and we can think about our world food sources and how we can protect them. Thank you.
Merci. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. The Liberal government is continuing to defend the indefensible by banging away about how the USMCA is a good agreement, but it's not at all. As a Quebec MP, I feel that the government has failed. It's also failed in not being able to negotiate an end to the surtax on steel and aluminum. It didn't happen. So our Canadian products are and will remain less competitive with respect to American industry. It's completely unacceptable that this government signed an agreement while President Trump added this surtax to our products so that Canada had to open negotiations on milk. They accepted to do this without condition, also accepting to maintain the American surtax on steel and aluminum. For me, this agreement is another example Mr. Speaker, last week I was accompanied by the Minister of Science and Sport at Western University for the grand opening of their new engineering building. It's a facility for which I had the honor of announcing a contribution of $22.5 million in September 2016, and this through the Strategic Investment Fund for post-secondary institutions, and this on behalf of the Minister of Innovation, Science and Social Development.
Faculty member of Western, it was remarkable to see a building open that will inspire students and faculty alike to learn, innovate, and advance. An added surprise was when Western Chancellor Jack Cohen and his wife, Sharon, donated $5 million and named the building in honor of outgoing President Dr. Amit Chakma. Dr. Chakma has accomplished much in his role, including drastically increasing international student enrollment, significantly increasing...
Alois Chambly. Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the 60th anniversary of the Réserve Naturelle Go at Mont-Saint-Hilaire. It was bequeathed to the university by Brigadier Andrew Hamilton Galt and meant to ensure protection and conservation of nature. In 1972, the Centre of Nature was founded to continue their educational mission. In 1978, it was recognized as the leading biosphere reserve, Canadian reserve, within the UNESCO program. I'd like to recognize the work of employees and volunteers, but also the team at McGill University. For its 60th anniversary, I hope that the public will continue to support the critical work being done to protect our environment. La réserve depends on it, so does our planet.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, this summer my Conservative colleagues and I launched the Defend Local Jobs Tour, traveling across the country to hear from workers and businesses impacted by steel and aluminum tariffs. I met with over 150 stakeholders at 26 different events in several provinces. What I heard was very concerning. Businesses said that they're cutting back orders. Others said they're laying people off. 0 businesses I talked to said they have received support from this government, despite $2 billion being promised. Let's be clear. The Prime Minister backed down to Donald Trump and signed an agreement that Trump wanted him to sign. To top it all off, steel and aluminum tariffs are still in place, and so are softwood lumber tariffs, which now seem permanent. This is a major failure on the part of the government and the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this must be the first time in the history of free trade deals that there are actually more tariffs on after the deal is done than before negotiations started.
Honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, as we know, this month is the first time that we're recognizing October as Latin American Heritage Month at the national level. Excelente! And it's about time. We have the whole month to celebrate the magical stories, culture, traditions, and contributions of the many Canadians with Latin American backgrounds that we are so blessed to have here in Canada. As the daughter of a Mexican Canadian and the MP for a riding with a growing Latin American community, this month is extra special for me. So this month, Mr. Speaker, let's find a way to celebrate Latin America, whether by listening to a song by Selena Gomez, Shakira, or Mark Anthony, watching football with Lionel Messi, reading a little Gabriel Garcia Marquez, dancing to Cumbrian music, or adding a little picante to your taquito or empanada. And don't forget tonight's celebration from 6 to 8 p.m. at John A. McDonald with over 700 attendees, amazing entertainment, food, and of course, a very special guest. Gracias, Señor Presidente. Ole! Ay, caramba!
Order. Oral questions.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Jihadi Jack, a British citizen, although we don't know if he's ever been to Canada, received help from the representatives of this government. The Liberals proactively approached him to help him come to Canada. Why? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we condemn the horrible acts of Daesh, and we take seriously the threats that extremist travelers represent. Traveling abroad in order to participate in terrorist activities constitutes an offense to the criminal code. National security representatives are looking into this, and we will bring charges when we have the evidence. We have tools to fight terrorism, such as monitoring and surveillance, collecting data, and the legitimate collection of information, as well as revoking passports. The Leader of the Opposition.
He still fails to answer the question. Jihadi Jack is a UK citizen. This government proactively reached out to try to bring this individual who has fought with a terrorist organization back to Canada. They took it upon themselves to reach out to bring this individual to Canada. Wow. Why?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we condemn the horrific and cowardly acts of Daesh and take with the utmost seriousness the threats posed by traveling extremists and returnees. It is a criminal code offence to travel abroad to engage in terrorist activity. Canadian law enforcement actively pursues investigations and lays criminal charges when there is evidence to support them. We also have a full range of counterterrorism tools, such as surveillance and monitoring, intelligence gathering and lawful information sharing, peace bonds, revocations of passports, and legally authorized threat reduction methods.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Order. Speaker, the question was not which tools the previous Conservative government gave to our security agencies. The question was why is this Prime Minister, why is his government proactively reaching out to a known terrorist fighter? This individual is a British citizen. It is unclear if he has ever spent any time in Canada. This government has reached out to try to bring him to Canada. Wow. He has an opportunity now to explain why.
Why?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the member opposite well knows, any government and all Canadians are united in wanting to keep Canadians safe and do everything we need to protect Canada and protect our communities. We respect the work of our intelligence agencies, of our security officials. We work with them to continue to ensure that Canadians are safe. We will not play politics with this. We will continue to focus on keeping Canadians safe because that's what Canadians expect, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has an opportunity to explain to Canadians why his government is taking it upon themselves to invite a British citizen who has fought with ISIS to Canada. Why?
Why? Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is once again trying to distort and create political crises where there simply are none. We take extremely seriously, as any government would, the safety and the security of Canadians. We will continue to work with our intelligence agencies, with our security officers to ensure that Canadians are safe and continue to demonstrate that we understand how important it is to keep Canadians safe.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there's no distortion here. It's well documented. This government's official reached out to a known ISIS fighter, an ISIS fighter who is British. This terrorist has now received services from this government with the aim of bringing him to Canada. All we'd like to know is for the Prime Minister to explain why.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we see here is the Conservatives yet again grasping at straws to try and scare Canadians, to try and make Canadians feel unsafe. Well, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, I can tell you that Canadians can have the utmost confidence in the work of our intelligence agencies and our security officers in doing everything necessary to keep Canadians safe, to uphold our laws and our values, and demonstrate that the politics of fear have no place in this country.
Order. The
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Néjet-Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, the IPCC report is clear. Unprecedented action is required to counter climate change and to try to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. The Minister of the Environment said that every country must act and we must be more ambitious when it comes to the measures that will be implemented. The Liberals have no intention of being more ambitious. They've maintained the same targets as the Conservatives, and clearly they're going to miss them according to the last assessment of federal activity on climate change. Why tell others to do more when here there's no intention to do more here and now? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we are working to achieve our targets by 2030. We know that our work will not end there. We've put a price on pollution. We're progressively eliminating coal. We're investing in public transportation and further protecting our environment. The Conservatives, for their part, have no plan to fight climate change. And they have no intention of developing one. The NDP, unfortunately, is continuing to oppose the environment and the economy. We will continue to work to build a future that is safer for our children and grandchildren. The Right Honourable Member for Rimouski-Néjet-Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, climate change undermines our economy. Our inaction undermines our economy. The number of extreme weather events is increasing. Drought in eastern Quebec and in the prairies, repeated heat waves in Montreal, Ottawa, and Toronto, forest fires of unprecedented intensity in British Columbia, and the Liberals claim to be doing more when they have no intention of changing their own plan.
Could the Prime Minister at least start by fulfilling a promise that he made hand on heart in 2015 and start by eliminating subsidies worth $3.5 billion to the oil and gas sector?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've cut subsidies, and we're on our way to eliminate them as we promised by 2025. We're going to continue to work to implement a real plan to fight climate change, because that is what Canadians expect. Evidently, the Conservatives have no plan, and worse, perhaps, the NDP is continuing to oppose the environment and the economy and is trying to force us to choose between one or the other. But we know that we must grow the economy and protect the environment at the same time.
Bulkley Valley.
You ever notice when he talks about the economy and the environment going hand in hand, it's always the environment that gets screwed? The recent report from the United Nations has sounded the alarm on catastrophic climate change. But rather than waking up from their decades-long slumber, the Liberals are hitting the snooze button. 5 more minutes, Ma, please. Liberals promised to end fossil fuel subsidies. Instead, they dumped $4.5 billion on a leaky old pipeline. Will the Liberals listen to the 6,000 climate scientists and finally end their plans to spend billions more on yet another oil pipeline?
Hear, hear. I want to encourage the member for Bulkley Valley to elevate his language. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are working to meet Canada's 2030 targets, and we know we will need to do more after that. We are pricing pollution, phasing out coal, investing in public transit, and protecting more of our natural environment. Meanwhile, Conservatives have no climate plan and no interest in creating one other than making pollution free again. And the NDP continues to think that there is a choice to be made between growing the economy and protecting the environment. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with partners across the country to build a world that is safe and a good future for our kids and grandkids.
Honourable member for Bulkley Valley.
Tomorrow it's legal. Record-setting floods and storms, historically devastating forest fires, and a melting Arctic, and rather than bold action, we get more platitudes from this government. Right. You know, if empty words and broken promises were going to solve climate change, Liberals would have had this thing beat decades ago, but they adopted Stephen Harper's climate change targets, and they can't even meet those. No wonder they're such experts on what Harper was thinking about. They've gone down the exact same path with the exact same results, which is the definition, by the way, of insanity. So when is the Prime Minister going to wake up to the reality and stop repeating the failures of the
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are moving forward in a way that neither the Conservatives or the NDP understand, because they still think there's a choice between the environment or the economy. We know that moving forward on putting a price on pollution is an essential part of reaching our climate change targets. But we also know that investing in clean investments, in greener energy, in better opportunities is also a part of it. And I certainly would highlight that the member opposite knows that the massive investment in LNG in his riding will be both good for the environment and good for the economy, and he should be saluting it and celebrating it.
Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Vice Admiral Norman has the right to a fair trial, but by refusing to hand over documents, which the PMO has, they are in essence obstructing justice. Now, the Prime Minister has the power and the authority to hand over all of the documents unredacted. This could be done immediately if the Prime Minister would give the go-ahead, but he refuses. So what is the Prime Minister hiding, and who is he protecting?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the honourable member knows that criminal prosecutions are not pursued on the floor of the House of Commons. Due process needs to be followed in all cases, and it would be thoroughly improper for any member of this House to comment on an outstanding criminal proceeding.
Opposition House Leader.
The Prime Minister used to say that sunshine was the best disinfectant. Well, I guess that doesn't apply when the scandal involves the PMO. These documents are needed to ensure that Vice Admiral Norman receives a fair trial. The Prime Minister's own office has this information but refuses to hand over the documents. So who is the Prime Minister protecting? It must be somebody very important for the Liberals to go to these great lengths. Mr. Speaker, who are they protecting?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the judiciary in this country, the rules of court in this country, the rules of proper procedure in our criminal courts are well known and respected around the world. They will be availed to all parties in this particular case, both the Crown and the defense, and due process will apply and justice will be done.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, like all Canadians, Vice Admiral Mark Norman should be able to defend himself legitimately. The Prime Minister's office has important documents that could guarantee him a fair trial. Among these documents, there are communications between an Irving lobbyist and the President of the Treasury Board, another Liberal, from the Prime Minister's cabinet. Is that why the Prime Minister is refusing to hand over these documents?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, obviously the defense in this case is represented by very able legal counsel. They will avail themselves of all the appropriate rules of court and legal proceedings in order to ensure that in every case justice is not only done but seen to be done properly in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the President of the Treasury Board, a Liberal, has lobbied on behalf of Irving. The close connections between the member and the Irving family are public. We're all aware of it now. But to lobby on behalf of a company, the member must have obtained clearance from the Ethics Commissioner. My question is simple. Did he obtain this clearance, and why is the Prime Minister's cabinet hiding these documents?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the Conservatives are politicizing an important matter that is before the courts. The only engagement I had with Irving Shipbuilding during the period in question was being copied on a letter sent to 2 other ministers. My job as Treasury Board President includes expenditure review and due diligence to ensure the integrity of government contracting. And that's exactly what I did, my job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for Public Safety said it's improper for any member of this House to comment on an outstanding matter. Maybe he should tell that to the Prime Minister, who deemed, even before an investigation had concluded, that the Admiral would be charged. And he refused to do so. So maybe he should tell him. Secondly, the point that we're arguing is one very salient for the government and very salient for this place. They are hiding behind a provision of the Canada Evidence Act to prevent the defense from getting documents they need in order to prove innocence. Why are they doing this?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Evidence Act is a very important criminal justice piece of legislation that was enacted by this Parliament. And, Mr. Speaker, its provisions will apply.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, this government has the ability to waive the provisions of this Canada Evidence Act, and I would submit they should do it for this reason. The regime as it currently stands is both wrong in law, the rule of law, and it's also wrong because it prevents the Admiral from procedural fairness. Now, for a government that's in love with the Constitution, I really thought that they would understand that the right to a fair defense and the right to procedural fairness of the individual would trump their desire to hide some uncomfortable things that were probably said at a cabinet meeting. Why are they putting their self-interest above somebody's defense?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I underscore the fact that the defense in this case obviously is represented by very able legal counsel. They will pursue every proper avenue to ensure that a proper defense is put forward, and this matter will be disposed of according to law so that justice is done and seen to be done.
Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, it's the eve of the legalization of cannabis, and thousands of people still carry records for small possession. The Liberals keep saying they'll deal with it. It's tomorrow. Where's the plan? In the meantime, Canadians continue to have difficulties with employment, rentals, and travelling. These barriers are felt even more by marginalized communities, including Indigenous peoples, for something that is perfectly legal tomorrow. Time's up. We need the Liberals to act now. What is their plan to expunge the records for simple possession?
Honourable Minister of Forest Security.
Mr. Speaker, this government is very proud to have delivered on its promise to bring forward a strict new regulatory regime that's going to do an eminently better job of protecting our kids and keeping our communities safe. We have also said that we are prepared to address the existing records for simple possession in the appropriate way at the appropriate time. Mr. Speaker, the law remains in effect until tomorrow.
Honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Tomorrow is not the appropriate time. They've had 3 years to work on this and have done absolutely nothing while these records continue to pile up. Et trop de personnes, Monsieur le Président.
Too many people, Mr. Speaker, like my colleague said, already in vulnerable situations have seen their quality of life, their job opportunities, their ability to travel impacted by having a record for simple possession. My colleague for Victoria has proposed a progressive bill that would immediately erase criminal records for simple possession of marijuana for all Canadians. Will the Liberals support this bill, yes or no? Will they do something? We don't want to hear another announcement. We want action today.
Mr. Speaker, the laws passed in this House remain in effect until they are repealed by this House. And that law remains in effect until tomorrow when the repeal comes into place. At that time, it will be the appropriate time for the government to deal with those records in the appropriate way.
Honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Canadians should be concerned, Mr. Speaker. Canada's traditional security allies like the United States and Australia have banned Huawei from their 5G networks. We know Huawei is controlled by Communist China. We also know that Communist China continues to conduct security breaches and security attacks against Canada and has a history of corporate espionage. Will the Prime Minister quit playing politics with our Canadian security and ban Huawei from our 5G networks?
Here, here. The Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I want to just take this opportunity to highlight that our government has enormous confidence in our national security agencies when they're going to do their due diligence, when they're going to properly look at all the relevant information and provide us with the evidence. We will follow that evidence and we will follow that recommendation. In the meantime, with regards to 5G, we're right now consulting industry. And make no mistake, we will make sure that we advance the interests of Canadians when we proceed with the rollout of 5G. We never have and never will compromise on national security.
Very good. Député de Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
Mr. Speaker, our Five Eyes colleagues, the Americans and the Australians, have already studied Huawei, and they've determined that it was a company that it was dangerous for telecommunications safety. The American sector sent a letter saying that this was a serious threat. The Prime Minister refuses to act, like our main allies have done, and is putting our credibility in doubt. Whether it be terrorists, border security, or espionage and theft of our intellectual property, the leader of our state never worries about anything. Will the Prime Minister ban Huawei today?
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite has raised intellectual property. It was actually our government that introduced the first national intellectual property strategy. This strategy is designed to protect Canadian companies. This strategy is designed to make sure that IP that's generated in Canada benefits Canadians. And when it comes to our national security interests, we've been very clear. We're going to follow the advice given by our national security agencies, and we've been very clear. We never have and never will compromise on national security.
Député de Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police has stated that no police station in Canada can take blood samples to detect the presence of drugs. He also said that legalizing marijuana will be much more difficult to manage in rural areas. But whether it be in large centres or outside of them, police officers will not be able to prove anything without a blood sample. How do the Liberals expect to ensure the safety of Canadians if the police cannot do its job? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we've kept our promise to legalize and regulate and restrict access to cannabis in order to better protect our youth and pull profits out of the hands of organized crime. Provinces and territories have asked for 6 to 8 weeks after royal assent to get ready, and we decided to add some time, and now we have 17 weeks. The President of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police said that police forces throughout the country are ready for legalization tomorrow.
Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, on the eve of marijuana becoming illegal, we've learned that RCMP forensic labs are not equipped to handle the expected 12-fold increase in blood tests for drug-impaired drivers. The delays caused in the spike in tests will create delays in our court system and likely lead to cases being thrown out as per the Supreme Court's Jordan decision. Justice delayed is justice denied. Why are the Liberals rushing through legalization when they haven't equipped the police to protect Canadians?
Border security.
Mr. Speaker, for a decade, the police in this country urged the Harper government to provide them with the legal authorities, investments in their training, and access to technologies, and that government did not listen. Mr. Speaker, we listened. And yesterday, the President of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police called a national conference, and I would hope the members opposite would listen. He said, clearly, and I quote, "The police are ready."
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, Quebec dairy producers are angry and they are mobilizing. It's easy to understand why. 3 trade agreements, 3 supply management breaches. Family farms with 4 generations like La Terroise in my riding are at risk. Luc and his successor, his daughter Myriam, feel completely powerless. Will the Liberals fully compensate these producers, or will they simply abandon them once again?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. And I can assure her we're the party that implemented supply management, and we're the government that has defended supply management.
Hear, hear.
It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the Americans wanted to destroy supply management. We did not let that happen.
That's right.
We understand there will be impact on our farmers, and we're committed to fully and fairly compensate them to make sure they succeed. We have and will continue to support our farmers.
Here, here.
Member for Essex.
The concessions to Trump in the USMCA are many, from supply management to patent extensions to weak cultural protections. But it still boggles the mind that the government signed a trade deal with the US and Mexico without negotiating an end to tariffs on steel and aluminum. At committee today, we heard clearly that under these tariffs, Canada is facing massive losses in our manufacturing sector that we won't be able to recover from. The jobs are leaving, and we won't get them back. How long do Canadian steelworkers need to wait before the Liberals negotiate a permanent removal of the tariffs?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-US Relations.
Mr. Speaker, the unjustified and illegal tariffs imposed by the United States on steel and aluminum are harmful to the U.S. economy and, of course, our own. The national security pretext has been and remains absurd. That's why we've imposed retaliatory tariffs. It's really in sorrow and anger, of course, that these were implemented. Now is the time for us to come together and work through and get rid of these illegal and unjust tariffs on our steel and aluminum products. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Mr. Speaker, citizens of Beauharnois and the greater Lac-Saint-Louis region have asked for years for the removal of the Catherine Spirit. This derelict vessel was not only an eyesore, it was also a threat to the environment and coastal communities around Lac-Saint-Louis and for citizens of my riding of Lac-Saint-Louis-Laval. Can the Minister of Transport update Canadians and the citizens of my riding on what our government has done in order to address this key issue? The Honourable Minister of Transport. I'd like to thank the member for Saint Louis for his excellent question and for his hard work on all issues regarding water. He is an expert in this area.
Conservatives did absolutely nothing to address this matter. That's why our government, under the Oceans Protection Plan, developed a national strategy to prevent incidents like the Catherine Spirit occurring again.
That is why I was very proud on the 12th of October that we had dismantled the Catherine Spirit. This was a promise that had been made to the citizen of Beauharnois, and this is a promise that was kept.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
When the Liberals brought in their tax increases on farmers, plumbers, and pizza shop owners, they made sure that the millionaire finance minister and prime minister were excluded from any new taxes. Their income tax increases actually only applied to the middle class, which is paying $800 more per family, while the wealthiest 1% has paid $4 billion less. And now their carbon tax will hit single mothers and seniors, but 90% of the exemption of the emissions of the large industrial polluters are exempt altogether. Why do they always tax most those with the least?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians from across the country are seeing the impacts of climate change, whether it's forest fires or floods or extreme heat, or in the Arctic, which is quite literally melting. We have a plan to tackle climate change, to do our part, and also to grow the economy. We're taking measures which include phasing out coal, net zero building standards, investments in renewables, investments in clean technology companies, and yes, putting a price on pollution. There is a cost to pollution, but we have always said that we will give money back, more money in the pockets of the people who live in a province.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, there is going to be no cost for pollution if you're a large industrial polluter. In fact, let me quote a strong supporter of this government, the Toronto Star, which said, and I quote, "Ottawa downplays carbon price plan that gives more tax relief to heavy polluters." In other words, large industrial polluters get off scot-free, while the average Canadian household has to pay more. Why is it that those with lobbyists always get breaks, while those working Canadians who carry this country on their shoulders always bear the heaviest burden?
Minister of Environment.
Speaker, I can't tell you how much it warms my heart to hear the member opposite talk about how there should be a price on pollution. I'm surprised, though, because the member opposite didn't vote in support of there being a price on pollution. Yes, we have said that big polluters have to pay, and we will give more money in the hands of Canadians. We know we need to take action on climate change. We have a climate plan, but the big question is, what is the Conservatives' plan to protect the environment and grow the economy?
The member for Carleton.
Once again, the minister failed to answer the question. Her government has released a document showing that there will be up to a 90% exemption for large industrial polluters from the carbon tax. So those that pollute the most will get the lowest cost on their tax bills, while single mothers and seniors who have no choice but to heat their homes and drive to work will pay tax on 100% of their emissions. Why?
The Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I think the question is, will the party opposite release a plan with a price on pollution? We have a plan. Our plan is working. It's growing the economy. We've created more than 600,000 jobs with Canadians.
Order. We heard the question. We need to hear the answer as well. Whether members like the answer or not, it has to be heard. The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill will come to order. Order. Honourable Minister of Environment has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians expect us to have a plan to protect the environment, to tackle climate change, to grow the economy. We have that plan. We've been able to create more than 600,000 jobs with Canadians. We've got the fastest growing economy in the G7. We have the historic low rates of unemployment. And guess what? Our emissions are going down, and we're doing this with Canadians. But
The honourable member for Carleton.
What is going down is the burden on the large industrial polluters. They are getting off because they can afford powerful lobbyists that influence this government. Now, people living below the poverty line, single mothers, seniors on a fixed income, they cannot afford to send powerful lobbyists and consultants to Ottawa. They can't afford to donate to Liberal coffers. But, Mr. Speaker, they have important costs that they have to make. Why is this government giving an exemption to the politically well-connected and putting the burden on working-class Canadians?
Minister of Environment.
Forgive me if I'm confused, because this is the party that doesn't support a price on pollution. This is the party that voted against raising the Canada Child Benefit that has raised 300,000 children out of poverty. This is the party that voted against a middle-class tax cut and an increase increase on the 1%. This is the party that doesn't have a climate plan. This is the party that doesn't understand that there is a real cost right now to the environment. We are paying it right now for the inaction of the previous government for a decade, and we are also growing the economy.
Honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Food Day, an important day to recognize and take action to address food insecurity and to inspire solutions for change at home and abroad. Unfortunately, far too many Canadians still struggle with putting food on the table. The NDP has long fought for a national food policy which would link the farm to the factory to the fork. And we know the Liberals love to borrow from the NDP policy book, but it has been over a year since the government launched consultations on the development of a national food policy. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is simple. Where is the policy?
Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. And we held extensive consultations. As my honourable colleague has said, we have almost 45,000 Canadians responded online, and we had many roundtables right across the country. Right. I want to thank all the hard-working farmers, stakeholders, members of Parliament and Canadians who participated in this. Right. We're currently working to develop a food policy with the input from Canadians and stakeholders with their consultations. We are committed, Mr. Speaker, to developing a food policy that will put safe, top-quality food on Canadian tables right across this country.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, 4 million people live in food insecurity and 850,000 individuals use food banks every month. Yet the equivalent of $31 billion worth of food is thrown out in this country every year. The Liberals say repeatedly that they want to protect the environment and help those in need. A petition has just been handed in, signed by 167,000 people, asking for a national food strategy. Will the government commit today to adopting a food strategy to tackle food waste? Yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, and again, I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. And reducing food insecurity and food waste were among the topics discussed during the consultations, and we're considering how these issues can be put together in a policy. We've indicated we're going to put a food policy in place for Canadians right across this country that would put top-quality, safe food on the tables of Canadians. We've indicated quite clearly we're going to do that, and we will do that, Mr. Speaker.
For Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business has added their voice to the opposition of the Liberal carbon tax cash grab. Small businesses are struggling under this Prime Minister, and the carbon tax is only making things worse. More and more small businesses are facing a difficult decision on whether they can even continue to afford to operate with these added costs. So do the Liberals really think that a tax which harms small businesses disproportionately is a fair tax?
Environment.
The party opposite, the other member, saying that he believes there should be a price on pollution. I'm confused. But we know we need to be working with small businesses, and that is exactly what we're doing. I have seen small businesses across the country take action on climate change. Verafor, this is an aluminum manufacturer in Ontario that, you know what they did? They reduced their emissions by almost 80%, and they saved $2 million. They would have taken action even if they didn't believe in climate change. We have an opportunity to do right by the environment, to save money, to support small businesses, to create jobs in Canada, and that's exactly what we're going to continue.
Order. Well, member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, this government is doing horribly at all of those things. Small businesses continue to worry about being less competitive and about paying more. Maybe eventually the Liberals will realize that their carbon tax is killing our small businesses and do what the CFIB and small business owners have been calling for. Stop the Liberal carbon tax. On Small Business Week, at least, will the Liberals finally stand and defend small businesses and stop introducing policies that hurt their ability to compete?
Honourable Minister of Small Business.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses are the backbone of the Canadian economy. That is why our government lowered small businesses, lowered taxes on small business to 9%. We worked hard for small businesses, and we will keep working hard for small businesses.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, entrepreneurs are at the heart of job creation in our region, and I would like to thank them for their hard work. Every month, I organize and chair meetings for the Beauport Business Network. Last week, we held an economic roundtable, and surprise, surprise, most of the conversation dealt with the labor shortage. The labor shortage will have serious consequences on our GDP, and we already see businesses slowing down and others shutting their doors. This is a very worrisome situation. I would like to know if the government will make sure that this is their main priority, and what will they do to help to resolve the crisis?
Mr. Speaker, since we formed government, the member opposite is right. We've seen a growing economy, which means that small and medium-sized businesses have been hiring, which means that our unemployment rate has been dropping, which means that now we have a new problem, which is that we need more Canadian workers. And that's why I'm working so closely with my colleagues, provincial, territorial, educational, to make sure that Canadians have the skills they need to take those opportunities.
That's right.
We have to make sure that everyone has a fair opportunity to succeed in this labor market, and that's why we're investing heavily in Indigenous people, in women, in newcomers, and people with disabilities. We will make sure employers have the labor they need. Thank you.
Our government got elected on the promise to fight for our small businesses, to reduce red tape, and to help them scale up and grow and become export ready. Small businesses are the restaurants, stores, services, and artists we love, as well as the high-growth companies that are innovating across sectors and creating good middle-class jobs. Could the minister tell this House, Canadians, and the businesses in Whitby what is being done to highlight the contributions of these hard-working Canadians to our country's economy?
Good question.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. This is Small Business Week, and it's really a time to recognize their important contributions, the small business owners to our community and our economy. Small businesses make up 98% of all Canadian businesses, and they employ over 8 million people. They are truly the backbone of the Canadian economy. Our commitment to our small business owners is that we will lower the small business tax rate to 9% in January, while providing access to help them start up, scale up, and access new markets. So this week and every week, join me in thanking Canada's small businesses.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government prioritized pluralism and peaceful coexistence in educational programs we funded. But this government just gave $50 million in new money to UNRWA. UNRWA does not promote peaceful coexistence, with books denying the historic Jewish presence in the region, and UNRWA employed teachers posting violently anti-Semitic and even pro-Hitler content on social media. I have personally visited an UNRWA school and seen the failure firsthand. Palestinian children deserve better. So why are Liberals sending taxpayer dollars somewhere where they know those funds will support the propagation of anti-Semitic hatred?
The honourable member.
Moi aussi visité la Cisjordanie cet été et j'ai été à même de...
Mr. Speaker, I also visited and had an opportunity to see the work of UNRWA in clinics and schools. Mr. Speaker, for the next 2 years, we have renewed the same level of funding for UNRWA, and I can assure you that we take the follow-up very seriously in terms of impartiality and in terms of teacher training. Thank you.
For Timmins, James Bay.
So, yesterday, the finance minister went from arm's length to cheerleader when he stated the decision by the CPP Investment Board to invest and privatize American prisons wasn't just ethical, it represented the highest ethical standard. Now, they may be making record profits, but they rightly received worldwide condemnation, particularly the tactic of targeting migrant families where children were separated from their families and caged. This is a human rights abuse, not an opportunity to make bank. So the finance minister explain what is it about privatized American prison camps that he thinks represents any kind of ethical investment standard for Canadian citizens.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadian Crown corporations, all Canadian government institutions are expected to live up to the highest standards of ethical behaviour and corporate governance. That includes the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board. This is important, we monitor it, we stay on top of it. What I can also say is the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board is independent of government so that it can invest to assure that Canadians can retire in dignity. We think it's important to maintain these standards and to maintain that independence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Lennox, Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, our government promised Canadians we would reform question periods so that the Prime Minister is directly accountable to a Prime Minister's question period. Can the government House
House Leader inform this House of the progress that has occurred to make this pledge a reality? Thank you.
Good question. Honourable. Order. Order. I know members want to hear the answer. So we'll have some order. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington is absolutely correct. This government committed to having a more open and transparent government, making was accountable to Canadians across this country. Since taking office, this Prime Minister has had 27 Prime Minister's question periods, answering over 1,000 questions. Not only answering questions from leaders of the official opposition, but answering questions from members from both sides, private members, so that we can hear the challenges that constituents in their ridings are facing. I hope that other members will also be following this.
Order. It's so nice to see the House in a good mood.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable.
We asked a lot of questions. We didn't have any answer at all. Talking committee, Mr. President. This weekend,
This weekend, in a theatrical move, the member for Shefford literally spat on the USMCA deal reached by his Prime Minister. He also believed in the PM's nice words, but it looks like he couldn't stomach the outcome of the negotiations. His party is not trustworthy. Why did the government fail so miserably to protect milk, egg and poultry producers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Canada, United States. Mr. Speaker, my colleague opposite, under Stephen Harper, often said that we should just accept a bad deal. We refuse to capitulate. We obtained a good deal for Canadians, and the deal is supported by premiers, by Jerry Diaz's union, by Conservatives, and by all political parties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the Nova Scotia Irving Company has good friends in the federal government. When the Conservatives were in power, Irving obtained $65 billion worth of ship construction contracts, whereas the Davie shipyard in Quebec only got one. The Liberals, once in power, attempted to derail the only contract that was given to Quebec, thanks to this suspected involvement on the part of the President of the Treasury Board, a minister from Nova Scotia. Is that the real change that the Liberals were going to deliver to Davie workers? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Was a letter that was sent to two other ministers but copied to me. Now, I did do my job as Treasury Board President, Mr. Speaker, and that was to ensure due diligence in the contracting process, to ensure the best value for taxpayers, and to ensure that we took our responsibility seriously to get the best possible equipment for our Canadian men and women in uniform, the best value for Canadian taxpayers. That's exactly what we did.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night in this place, we had an extraordinary emergency debate on the subject of the IPCC report. That report tells us clearly and tells all Canadians clearly that we are not doing enough, that the target that we have adopted, which is sometimes loosely referred to as the Paris target, is inconsistent with holding global average temperature to 1.5 degrees, that we need to do it twice as much and do it faster. Our best opportunity is to move other governments by announcing a new target, one consistent with the IPCC, at COP24 in December. Will the Prime Minister commit to do so?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I thank my colleague for a question, her long-time advocacy towards environmental causes in Canada, and thank all members who participated in last night's extremely important debate. As I said earlier, we're working hard to meet our 2030 targets, but we know the job won't end there and that there'll be more to do. We're finally putting a price on pollution. We're phasing out coal. We're investing in green infrastructure. We're reversing the Conservatives' reckless changes which harmed the environment, and we will continue to work with all our partners to meet our objectives and continue.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the President of the Treasury Board. In 1993, Canada signed the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement. Article 24.3.1 required Canada to develop and implement procurement policies to support Inuit-owned businesses. Not supporting these businesses is a barrier to building a sustainable economy for Nunavut. A court settlement in May 2015 required Canada to have these policies in place by July 31st, 2016, yet they have not. My question is, why has the government not honored its legal obligations, and when will they? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for this question, for raising this issue. There's no relationship more important to this government than our relationship with Indigenous peoples. We're working with the Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated on the successful implementation of the Nunavut Agreement. We're taking a whole-of-government approach to this, to developing a procurement policy directive that effectively supports economic development and jobs for the Inuit of Nunavut. We continue to make significant progress to address the concerns raised by the NTI, and we'll continue to work in good faith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comme il est 15h07.
It is 3:15 p.m. According to an order already made, the House will now go to a vote on Bill C-79. Call in the members.
Not that they want to hear me a whole lot, but they can now hear me. Sorry about that. All right, I'll start over. Mr. Carr, seconded by Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, moved. Shall I dispense? We have a member who wants to hear it. Mr. Carr, seconded by Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, moved that Bill C-79, an act to implement the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership between Canada, Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Ng.
Ms. Ng.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sables.
Monsieur Lemaitre, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Serres.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Anand de Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandad.
Monsieur Vandad.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Ms. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon Lamatis Matem Matpedia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Lamatis Matem Matpedia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Sede.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishimatsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mishimatsky Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Blenny, Bellechasse des Echemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blenny, Bellechasse des Echemins-Lévis.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr.
for
Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon Stormontan, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon Stormontan, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Oglinski.
Mr. Oglinski.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
All those opposed, excuse me.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms.
Ms.
Matheson.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
And Mr. Weir.
Yeas pour 236, 236. Nays contre 44, 44.
I declare the motion carried. The honourable member for Lake Centre Lanigan is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier today during members' statements, the member from Regina Louvain stood and was quite clearly displaying a delegate's badge from the most recent Saskatchewan NDP convention. While I understand, Mr. Speaker, that there has been traditionally a prohibition of using props in this House, I also understand that on many occasions, and myself included, members come in here wearing badges or buttons or ribbons signifying support for a particular charitable organization. I also understand, Mr. Speaker, that normally the Speaker rules on such matters, determining whether or not the badge or the prop in question caused disorder in the House. Now, in this particular case, I didn't see any disorder in the House, although I suspect the member might have caused some disorder within the NDP caucus. My question to you, Mr. Speaker, is if you could clarify for all members of this House what you consider, in your opinion, an agreeable or an approachable or an appropriate badge or prop as used by members during statements.
I thank the honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan for raising this motion. I did not notice the badge at the time. I would discourage members from wearing badges that convey a message, especially when they're speaking. If they're going to rise and speak, I don't think they should have a badge on. Now, having said that, members will know that during member statements, members will occasionally wear things like a hockey jersey when they're talking about the home team and what it's done and so forth. And that's acceptable, I think, to the House and has been an ongoing practice. But I would encourage members to not wear badges that carry messages that might be interpreted to be of a political or partisan nature. The honourable member for Regina Louvain is rising on the same point of order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would just like to apologize for my lack of caution in this case. I did not realize that my delegate badge from this past weekend's Saskatchewan NDP convention might be considered as a prop, and I would be willing to table the badge so that you can...
Well, it would appear the member is disregarding the rule against props here, so I would ask him not to do that, and we'll have to move along, I think. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of Saskatchewan solidarity, I think you should also put under investigation that provocative blue shirt being worn by the member for Moose Jaw.
As the son of my mother's a Saskatchewaner, as you know, so I'll take that under advisement. Je suis à l'heure. Je suis maintenant prêt à me prononcer.
I am now ready to discuss the ruling on the question of privilege raised on October 2nd, 2018 by the member from Montcalm regarding the government's alleged disregard of a motion adopted by the House.
Honourable Member for Montcalm for having raised the matter, as well as the Deputy Government Whip and the member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford for their observations. Lors de son intervention, le député de Montcalm a...
During his intervention, the member from Montcalm argued that the government disregarded a motion adopted unanimously by the House on September 26, 2017, that stated, and I quote, that the House reiterate its desire to fully preserve supply management during the NAFTA renegotiations, end quote.
Le député, les concessions...
The member feels that the concessions made with respect to access to the Canadian dairy products market in the new trade agreement between the United States, Mexico, and Canada constitute a clear disregard of the will of the House and, thus, are a grave offense to the authority of the House and constitute contempt of Parliament.
Government Whip stated that the matter raised was more a question of debate on the facts, therefore it could not constitute a question of privilege. For his part, the member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford contended that the terms of the motion adopted on September 26, 2017 are fundamentally different in English and French in the House of Commons records, which should be taken into account when examining the question at hand. La Chambre adopte régulièrement.
The House regularly adopts motions by unanimous consent or by a simple majority intended to allow members to express themselves on all sorts of matters. Depending on their intent, these motions take the form of a resolution or an order. Resolutions, such as the motion adopted on September 26, 2017, are intended, regardless of their precise wording, to be expressions of opinion, and they do not order or require that measures be taken by the government.
Le dit la procédure et les usages de la Chambre.
House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states on pages 536 and 537, and I quote, "A resolution of the House of Commons is a declaration of opinion or purpose. It does not require that any action be taken, nor is it binding. The House has frequently brought forth resolutions in order to show support for an action or outlook," end quote.
Les motions de ce genre.
Such motions cannot bind the government or prevent it from pursuing a particular course of action.
To a charge that the then Prime Minister was in contempt of Parliament for disregarding a motion to concur in a committee report that had been adopted by the House, Speaker Milliken stated in a ruling on May 3, 2005, which can be found in page 5548 of debates, quote, "While the government can be guided by recommendations of a standing committee, The Speaker cannot compel the government to abide by the committee's recommendation, nor by the House's decision on these matters." Unquote. Par conséquent,
Consequently, I cannot conclude that the matter raised constitutes a prima facie contempt of the House, and thus it is not a question of privilege. I thank all honourable members for their attention.
Ordre du jour.
Of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments on Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, Harassment and Violence, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Budget Implementation Act 2017, number 1.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 9 minutes. Resuming debate, actually there will be 6.5 minutes remaining in questions and comments following the speech of the honourable member for Edmonton Centre. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very proud to stand today and reflect on the speech my colleague from Edmonton Centre gave earlier today when he spoke about the need for a sense of belonging in the workplace, tolerance and inclusion. And I'm wondering if the member from Edmonton Centre could respond to this through the Speaker. How will C-65 change the role of workplace committees in investigating harassment allegations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Député d'Edmonton Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her question.
5 is our new approach to workplace committees and their role in investigating alleged harassment in the workplace. In the consultations that were held across the country, it was very clear that a matter of allegation of harassment, unwanted sexual touching in the workplace is so serious and such a private matter that our government has decided that it is best for the individual to be able to raise this with one person in the workplace, to not involve a whole workplace committee, because in fact, many people who said they were victims of workplace harassment did not bring it forward because they did not want a whole workplace committee involved in the allegation process, in the investigation process. And so it's important to note that should an alleged victim want to have somebody accompany him or her in that process, they are able to do so, but that is their choice. It is not an automatic rule, and the workplace committees will not have involvement in that process.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if I could ask my colleague and friend just to talk about, and I've referenced this earlier today in terms of just how somewhat historic this legislation actually is. You know, dealing with a very important social issue of its time, and that at the end of the day, it will make our workforce a happier place to actually be. And if he just wants to maybe just comment on that aspect of just the significance of the legislation. And in fact, we had all party support both inside the chamber and even from the other place.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Look, when I became a member of Parliament, I was surprised, even shocked, at the lack of protections that were afforded to parliamentary staff, both here on the Hill and in our constituency offices, in terms of the safety provisions in place for them, in terms of the regime that existed for protecting people against unwanted sexual advances in the workplace. And so Bill 65 is a historic change. It's one regime. It extends to parliamentary staff, both on Parliament Hill and in our constituency offices. And I think it boils down to 3 verbs: prevent, respond, support. We're preventing incidents of harassment and violence from occurring. We're responding effectively to them when they do occur. And we're supporting employees affected by harassment and violence and protecting their privacy. That includes LGBTQ2 Canadians, Indigenous Canadians, all staff in federally regulated agencies and in parliamentary offices. It's about time.
Questions and comments? The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, having had the opportunity to sit through much of the much of the testimony throughout the when the bill went to committee, I know that the members aware of some of the research, the testimony that's been shared, and there was a common theme that went through the entire session, and that was that this is important to get this done now. Mr. Speaker, maybe if the member can elaborate on just why this is essential, why this particular piece of legislation is so significant, and why it's imperative that we move this forward as a House here today.
Well, member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his diligent work on this file. It's 2018. We're living through the Me Too movement. I want every woman, every man, every gender non-binary person who works in a Parliamentary Hill office or in a constituency office, any person who works in a federally regulated agency to know that they can go to the workplace, feel safe, be safe, and should the unfortunate incident of an unwanted sexual advance happen, that they know that their workplace is equipped, trained, ready to respond, able to support so that they can get through this unwanted issue quickly, and that the preventative aspect of this is in place, that all of us receive training. It's a historical opportunity to get something right. It's one regime. It protects Canadians. It's about time.
Time for one very short question. Questions and comments. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the Member of Parliament for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke, I'm honoured to have the opportunity to talk about Bill C-65, which deals with workplace harassment and violence. Violence against women is something that's not new. While I'd like to believe that in a predominantly rural riding like mine in Eastern Ontario, violence against women is an urban problem, we know that's not the case. Violence against women continues to be a fact of life in Canada and in rural Renfrew County. Carol Culleton, Natalie Warmerdam, and Anastasia Kuzik were killed on September 22, 2015. Their killer was known to all of the women and to police for a long history of violence. He had been released from prison just shortly before the murders. The system failed these women. On average in Canada, one woman is killed by her intimate partner every 5 days. The men arrested and accused of their murders had a long criminal history, including charges involving 2 of the 3 women. I'm not prepared to let Carol, Natalie, Anastasia, and all the other women who have been murdered by their intimate partners to die in vain. My memory of their senseless murders pushes me to speak out in this debate. When I was first elected in 2000, I immediately recognized the transient and precarious nature of politics in general, and Parliament Hill in particular. For a female in a new political party with an evolving political culture, my position was even more precarious. Uncertainty after each election, and with the change in assignments in the ebb and flow of duties, was compounded by the hierarchical nature of the Canadian politics and the fact that we serve at pleasure. To quote one of my colleagues, at any moment in time, everyone here weighs the opportunity cost of making a complaint or committing a non-acquiescent action with the threat of quiet dismissal, being overlooked for a promotion, being shuffled out of a spot, having a nomination candidate quietly run against us, or not having nomination papers signed at all. To say that there's a power imbalance here is an understatement. Further, for all the talk of feminism and pursuit of women's rights, there is not gender equality in the broader context of Parliament Hill. Women are still used as photo op props, included for quotas or optics, without having the authority of real decision-making automatically attached to their perceived utility. For that, women have to fight, and fight hard, and put up with being accused of not being a team player or being an insert choice of gender expletive here when they do. That's only for those of us who are lucky enough to have built a platform and a profile that allows us to do that without those in the top tiers of power having to take a bit of damage in order to suppress our voices." End of quote. When this legislation was debated in the House of Commons previously, I did not have an opportunity to be part of this discussion. I was successfully defending my right to represent my party in the next federal election. Bill C-65 is being supported by the Conservative Party. Today, we are discussing amendments made by the other place, which allows for re-examination of the legislation and the context in which it has been brought forward. At the time of the legislation was previously in this chamber, it was presented by the government as partisan politics being set aside for a common purpose. All parliamentarians were prepared, or so I thought, to stand together and send a strong message to all Canadians that workplace harassment and sexual violence is unacceptable and that it will not be tolerated any longer, period. It was that implied spirit of cooperation that encouraged my party to support C-65. As a long-standing female member of Parliament, I'm very cognizant of my position as a role model. I'm reminded of my responsibility as a positive role model by the Daughters of the Vote program. Young women are smart enough to spot a hypocrite when they see one. All parliamentarians have a responsibility to be a positive role model, starting with the Prime Minister. I was hopeful that Bill C-65 was not just another example of virtue signaling by the Liberal Party, where the Prime Minister directs his attack dog Gerald Butts to throw social media mud from the political ditch he occupies while claiming to take the high road. Subsequent events have proven me wrong. Sexual violence and harassment in the workplace is nothing new. I was particularly encouraged by the comments made by newly elected members of Parliament on the government side, such as the member for Oakville North Burlington, who talked about taking a stand together and her shared personal experience of harassment and bullying on Parliament Hill when she worked as a staffer prior to seeking elected office. She made reference to the hashtag movements Me Too and After Me Too and Time's Up, and having the courage and the strength to speak out and to be a positive role model. In that context, her brave words in the House of Commons and her subsequent total capitulation to Gerald Butts, the kokanee grope talking points, were all the greater the disappointment. In fact, the greatest disappointment in this entire discussion has been the deafening silence from the female caucus on the government benches, who have quietly condoned the Prime Minister's behavior by their silence. Not one female Liberal MP rose to defend the female reporter who was subjected to an unwanted sexual advance by the Prime Minister in her workplace. Not one government MP rose to demand a coherent explanation of what the Prime Minister admitted to doing when he belatedly provided an apology to the young female reporter who was the subject to his unwanted advance. By enabling bad behavior, it almost guarantees it will continue. After all, is that not the subject of Bill C-65, which is what we're here discussing today? Silence is tacit approval. Certainly in my career as Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, spanning 6 elections over 18 years, I've experienced sexual harassment and bullying. I know it would be impossible to find a woman in politics who was not expected to put up with the misogynist fools like Dan Leger or the tiresome Dick Mercer, let alone the similar dinosaur attitudes in their own party. From the time this legislation, Bill C-65, passed third reading, and now this has been returned from the other place with amendments, something has changed. Canadians learned something about the leader of the Liberal Party. Canadians learned that the Prime Minister admitted to groping a young woman reporter at a music festival before he had sought elected office. This is a very important discovery. Unlike the recent events in the United States during the confirmation hearings for U.S. Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh about alleged events before he started his professional career, the Prime Minister has avoided a rigorous examination of his inappropriate behavior. South of the border, the Prime Minister has been referred to as the Bill Clinton of the Great White North. The Prime Minister had an opportunity. Rather than making up one answer, the Prime Minister chose to come up with a series of tortured explanations for the groping allegation against him. Constantly changing his story, he had an opportunity to come clean with Canadians. In the process, the Prime Minister dodged questions about the need to call an investigation about his own contact, the way he did with Liberal MPs in his caucus, Scott Andrews and Massimo Pichetti, who faced similar allegations in the past and were removed from the Liberal Party. The Prime Minister single-handedly, terribly set back, to quote Kathleen Finlay, founder of the Zero Now campaign to fight sexual misconduct in the workplace, progress on women's issues. Ms. Finlay went on to say, quote, he went from saying he had a good day and sort of smiling about it and dismissing it in that way, and then went on to explain it in a tortured explanation about different perceptions, how men and women perceive things differently. And from where I was sitting, that just reopened the whole he said, she said kind of explanation, which is something women who've suffered incidents of sexual misconduct do not want to hear. End of quote. The incident was first published in an editorial in the Creston Valley Advance, a community newspaper in British Columbia. The Prime Minister, who was in Creston to attend the Kokanee Summit Festival put on by the Columbia Brewery, admitted later to inappropriately groping the reporter while she was on assignment. In addition to being on assignment for the Creston Advance, the female reporter was also on assignment for the National Post and Vancouver Sun. Now, while her connection to the big city newspapers may have prompted remorse after the fact, that is a topic for a proper investigation. The incident resurfaced online, including in a Scandal magazine earlier this year. The allegation came into wider circulation the first week of June, when photos of the Creston Advance editorial were widely shared on social media and received further prominence when prominent online media outlets reported on it that same week. The now former female reporter for the Creston Valley Advance, a community newspaper, the Vancouver Sun, the National Post, confirmed the Prime Minister groped, or in his words, inappropriately handling her while she was on assignment at the festival. After the incident, she wrote an unsigned editorial blasting the Prime Minister for his misconduct. The editorial did say the Prime Minister told the female reporter that had he known the reporter was working for a national paper, he never would have been so forward. Shouldn't the son of a former Prime Minister be aware of the rights and wrongs that go along with public socializing? The reporter wrote about the Prime Minister. Didn't he learn through his vast experiences in public life that groping a strange young woman isn't in the handbook of proper etiquette, regardless of who she is, what her business is, or who they are? After the incident, the female reporter, who is not in journalism anymore, held meetings with Valerie Bourne, the then publisher, and Brian Bell, the then editor of the newspaper, and communicated her displeasure about the Prime Minister's conduct. In a statement, the female reporter said she reluctantly went public to identify herself and to confirm the incident because of numerous media requests. She would not offer any comment or take part in any discussion on the subject, she said, adding that the incident happened as reported. This is what the Prime Minister stated on CBC Radio January 30th, 2018, before details of the groping incident were reported in the national and international media. Quote, I've been very, very careful all my life to be thoughtful, to be respectful of people's space and people's headspace as well. This is something I'm not new to. I've been working on issues around sexual assault for over 25 years. My first activism and engagement was at the Sexual Assault Center at McGill Student Society, where I was one of the first male facilitators in their outreach program, leading conversations, sometimes very difficult ones, on the issues of consent, communications, accountability, and power dynamics, unquote. To connect the dots, it was after the Prime Minister left university in Quebec when the groping incident occurred. The following is from the newspaper editorial following the groping incident. Quote, "It's not a rare incident to have a young reporter, especially a female who's working for a small community newspaper, be considered an underling to their more predominant associates and blatantly disrespected because of it. But shouldn't the son of a former Prime Minister be aware of the rights and wrongs that go along with public socializing? Didn't he learn through his vast experiences in public life that groping a strange young woman isn't in the handbooks of proper etiquette, regardless of who she is, what her business is, or where they are? And what makes the fact that she was working for the Post of any relevance? Big stories break first in community newspapers, after all. It may not have been an earth-shattering find, but one thing could have been learned from the experience. Like father, like son. Creston Valley Advance, Monday, August 14th, 2000, end of quote. So what are Canadians expected to take away from this incident of groping that took place between the Prime Minister and a young female reporter? First and foremost, this incident is about hypocrisy, saying one thing and applying a different set of rules to one's own behavior. It's about believing women until it happens to you. Then deny, 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 and hope that the clock runs out in the media cycle. It's been noted in the CBC, there is no dispute this incident happened. In 2018, the excuse, "I didn't think I was doing anything wrong," does not pass the smell test. Worst of all, the Prime Minister has shown no ability to grow with a job and learn from his mistake. Women in Canada deserve better from a Prime Minister who claims to be a feminist. What this incident has also taught Canadians is that they cannot trust this Prime Minister when he tells public he's doing one thing, but legislatively does another. It was finally figured out by the temporary socialist government of Alberta that this government has no intention of seeing any pipelines built, let alone the Trans Mountain pipeline. In response, the NDP Alberta pulled their support for the scam carbon tax, which is all about getting the provinces to take the blame for raising taxes while using the environment as an excuse to raise taxes. If dragging the government's feet on this issue somehow does not work, Bill C-69 will be sure to suffocate any resource project from going forward. There are ethics rules for parliamentarians versus the Prime Minister's trips to the tropical islands. When the Ethics Commissioner rules that opposition members are in violation of the rules, charges are laid by the RCMP. Where are the charges against the Prime Minister for his breaches of the Code of Ethics for parliamentarians? In public, the Prime Minister claims his government is going to crack down on guns and gangs, but cranks out C-71 instead, which cracks down on law-abiding citizens who are already obeying the law. Then there's C-75, which softens the penalties for gang violence, amongst other atrocities. But the biggest lie of all is his betrayal of veterans. It was announced by this government that no Canadian Armed Forces personnel would be medically released until their benefits were in place. Yet last week, not only was it confirmed that soldiers are being released without their pension amounts and benefits confirmed, soldiers should be told to wait longer. The Prime Minister claimed in the last election the problem was there were not enough offices open to service veterans. So the government went ahead to spend funds intended for veterans to open offices in government ridings, and now tells veterans they have just doubled the official wait time, if they even qualify. How much is it going to cost Canadians with the political decision to direct shipbuilding contracts? I had high hopes for Bill C-65. It now appears Canadians will be disappointed as they've been disappointed with everything else this Prime Minister has touched. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member across the way doesn't surprise me. She never ceases to surprise me when she addresses legislation or other matters inside the House, because she's always inclined, Mr. Speaker, to make it personal, to attack. And you take a look in terms of what we're debating today as a very progressive piece of legislation that viewers that might be participating or those that are following the debate should understand that it is good, sound, solid legislation. It has the support of Senate. It has the support of individuals on all sides of this House. But once again, we have, true to what Stephen Harper, the messaging from Stephen Harper, is to target in a personal way, whether it's the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, to attack them, or character assassination is what I've made reference to in the past. And I'm wondering if I could get my colleague across the way to stop the personal character assassination for today, or at least up to this point, and maybe comment specifically about how this bill is actually being received quite well amongst the public. That, in fact, Mr. Speaker, what we will see is a better, a healthier workforce as a direct result of this. And maybe save some of that personal character assassination for another day.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my #1 fan in this House for standing up and asking me a question. In fact, he was truly groping for criticism, a way to criticize me in my speech. But the reason that we're here today is to talk about what's missing. And even though we will be supporting C-65, the problem is the bill will be passed, but one set of rules will apply to the Prime Minister and his cabinet, and another set of rules for the rest of Canadians. He legislates one thing and does another, and that's the point I'm trying to make.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. As a woman in politics, reading some of these facts of what women were really experiencing, things like 60% of respondents for what we have heard reports saying that some form of harassment in the workplace has happened, and nearly half of those people that experience harassment have received that harassment for someone with authority over them. So I think it's very important that in this House we always be mindful of the power that we have and the work that we do. One of the concerns, though, that I have around the amendments and the lack of action, unfortunately, by this government is really looking at the ability of local health and safety committees to do the work, to be part of the process. These are the committees that in the workplace really set up the training. They look at the opportunities to make sure that they beef up the code of conduct. There's a lot of actions and work, and so for this bill to take away that ability is very concerning for me. So I just wanted to hear from the member what her thoughts are on that. Thank you.
Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we'll have to look at the implementation and certainly the regulations and how exactly the different aspects with the addition of harassment and violence being two additions to many of the aspects of the code in this bill, as well as the amendments will come to pass. So it's hard to say exactly how this will play out, but it will be up to colleagues like mine who just spoke in the NDP, together with all other parliamentarians, to ensure that the intent of this bill does come to pass.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her excellent intervention. And I know my colleague across the way from Winnipeg Centre was was concerned about the personal attacks, but I think this goes to the essence, or a large part of the essence of this bill, is that it seems to be a lot of, from the government, do as I say, not as I do. And I wanted to ask my colleague, what does she feel the implications of the message that we're sending with C-69? I believe the intent of the bill is very important. We do want to address sexual assault and harassment in the workplace. But as parliamentarians, I think it's also very important that we send the message that this applies to everyone, no matter what your position is, no matter if you're a regular parliamentarian, a regular Canadian, a cabinet minister, or the prime minister. Can she talk about why this is important, that we discuss the hypocrisy of what the Liberal actions have been when it comes to these types of issues and what the C-65 is intended to accomplish?
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, I'm a little, not quite sure because my colleague mentioned C-69 and the hypocrisy. So C-69 is about the new legislation that will require the energy companies, any resource company, to be more intense, spend more time, more resources in getting the proper assessments through. So on the one hand, and I'll speak to the hypocrisy to which my colleague alluded. So on the one hand, the Prime Minister stands up and says that he wants to have this pipeline built, yet on the other hand, what he's really doing at the same time is putting in legislation that is going to kill any pipeline, not just the one he says that has been okayed. And likewise, we're concerned about Bill C-65, whereas he's putting forth that he's trying to eliminate sexual harassment and violence in the workplace. Is C-65, like the concerns of my colleague, truly going to accomplish what we set out to do?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member from across the way for her contributions. We're studying mental health in the Agriculture Committee right now, Mr. Speaker, and it seems to me something I didn't hear in the speech that maybe she could bring forward is the mental health impacts on women when harassment and violence are occurring. There are impacts on businesses. It does stop people from reaching their full potential. It does stop business growth and doesn't do much good in the workplace. But what about the individuals that are impacted and the mental health concerns that I have around what happens to them personally?
Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, I can't speak to the specifics of mental health per se, but I can tell the member opposite that it demeans a woman, it makes her less confident in herself, more submissive to males, even though she's already been victimized or harassed or put in her place. As to the mental health, I'll leave that to the experts and psychologists.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if she would like to elaborate a little bit on C-65, because throughout her speech, her intervention in this House, I haven't really heard a whole lot of actual substance about C-65. Rather, I've heard a lot of accusations and character attacks against the sitting Prime Minister. So maybe she'd like to take a little bit of extra time and actually focus on C-65. Through you, Mr. Speaker, of course.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. But actually here we're speaking to a motion about the amendments offered from the other place. And if he wants to know more specifics about Bill C-65, I would suggest he read it the way I did.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North, very briefly, 30 seconds and 30-second reply, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if my colleague across the way could provide her thoughts in terms of some of the mechanisms that will be able to be utilized by individuals in the workforce that's within the legislation.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
The people who have been victimized or who feel that they are being harassed or that one of the aspects of harassment or they've experienced violence against them can report it. It will be documented. And we are curious, though, as to whether or not this will apply to parliamentarians in the workplace.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my absolute pleasure to rise today to offer some remarks in support of Bill C-65 so we can continue to move this important piece of legislation through the legislative process and, of course, towards actually being implemented as law in Canada. I'd like to thank the Minister responsible for this, as well as all of my colleagues from different parties who've taken part in the debate from inception to today. I did have the pleasure of substituting in for a handful of studies previously while this was going through the standing committee process after second reading, and I'm pleased to have it returned to my attention today in the chamber. Of course, the bill is meant to address harassment and violence in federally regulated workplaces, Crown corporations as well, and of course the Federal Public Service. Over the course of my remarks, I hope to offer some thoughts on the scope of the problem of workplace harassment and violence, as well as address some of the measures actually included in Bill C-65 to combat these social problems, and of course, if time permits, address some of the Senate amendments. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to begin by discussing head-on the subject of workplace harassment and violence. This social phenomenon, quite frankly, is a serious problem that has no place in Canadian society whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing to me that though most people we speak to would acknowledge that this is the case, workplace harassment and violence continues to persist. I note that there was an Abacus data study conducted that actually indicated 1 in 10 people believe that harassment in the workplace is really quite common. This is unacceptable. The standard of 1 in 10 thinking it's really quite common, to me, should shock the conscience of every Canadian. Mr. Speaker, we need to be promoting healthy workplaces where people can feel free to be their best selves, make sure that they're able to contribute fully. Mr. Speaker, what makes this worse is I anticipate that most people who actually experience harassment or violence in the workplace don't come forward as often as we'd like to think they do, and that when they do, they feel the measures are extraordinarily ineffective. This is a very serious problem because the system we have today, in my opinion, disincentivizes people to actually report harm done to them in the workplace when we're discussing incidents such as harassment or violence in the workplace. Now, the impact of harassment and violence at work should concern every one of us. It obviously has an impact on the individual who's the subject of this harassment or violence. You can imagine, Mr. Speaker, that a person who's being subjected to harassment or violence at work experiences a far higher degree of stress or anxiety when they're going into work in the morning and putting in their shift. I'm sure as well, Mr. Speaker, it's a less satisfying experience as an employee when you go to work and are facing this kind of harassment, and it's also going to impact your performance if you're worried about physical violence or emotional harassment of any kind at the workplace. It's hard to imagine how you could be your best. Mr. Speaker, this can have a ripple effect over the course of a person's career. We know that if someone's experiencing this kind of subjugation at work to another person, that it has a potential to cause them to miss work. They could actually have their career thrown off track. People leave jobs over these kinds of incidents, and oftentimes the person who suffers the greatest consequences from harassment is the victim rather than the perpetrator, and that is quite frankly unacceptable in today's Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not just the victim or survivor of harassment and violence that suffers consequences. Quite frankly, everyone suffers when some of us suffer, Mr. Speaker. If we even want to remove the emotional or social context from this and just look at hard and crass economics, it doesn't make sense to continue with our current system that helps to perpetuate violence and harassment in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, when employees are subjected to harassment and violence, productivity of our companies goes down. We know, Mr. Speaker, that there can be reputational damage done to employers as well as severe reputational damage done to the employees when there's allegations of harassment, true or untrue, in the workplace, and this is something we need to consider. Mr. Speaker, we know that workers who are subjected to violence have a poorer attendance record at work through no fault of their own, by the way, and this also brings down the ability of companies to succeed in the Canadian economy. But, Mr. Speaker, this can't be dealt with simply in terms of the hard and crass economics. We have to understand that there are individual human beings at the centre of this, and that there is a disproportionate impact on different kinds of people based on the rate at which they experience violence and harassment in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, in particular, marginalized groups, women, the LGBTQ community, Indigenous people, people living with disabilities, racial and religious minorities, linguistic minorities, suffer harassment and violence in the workplace at a far greater rate than the ordinary Canadian citizen. Mr. Speaker, this is not okay. I have been given every advantage in life. I am a white male from a good family. My parents both had good jobs, and there are so many obstacles that people I've worked with along the way through my life did not face that I did not face. Mr. Speaker, I'm not okay to continue to obtain advantages that my neighbors don't have. We live in an unfair society, and until every one of my neighbors is free and has the same advantages that I have growing up, I can't give up on fighting inequality in our society. Mr. Speaker, if we want to take, for example, the experience that Canadian women have as opposed to Canadian men, when it comes to workplace harassment and violence, the examples will shock you. I had the pleasure and privilege of serving for the first 3 years as a parliamentarian on the Standing Committee for the Status of Women. Mr. Speaker, this was an eye-opening experience for me, to say the least. We conducted studies on things like gender-based analysis, on ending violence against young women and girls, and on seeking equity in the Canadian economy. The things I've had the opportunity to sit through, the testimony I've had the privilege of having before me, is something that I will never forget. I've spoken personally with women whose careers have been completely derailed because of harassment in the workplace, including in Crown corporations, including in the federal public service, including in certain agencies where the rules will actually change when C-65 is implemented. Mr. Speaker, I've heard stories about women who've been pushed into divorce because of the harassment they've had when a husband and wife had worked in the same workplace. I've heard tales of women being harassed so much that when they put in a request for a transfer to another location, they would not accommodate the ability for their family to be transferred as well. Mr. Speaker, these are consequences that we cannot accept because it's having such a devastating impact on individual Canadians and having a systemic impact on large groups of the Canadian population. Mr. Speaker, we know that women experience rates of workplace harassment and violence at more than 3 times the rate experienced by Canadian men. We know that women are more likely to find themselves in an occupation that is more likely to be subjected to workplace harassment. We know women, for example, have a disproportionate representation, particularly in positions such as clerks or administrative assistants, who report higher incidences of harassment and violence in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, this is holding our society back. We know if we continue to have rules that may not seek to discriminate against women, but nevertheless have that effect, then the rules need to change, and we will all benefit when they do. Mr. Speaker, in particular over the past couple of years in the sort of Me Too era, we've come to better understand this problem as a society, and it's time that we do something about it. Now, I can't in good faith stand up here and argue and say Bill C-65 is the panacea that will erase all of our social problems when it comes to gender inequity, but it will move the ball forward, Mr. Speaker, and I hope someday we will get there, and one step at a time. Mr. Speaker, it's not just women who suffer disproportionately when it comes to the social problem of workplace harassment and violence. If we look at minorities or marginalized groups such as the LGBTQ community, we know that they also face higher rates of violence and sexual harassment. Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity in my life to work for a human rights organization in Johannesburg through a position funded by the Canadian government. While I was there, I did a fair amount of work with the LGBTQ community, helping them access information held by the government. And one of the key areas that we focused on was employees who were wrongfully dismissed based on their sexual orientation or their gender status. Mr. Speaker, I've worked with clients who've actually been fired for reporting bullying that was based on the fact that they were transgender. Mr. Speaker, this is not okay. We have to remember that no matter what your sexual orientation is, what gender you are, you do not deserve to be discriminated against. I'm talking about people who had spotless performance records, people who got along very well with their fellow employees. And when they made public that they were going through a transition, were discriminated against, bullied heavily, and reported to their employers that in fact they were experiencing this kind of bullying based on who they were as a person. Mr. Speaker, upon reporting it, their employers terminated their position. And we were able to work, although it took years of fighting, to actually obtain records that demonstrated the reason that they were actually let go was because they filed a complaint that caused a headache for their employers. And Mr. Speaker, this is not okay. And the rules in South Africa are not the same as the rules in Canada, but I mean to highlight only that we can always be doing better to make sure that everyone is treated equally. Mr. Speaker, if we look at Indigenous people in the workplace, we need to do a better job to create an environment and circumstances that make them feel welcome in the Canadian economy. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with the fastest growing and youngest segment of the population, and this should concern not just Indigenous Canadians, but non-Indigenous Canadians as well. If we're actually going to make progress as a country, we need to embrace the youngest and fastest growing sector of the population. And right now, these people are being discriminated against. They experience violence in the workplace at more than double the rate of non-Indigenous people. Mr. Speaker, if we look at persons with disabilities, you would not believe the lack of accommodation that exists throughout our society. And I'm so pleased on an unrelated or a separate but related piece that our government's moving forward with Bill C-81. And I note that we've got members in the House who strongly support those who live with episodic disabilities as well. And I congratulate those who took part in that debate. But, Mr. Speaker, we know that individuals living with disabilities, in particular those living with intellectual disabilities, suffer from harassment and workplace violence at an extraordinarily high rate, sometimes more than 4 times that of the average population. We know that those facing mobility challenges face an extraordinarily high rate of violence in the workplace as well, and are treated far too often as victims because they're seen to not have the tools to defend themselves like many other Canadians are. This is absolutely disgusting, Mr. Speaker, and we need to ensure that we have a process that prevents these kinds of incidents from occurring and actually offers a meaningful response that delivers justice to the victims of harassment and violence and also creates a change in workplace culture. Mr. Speaker, my point really boils down to the fact that workplace harassment and violence is a serious problem that we all need to play a part in addressing to ensure that Canada can move forward by supporting Canadians no matter what background they come from. That leads me, Mr. Speaker, to the measures actually contained in Bill C-65. It takes us to where we are today. I think it's actually appropriate to take a snapshot of where we are today and how today's rules can change for the better. Presently, there's really, if I can perhaps oversimplify things, 2 regimes for workplace harassment and violence in Canada. And those 2 regimes have different mechanisms to actually deliver progress or deliver resolutions to those who've been affected by harassment or violence in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, this creates an imbalance between workplaces. If I want to point to perhaps a defining kind of example, sexual harassment rules under the current rules only apply in the federally regulated private sector, whereas rules pertaining to violence apply to the public service as well. This kind of a 2-tiered approach makes absolutely no sense. Whether you work in the private sector, in the transportation sector, for example, or banking sector, as opposed to work for a branch of the federal public service, in my opinion, you deserve the same remedy if you're treated in an inappropriate way, no matter where you work. Mr. Speaker, this is incredibly important. What really bothers me as well, the workplace that we all share here in Parliament doesn't fall under either of these categories. We know it's been newsworthy over the last number of years, particularly when you're dealing with the power imbalance that exists between elected officials or senior members of the government or of a different political party, who are often dealing with young people who are having their first experience in politics and have this extreme power imbalance. And Mr. Speaker, today, there's not really an effective remedy, in my opinion. We're getting better as a parliamentary community and a parliamentary family. But realistically, the stories that you hear through the grapevine are predominantly of young women leaving politics after a few years of being exposed to it, if they are victimized by an experience of sexual harassment or violence in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, we need to be better, and Bill C-65 has the opportunity to make us just a little bit better. There's three real pillars, Mr. Speaker, to Bill C-65 in terms of how we're going to approach things moving forward. The first is that we're going to try to prevent incidents from taking place in the first place. The second is that we're going to try to offer a meaningful response to incidents when they do occur. And third, and perhaps most importantly, we're actually going to try to be better at supporting employees who have been victimized and gotten through episodes of violence or harassment in the workplace. On the point of prevention, under Bill C-65, employers are actually going to be required to train employees and undergo training. I was actually very pleased to take part in a training organized through the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that I could better understand what harassment looks like, what violence in the workplace looks like. Some of the examples might be very obvious when it comes to a violent outburst, and some of these more subtle instances of harassment, when viewed through the eyes of one person, may seem like you're giving direction, can actually be interpreted and felt as harassment by another. And Mr. Speaker, through training, we can actually have employees and employers better understand where the line is that should never be crossed. Mr. Speaker, still on the point of prevention, employers are going to be required to work with their employees to actually develop a harassment and violence prevention policy. It's essential to me that this is not dictated from the top down, but the feedback of those who are actually living in a work environment have the ability to contribute and have input on the development of policy. When there's more voices from different perspectives coming to the table, the quality of the policy on the back end is actually going to be better off. Under the second pillar of changes that we will see under Bill C-65, the pillar of the need to respond to incidents of harassment and violence, there's a number of measures that Bill C-65 is going to implement. The first is actually to establish a timeline for responses and a timeline to actually attempt to resolve a dispute. It's going to require that employers appoint a competent person who can actually conduct a proper investigation into incidents when they do occur. Mr. Speaker, it also will empower employers to share information, importantly when it won't compromise the privacy of the persons who are involved in a given incident, to the workplace committee. And it's also going to require that when an investigation actually does take place by a competent person, that the recommendations from that investigation will need to be implemented. Mr. Speaker, finally, it'll require that when incidents do occur, that they're actually recorded and reported in a systemic way. And the final pillar, Mr. Speaker, and I'm getting a little bit short on time here, so I'll try to wrap up, is that employers will be required to actually provide assistance to employees who are suffering from, or being subjected to, rather, harassment or violence in the workplace. And it will require that employers actually engage the workplace committees in developing policies to help make their workplace a safer place to come to work. Now, Bill C-65, as I mentioned earlier, won't have every answer, won't cure every problem in a day, but it will represent meaningful progress. But one of the features included in the bill that will ensure that we're moving in the right direction over time is a 5-year review that will ensure that we come back and revisit these policies after we've had enough time to determine whether they're actually having a meaningful impact. With the cooperation of the Parliament of the day, 5 years from now, hopefully we can examine how things have gone under this new world and continue to make them better. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it has been a privilege of mine to learn about the issues that employees face when they're subjected to harassment and violence. It is completely inappropriate and unacceptable that we continue to discriminate against marginalized groups in the workplace, in federally regulated sectors, in the public service, and in any employment situation in Canada, quite frankly. We need to do better, and Bill 65 helps move us in the right direction. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kootenay-Columbia.
It's South Okanagan.
I always get the two. My apologies.
People are having trouble in the last couple of days with that. But you're excused. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. He obviously, I think, cares a lot about this subject and has worked in these sorts of situations. And I just he talked a bit about the importance of privacy. I'm just wondering if he could perhaps expand on how Bill C-65 will protect anonymity in smaller workplaces or the parliamentary workplaces.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Excellent, and I thank the honourable member from South Okanagan for the South Okanagan. South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Okay, thank you. We've both screwed it up now, Mr. Speaker. I thank him kindly for the question. This is very important. So first on the issue of privacy, obviously there can be extraordinary sensitivities at play when a person's dealing with the subject matter that might involve something like sexual harassment or sexualized violence. I think obviously from the perspective of the person who's been subjected to it, the harassment people experience when they actually come forward will shock you if you actually sit down with somebody who's been through that experience, who actually is brave enough to come forward and say, I've been subjected to this kind of treatment. Oftentimes they're disbelieved and people come out of the woodwork to criticize them, tell them that they shouldn't be doing this to the perpetrator of sexualized violence, and that's not okay. One of the things that I had some real concerns about, and I know this is a controversial issue, is the potential, particularly in a small workplace, for workplace committees to have previously been involved with investigations. My own opinion is that the better approach is to have a confidential process through a competent person that doesn't involve all the people you need to sit next to when you go to work the next day. Be aware of some of the rather intimate details of a very, very sensitive personal situation. Measures like this will help ensure that we can get to the root of individual complaints, but share the systemic nature of problems that exist in the workplace to change policies that will help people going forward while maintaining the privacy of the individuals.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. And I just want to reiterate the fact that I think all of us in this House understand the importance of a bill like C-65 and the direction that it takes us to ensure, as leaders and elected officials, leaders here and in our communities, that we are taking a role in sending the message that sexual assault and harassment is no longer tolerant anywhere in the workplace. But there are some concerns in the bill, and one area that I had mentioned earlier today was the provision where a complaint cannot be filed after that employee has been terminated from their position for 3 months. However, the minister has the authority to override that timeline, meaning the minister can make a decision that an employee can bring a complaint against a sitting member of parliament or another staff member well after the timeline. We worked very hard, and I appreciate the work that the committee did to accept amendments from all parties, but I am concerned that there is still political interference, or the optics of political interference in this bill. I would just like his comment on how important it is to ensure that we do not have those optics, that there are very clear mandates on who the third party will deal with complaints against elected officials.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks very much, and I appreciate the question. And one of the things that I really hope happens is that more Canadians can watch debates like this. I think our reputation sometimes collectively in Parliament is that we point and scream at one another. And I appreciate that the question is a productive one that seeks to identify problems with the legislation and potentially improve upon them. When I was actually subbing in on the committee, as I mentioned, when it was going through the committee study after second reading, the issue of the potential problem with independence might exist if there's a political advantage to be had when the minister's in charge. Now, my understanding, and if I'm incorrect in this, I'd be happy to have a follow-up conversation with the honourable member across the way, is that in circumstances where the complaint would actually come to the minister where there's a political element of that nature, that the decision is actually delegated to the deputy minister in those instances. Mr. Speaker, to the extent that that there is the potential for political interference, if a Liberal member may have the or minister may have the opportunity to chastise a Conservative member months after they may no longer be in the job, or the other way around, of course, then that would be something we need to. It would obviously be completely inappropriate. We can't have ministers exercising their powers in prosecuting or dealing with a particular claim for political gain. We need to be centered around the impact on the person who's actually been subjected to the harassment and the violence, and the need to change rules to ensure that going forward, fewer incidents like that take place.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for the level of debate that we're having here. He mentioned just now the finger pointing and screaming that goes on in this place. And an hour ago we had question period, Mr. Speaker, and one of the things I've been very disappointed since I've been elected is in the discourse during question period and how people harass and yell and scream and try to belittle other people to try and build themselves up. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, seeks to build up people around you, and the impact that we have on people around us through our actions and through our words to build them up versus tear them down. Could the honourable member comment on the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, where we have to behave consistently, whether we're in this place as members of Parliament talking to each other, or whether we're in our offices as members of Parliament speaking with our staffs, that in either case we have to look at our impact on the other people around us, their mental health, and their ability to do their jobs.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Excellent. I'd like to thank my friend and colleague who represents the good people of Guelph for the question. I think before we get into how C65 addresses this, I think he makes a good point that we all need to look inward. It's awfully difficult for the public to accept that they should behave differently under the laws we pass if we don't model that kind of behavior ourselves in this place and on Parliament Hill. On the issue of the dynamic between elected officials and staff, which I touched on in my speech, it's something that the public is not aware of. And Mr. Speaker, one of the problems with the rules that we have today, as I mentioned, is that here on Parliament Hill, the recourse that you have for episodes of violence if you work in the public service, or episodes of sexual harassment if you work in federally regulated private sectors, just do not exist. So if you're a young person, you're actually rewarded for essentially keeping your mouth shut because you don't want to be viewed as a problem. Mr. Speaker, this is not okay. By actually creating a single integrated system that allows us to be subjected to the same rules that other aspects of the public world are subjected to, we can ensure that the power imbalance that exists between an elected official, for example, and a staff person will not cause that staff person to have see that there's no possibility for recourse if they come forward and with a complaint against someone who may be in a position that makes that difficult for them.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I often think we over here are forgotten. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I would like to put a question to the member. He's also obviously been very thoughtful on this bill and his previous experience. I note, Mr. Speaker, that this bill will also apply to federally regulated workplaces, including banks, telecommunications, and transport. Of course, that would include rail and airlines. I'm wondering if the member could speak to this issue. It's one thing to pass a law. It's another thing to have a strategy for compliance. And I'm wondering what the actions are going to be taken by this government on ensuring that these federally regulated workforces actually comply with this law and, in fact, give the remedies that will be available under the legislation and ensure that all employees working in those work situations are going to have the full protection of this law.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague with whom I'd had the pleasure of previously serving on the Transport Committee, and I recall on a number of occasions her advocacy to ensure that Transport Canada had the enforcement capacity to actually make sure the rules that we adopt in this place can be fully implemented on the ground where it matters. Mr. Speaker, it's not just rail and banking, telecommunications and aviation that I have a concern with. I have a concern with the fact that any Canadian could go to work and not have the same protections. But of course, our constitutional authority only goes so far. So the bill will aim to protect folks who work in those federally regulated sectors. Now, of course, the employers in those sectors are subjected to the Canada Labour Code. And regulations are going to highlight the nature of, breathe life into the framework that's established in Bill C-65. One of the things that we absolutely need to do, and I expect members in opposition should hold us to account if we fail to do, is ensure that the enforcement agencies responsible to ensure that the protections on paper actually have an impact on the ground are present in Canadian society. The rules need to be worth more than the paper they're written on, and we need to be able to have somebody actually out there in communities to make sure that these employees have the protections they need.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 30.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Indigenous Affairs. The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove, Foreign Investment. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Foreign Affairs. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time today with the amazing member from Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to be here to talk about Bill C-65 and the amendments that the Senate has sent our way. Just a reminder to those folks back home that this is an act to amend the Canadian Labour Code, Harassment and Violence, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Budget Implementation Act. And I want to take this opportunity as well to recognize and appreciate the member from Jonquière from our caucus who worked so hard on this and presented many important amendments. You know, today I think that this is a serious topic that we're talking about, safety from violence and harassment in the workplace. And, you know, I think we've heard too many stories that are shocking and upsetting for us to hear. And it really speaks to a culture in our country and in our workplaces that it is important that the federal government take some leadership on. And I am really happy to see some of those steps happening. You know, this past week that we spent in the riding, I had a constituent come to me, and she shared with me a rather horrific story of sexual abuse for some of her family members. And she talked to me about the reality that, you know, with the Me Too movement and some of the movements that we're seeing, that we have to make space to hear from women and from children some of the most horrific and painful things. And she talked to me about the role that she sees in all levels of government of creating an environment of safety so that people feel that they can come forward and really asking the questions of ourselves and of our functions and of our legislation and of the places we work, and what are the things that are there that are preventing barriers, that are closing doors, that are not creating safe environments for people to come forward. So it's really important that when we're in this place that we have this conversation to continue to look at those doors and make sure that we're opening those doors so that people feel safe. So the Senate has sent us back some of these amendments, and I think it's important that we look at them closely. One of the concerns that I really have is that this bill will really end the ability of local health and safety committees and health and safety representatives to continue to participate in the investigation process. You know, it is important that we protect people who come forward, that we create a safe environment for them to come forward. But one of the things that's so important about having these people participate in these activities is these are the folks that are looking at what we can do better in the workplace. They are the people that will put together and present ideas of different types of training. They're really the ones that will support moving forward to change the culture of the workplace. So I think it's really unfortunate that one of the amendments is not really directing this to move forward. So that's too bad. You know, when it comes to the case of this bill, the committees set up the process, these health and safety committees, and they identify the needs of training. And that's important because we need to know what people need to learn more about. So in this place, we've all had to take some more training. I think that's a really great step in the right direction about understanding more functionally what harassment looks like, what violence looks like. It encourages us to all be accountable in this place of the role that we hold as members of Parliament in the work that we do and the staff that we work with. It's really important that we create an environment of support, one where it's safe and where we can open up those opportunities for people to come forward when they have experiences that are not very good and are very hard to share. So, this remains a concern for me that these committees can't be involved and they can't come in and support some of the work with controlling some of those gaps. I think it's really important that we review some of the statistics. The Abacus Data's publication on sexual harassment of women they saw that it's widespread in the workplace. Some of their stats, 53% of Canadian women have experienced unwanted sexual pressure. Just under 50% of Canadian women have experienced some form of sexual harassment in the workplace. And that number actually explodes to 64% of women in the workplace between the ages of 30 and 44. And of the women surveyed, 77, and of the men, 63%, said that the individuals who engaged in harassment in the workplace often don't face consequences. So when we sit here in this place and we talk about this legislation, I think that's something really important that we have to remember, is that when people come forward, when they are brave and they come forward, they are not getting the support that they deserve, and they are not seeing the people who engage in that harassment actually being held to account for that. And this is really important because I want to make sure that we all in this House recognize that people who don't come forward are often brave in their own way because they have seen this happen again and again where they don't actually get the support that they desperately need to move forward. And the people who are actually engaged in that process are not held to account. I think it's really important that we remember that according to the What We Heard report, 60% of respondents experienced some form of harassment in the workplace. Nearly half of those people experienced harassment from a person with authority over them. And that's really important in this place, Mr. Speaker, that we remember when you are in a workplace and the person who has authority over you is doing this type of activity, it can be very scary to come forward because you often have to support your family, you have to think of the consequences of any actions you take. It's absolutely important that at a federal level that we take this into consideration. We make sure the policy is strong enough so that people feel safe to come forward. We also saw in this report that racialized women, queer women, those with lower waged working positions, and precariously employed people were the most likely to be harassed in the workplace. So this is really about what is the vulnerability and how do we look at that vulnerability and how do we address some of these issues. I think of my own experience talking with constituents that are from the LGBTQ2 community that talk to me about how hard it is in some of the workplaces in the riding that I represent to come out and be public about who they are. So it's really important at a federal level that we make sure that we're doing what we can to make sure that people feel included and that it's not an unsafe environment. And as the seniors critic, I think this is very important. How many seniors are going into care facilities and actually experiencing again this homophobia and often going back in the closet? So it's important that we remember that we have to set a tone and we have to encourage people from all sectors to recognize this behavior and to stop it whenever they can, because we don't want to see our loved ones getting elderly and going into a care facility and suddenly having to hide their identity. That's simply just not what we're about in this place, I would hope. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that one of the things that I'm a little disappointed is the Clause 5A will not be supported by the government from my understanding. And this is really about releasing the investigated report to the victim. It's important that some of the information be redacted, but the victim absolutely deserves to look at the report, to understand what's coming from the report, the recommendations that are going out, so that they can actually take the next step in knowing that their workplace is going to be a safe one. These are serious conversations. These are also very precarious conversation. So I am glad that every 5 years that this legislation will come back and we'll have a review of this, because we must always engage in a process where we create a more safe environment for workers, where we have these meaningful discussions, and that we make sure that people are not shut down. We need to be leaders in this country because we need to see more and more people come forward. There's a reason that the Me Too movement is happening, and it's definitely a time of hard battles that are sometimes won and are sometimes not won. And we have to think about how we create an environment where women and people from different communities, people with disabilities, actually feel included. You know, again, I remember not too long ago spending a day in a wheelchair with a lovely woman, Karen, in my riding, who's been in a wheelchair for many years. And she talked about some of the discriminations that she faces and how hard it can be sometimes for this population to find work that is meaningful because people are not supporting them, and how they deal with that type of harassment. So it is important that we include people. It's important that we have legislation like this that really outlines what that looks like. We must always be accountable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member for her contribution this afternoon, and particularly around Amendment 5A. And I think, you know, I also had some struggles with that amendment, but thinking along the lines of the person that is in the workplace themselves, how important it is to protect that person, Mr. Speaker. So as complaints are coming forward, we're not aggravating an already terrible situation, but that we're bringing things into a private area where we can have those honest and frank discussions to try and de-escalate what's going on in the workplace. Could the Honourable Member maybe talk about the impact that this legislation might have on the perpetrators of violence in the workplace and how we can try to de-escalate their behavior that in many cases has been lifelong behavior?
Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for this important question. You know, as you look at the movements that are happening across the world where women are coming forward and talking about their history, I think that, you know, we really do have to look at the reality that sometimes non-productive and sometimes very inappropriate behavior has been normalized. So it's important that we have that conversation. At the end of the day, though, when you look at these reports, I'm going to come back to that idea. We redact information, but the victim definitely needs to see that steps are going to be taken, because you can't just promise that there's a good report and, you know, hopefully things will get better for you. You have to look at it as something that that person has to believe in, because when you are victimized, you have to put your trust in the process. That needs to absolutely work, and then it needs to create an environment where people who are perpetrators are actually seeing that behavior change in a meaningful way, or they are removed from that space. So this is really important, and I think it really speaks to, you know, a lot of men saying, oh, with the Me Too movement, I don't know how to act anymore. Well, that's okay, because I'll tell you what, women have been really uncomfortable with a lot of behavior for a long time. It's absolutely appropriate for people to reflect on what they're doing, have a meaningful internal discussion with themselves, and absolutely change some of that.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank very much my colleague across from the NDP, and I want to recognize that I had the opportunity to sit in on quite a bit of the testimony, and her colleague from Jonquière made a considerable contribution to the legislation and to the not just the legislation, but through the hearings process, and I know she worked very hard on this particular piece. So, but again, I think one thing that we're fortunate that all parties see the merit in this. All parties see the significance and the importance of this. There were concerns raised. She had raised the point about the committees, and there were concerns raised through the testimony that they believe that if information was shared with the committee, it might be less likely for somebody who experienced harassment or assault, they would be less likely because everybody in the office would know about it. So there were concerns around that, and I'm just wondering does she see maybe the challenge, or does she see the merit in that position, saying that they would sooner have the trusted arbitrator as opposed to a committee? Does she see the merit in that?
For North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for this important question. First of all, I think it's really important that we all remember that this process should be very complex, and it should be one that is focused on the victim. So I think when we look at this process, we absolutely have to listen to people who have come forward. We look at the process that has unfolded for them, and we make it as much more robust as we can. So let's continue to look at those processes, but at the same time, let's not forget that these are some of the folks that actually make sure that this is a workplace environment that needs to be changed. They address the training. They look at building a more safe environment. So it's important that we find a way to absolutely honor the victim, but look at the work and how it's outlaid, because we need to see change in these workplaces, and these are drivers of change. So let's use them as much as we possibly can. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by congratulating my colleague on her excellent remarks. She truly did give a fantastic speech. It was very articulate. It was very passionate. And she provided many examples of what she has seen in her own riding and amongst the people she is involved with. It's very important to speak about Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, Harassment and Violence, and the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, as well as the Budget Implementation Act. This is a very important bill, and as my colleague said earlier, our colleague from Jonquière has worked on this bill, has worked in committee, has come forward with 17 amendments. 3 were accepted. And so, obviously, those amendments were well reasoned, but Liberal and Conservative colleagues were able to acknowledge the good in those amendments. Perhaps I could just frame the discussion that we find ourselves in. Mr. Speaker, the NDP has always fought for better conditions for workers, and the purpose of this bill is to clarify a process that allows employers and workers to better deal with harassment and bullying and sexual harassment allegations. Strict privacy rules will be implemented, and that is a good thing. And the bill will also set out standards or merge standards for dealing with sexual harassment. There were different standards before, and now those 2 standards are going to be merged. Now, Part 1 amends the Labour Code in order to include harassment and violence, sexual violence. Some colleagues have pointed out that psychological harassment could also have been included, but we haven't necessarily discussed in any detail psychological harassment. It could have been part of it, but it wasn't. Part 2 amends the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and that deals with the Labour Code for labour relations here on Parliament Hill. Sexual harassment and violence in the workplace is not something that we should tolerate nor accept. And that is why it is so important that we go ahead with this bill. I would express some reservations about the bill, and that I think deal with parts that should be corrected. Under this bill, health and security committees cannot investigate. And yes, these fall under the unions, and we feel that these joint health and security committees should be kept. I think it's very important that they be able to participate in the investigation process, as was the case before. There are 3 types of these committees, depending on the size of the business, depending on the particular direction of that health and security committee. It can be local health and safety committees, or there may simply be a health and safety representative. But excluding them, regardless of the type, from the investigation process is what is being done under Bill 65. They can no longer receive complaints or participate in the investigation process. Unions have condemned this because it worked. And yes, the bill could have been improved, but it could have retained the involvement of the unions. Why do the unions want to be involved in that investigative process? Well, the first reason is that they have the expertise. They've had expertise for a long time. They've been involved in harassment investigations in the past. And therefore, it's unfortunate that they are being excluded from the process. Second, there is a wide diversity and range in investigators in these committees that you can't find elsewhere. And what that means is that you can find the right kind of representation for individuals. These committees exist. They have the expertise. They've been recognized. They have recognized experience in the field, and that is why the unions are disappointed that they have been excluded in certain stages of these investigations. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-65 is a procedural bill. It speaks to the investigative process. It's an important one. We know that racialized women, low-income women, women in precarious jobs are more vulnerable to harassment or violence in the workplace. And so once the bill has been adopted, it would apply to all federally regulated workplaces. And that, of course, is good news. There are still some questions I have about the bill. And I hope that the Liberal government will be able to clarify these issues. Will the bill be accompanied by necessary training and resources? For instance, it's all very well to have a bill, but it has to be implemented. That requires staff, that requires training, so that it can be actually used. Well, union members have the right to union representation throughout the process, through the complaints process. That's another question. And obviously, we need all that information. But as I said, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the work of the member for Jonquière. 17 amendments were brought forward, 3 were adopted, and that shows the kind of work that the NPD does in this area. And yesterday evening, I have to add that I was very proud of the NDP's work. They were able to have an emergency debate motion passed on the catastrophic union report, United Nations report, in which we said, well, it's all very well to go to Paris and make commitments, but you can't simply maintain the bad conservative targets. We have to do our fair share to maintain our climate change goals of 1.5%, and also 1.5 degrees rather, and we have to put the money where it's needed. We have to eliminate these huge subsidies to fossil fuel industries, which represents about $2 billion in expenditures. Instead of doing that, that money could be invested in the energy transition that is necessary. Add to that, they've purchased an old pipeline, and that shows that the government is not serious about its work. The NDP asked for that emergency debate. It got it. There were several hours of debate. And the purpose of that debate was to remind everyone of how important it is to act now in order to avoid catastrophic changes and limit climate change to 1.5 degrees. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to conclude on Bill C-65. It deals with harassment and violence and amends the Canada Labour Code. We will support the bill. We are pleased with the improvements that have been made to it. There are some outstanding questions that we would like to see answered, but generally speaking, the work in committee has led to greater clarification. And once again, I would like to congratulate the member for Jonquière, who brought 17 amendments forward, of which 3 were adopted. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the speech brought forward by my NDP colleague here today. And he did mention his concern, and he voiced a concern around whether or not resources would follow this piece of legislation. So just to put on record for clarification, that in budget 2018 we did announce, our government announced that it was providing $35 million over 5 years starting in 18-19 with 7.4 per year ongoing to support Bill C-65. And that money would be used to develop training programs for the labor program inspectors, create an awareness campaign, provide educational materials and tools and workplace parties, hire additional labor program investigators, and put in place an outreach hub accessible through a 1-800 number and support regulatory development and enforcement activities. So I wanted to make sure that he understood that those were available. But I think beyond that, and what came out in much of the testimony as well, Mr. Speaker, was the importance of changing our culture, and that one piece of legislation is not going to do that. And I'll ask my member if he agrees that a shift and a different approach throughout our culture, throughout workplace culture, how does he see that happening? How does he see that evolving? And just an open comment on that particular issue.
Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the details he provided about the budget amounts that will be allocated in order to ensure that this bill will be able to actually be implemented. It's very important, as my colleague mentioned, to put in place these steps. Obviously, there will be regulations, but it's very important to accompany any of these measures with financial resources and human resources. It's very important to provide human training and to be able to continue to improve our working conditions. Now, yes, unfortunately, there is still harassment. There is still psychological harassment, sexual harassment, and it has to stop. We need to do everything we can to limit what is happening and to stop this kind of behavior. And so I support what my colleague raised.
It's questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I'd like to put a question to my colleague and thank him for his comments on the bill. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that has been raised while the government has been commended on moving forward with stronger laws for the protection of workers in federal areas of employment is the issue that a good number of the workers are covered by collective agreement, others are not. So I'm wondering if my colleague could speak to that issue, whether or not he thinks that that may be an issue, or if he has any experience with where there may be a problem of whether or not that the rights under both may interfere with each other, or is it important that the federal legislation also take that into account and figure out a way how to resolve any overlaps or differences in those two processes?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Excellent question, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, I've already said that some unions do have health and safety committees, and that they've been excluded from some of the stages of the investigative process. And they were frustrated to see that. And my colleague brought up another point. How will this bill interact with the provisions of collective agreements? For instance, those involving third-party arbitration. That is a discussion that has to happen. And when the regulations are drafted, we'll have to make sure that there isn't that kind of unhelpful interaction, especially for things that already work well. So it will be important to think that through. And we still don't know, actually, how we'll be able to ensure that those various parts are kept intact. Resuming debate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure today to stand and contribute to this debate today. And I think we're having a fairly productive debate on this piece of legislation, and the fact that it's being supported by all parties in the House, I think that's good news. And it's been good news that has been reported. You know, the editorial in the Hill Times identified applauding all members coming together. MPs from all sides of the House are getting behind this legislation, and that should be applauded. And of course, the Hill Times is the de facto authority on what should and shouldn't happen here on the Hill. So thanks for the Hill Times for that. Mr. Speaker, it's I have some prepared comments, but first I want to make sure that you know this is not a silver bullet. I think you know it's been referred to as landmark legislation. I think we can agree that it's it's something that is going to prove it's proven necessary, and we think it's going to be a tremendous step forward. But there's so much more that has to be done. Just recently, I was able to meet with Canada Building Trades, and we talked about women in the workforce. We were talking about really underrepresented groups in the workforce. When we look at Indigenous Canadians, women, young Canadians, persons with disabilities, and how we can better how today's workforce can better reflect today's society. And we talked at great length about recruiting those types of people, those groups to the building trades, but it goes beyond that. And we've got, as a party and as a government, I think we've done some very positive things and have put programs out there that encourage those underrepresented groups to engage and get the training they need and the support they need as they develop the skills to become an important and contributing member of the workforce. But it's important as well that not only to recruit, but to retain those workers. When a person invests in themselves to take that training, and when a company invests in a person to take that training to have a good and skilled and productive worker, then it's important that the culture around that worker is a positive one and an enabling culture, and which enables that worker to grow and prosper and be more and more productive. And so it's not just the recruitment, but it's the retention of those workers, I think that is paramount. And I know that, you know, the building trades themselves, they've tried some very novel, very progressive, they've taken some very progressive measures. But still, with the building trades, we see only 4% of women in those trades. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to work for 10 years out in Fort McMurray. In the first couple of years that I worked in Fort McMurray, I worked with Leuna in the Great Canadian Oil Sands. It's Suncor now, but it's, you know, it was an opportunity to see a part of the world, I think, that's been such a, you know, a great asset to this country, and really the oil sands have been really a nation builder. And but sitting around the lunchroom table or on the shop floor, you know, when I think back to those days, there wasn't a whole lot of diversity. And I don't know if the culture would have been one that would have promoted or helped to nurture any type of diversity. And as we, you know, we're faced with a great predicament. When you look at youth unemployment rates in this country, they're at a 40-year low right now. We've got more young people working. Unemployment rates are at record lows. So it presents a whole new problem, and that's where do we get our workforce? How do we grow our workforce? And I think making sure that those underrepresented groups have that opportunity, the opportunity that has been denied many for many years, giving them that opportunity, I think it's positive for them, you know, for the individual, it's positive for the company, it's positive for the Canadian economy. So we have to do what we can to make sure that that they're given the opportunity, that they have the skills they need to perform the job, but as well that that the culture they work in is one that's positive and supportive. And this bill, this piece of legislation, I think takes us on a path toward helping to find that place where everybody on that shop floor or everybody in that office space stands as an equal and stands there to be respected and treated with respect and with dignity. The members of the committee, the witness list from the committee it's been pretty impressive. And one of the aspects of the testimony that I was most impressed with, and I made many of the meetings, most of the meetings, but one of the things I was most taken by was those that had experienced sexual harassment and even sexual assault, and they came and it was absolutely confidential. Their testimony was given to the committee, and it was very compelling, Mr. Speaker, moving, disturbing, all of the above. But I'll tell you, it was something that every member around that table from all parties they paid note to, and hopefully those horrible situations that those witnesses found themselves sharing with us, hopefully they will be of benefit to other Canadians as we go forward. So I'd like to get to my prepared comments, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be among those rising today to speak to Bill C-65. As some of my honourable colleagues have mentioned, our government believes that the bill we have put before the House today is an exceptionally strong piece of legislation. Legislation that will make a real difference in the lives of thousands of Canadians working in federally regulated workplaces and right here in our own workplace on Parliament Hill. We also firmly believe that this legislation will make a difference in the lives of many others, many who hear our government's message of support and who feel encouraged by our refusal to tolerate these toxic, destructive behaviors any longer. It takes a great deal of courage to come forward, Mr. Speaker. I believe, and I think we can all agree, that the Me Too movement and the Time's Up movement have helped reduce some of the stigma associated with being a victim. We've made progress over the course of the last year since workplace harassment and violence came into the spotlight and more people started to speak about their experiences and to speak out against these behaviors. But there's still much work to be done. Because the reality is that many individuals still fear coming forward. Some fear reprisal at work or even losing their job. Some fear embarrassment. Others fear that they won't be taken seriously or that they will be blamed. Many individuals, they fear all of those things. And when they weigh the risks against the benefits when deciding whether or not to come forward, they decide that it simply isn't worth it because they believe that in the end, it won't make any difference anyway. And that's unfortunate. History, unfortunately, has proven that the fears are completely founded. This is why we need Bill C-65. I believe that this legislation is exactly what is required to help put these fears to rest for once and for all. And to empower those who feel powerless in the wake of the reprehensible transgressions of others that we can no longer afford to tolerate. Mr. Speaker, it's a strong piece of legislation that has been made stronger over the course of the last year since it was first tabled. The dedication of the members in this House and the others that have contributed their careful study to the bill, as well as the generosity of the many witnesses who informed that study, have resulted in important amendments. Amendments were made as the bill passed through the chamber, and several more proposed as they were passed through the Senate. As detailed by a number of my honourable colleagues, our government supports a number of these amendments. Mr. Speaker, the amendments we are accepting help us to strike a balance between what different stakeholders told us at committee. We need a strong bill that can reflect real cultural change, that provides employees with the protections and the support they need, and provides clear direction to employers on what they are required to do. However, as mentioned, we do not support all the amendments. While all of the other chamber's proposed amendments stem from laudable goals and are certainly noble in their principle, we believe that some would be ineffective in practice, particularly those amendments that could compromise the clarity of the bill's intent. The need for such clarity was emphasized by various stakeholders, including employers and employees' representatives, time and again during the committee meetings. I hope the Senate will consider our reasoning and understand our rationale. Mr. Speaker, I truly believe that we've done our best in our role as parliamentarians to make this the strongest bill possible. We are now at a point where we must make a decision that will move this bill forward, bringing us one step closer to royal assent and ultimately implementation of this important legislation. We need this bill in place as soon as possible. This is why I urge all in this chamber to vote in favour of the message our government intends to send back to the Senate. We can't afford to wait any longer for this bill to be in place. And the reality is that implementation will take time. And anybody that's been in this chamber for any length of time can certainly appreciate that. Beyond the practical challenge of putting into place the regulations and the completing the necessary outreach and education, it takes time to effect the kind of lasting cultural change we hope to accomplish with Bill C-65. On another practical note, I'd like to remind my honourable colleagues that this bill could be amended down the road if it becomes clear that adjustments are necessary. In fact, one of the amendments our government is proposing acceptance of would facilitate such a course of action. The amendment I'm referring to is the Senate's proposed amendment to have the minister's annual report contain statistical data related to harassment and violence, categorized according to prohibited grounds of discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act. Information that is categorized according to prohibited grounds of discrimination under CHRA includes such information as race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, disability, and others. The collection of this information, provided voluntarily to avoid encroaching on the privacy of those affected, will enable us to identify with greater certainty whether or not Bill C-65 is fulfilling its intended purpose, particularly for individuals who generally experience higher levels of workplace harassment and violence, such as those who identify as members of the LGBTQ2 community. And, Mr. Speaker, if anybody was in the chamber earlier today when my colleague from Edmonton Centre gave his speech, it was pretty enlightening. We find that certain groups of individuals continue to experience higher levels of harassment and violence. We could look at ways to better protect them in the future. What we need right now is better protections for employees in federally regulated and parliamentary workplaces, and we need those protections in place as soon as possible. With these points in mind, I once again urge everyone here today to help move this bill forward by voting in favor of the message to be sent to the other chamber. Ladies and Mr. Speaker and colleagues here in the House, Canadians are counting on us to do this. I ask all to consider that as we go forward with the vote on this legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. He always does a great job when he makes an intervention, and he did touch on it at the end of his presentation. And again, I want to reiterate the fact that the Conservatives will be voting in support of Bill C-65. We understand how important this legislation is to send a message to Canadians that we are showing a leadership role when it comes to addressing harassment, sexual harassment in the workplace. But I do want to commend again the committee and all the parties involved for accepting amendments from all the different parties. I think that's what makes this legislation that much stronger. And you talked about the amendment from the Senate that is going to ensure that there are opportunities to amend this bill in the future if there are some things that we need, that the government can amend this bill in the future, or a future government may do that. But an amendment brought forward by the Conservative Party which puts a sunset clause on this bill of 5 years, which allows it to be reviewed after 5 years, I think is an important component of this legislation as well, because we don't know what could happen in the future in terms of cyberbullying and technology and those types of things. I would just like my colleague to talk about the importance of that clause in the legislation, on why it's important that we have an opportunity to review C-65 in the future.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my colleague for that question, and his new role as critic for our department. There were a number of amendments that were brought forward. The Senate proposed 10 amendments. We accepted 4 outright and amended a 5th going forward, and we would hope that the Senate see the merit and the rationale why we would not support the other 5. But as my colleague from Foothills had indicated, a number of amendments from the member from Jean-Pierre from the NDP and the one that was put forward by the Conservative Party, and I'm not sure if it was the member from Belfast, Levi, or I think it was Battlefords Lloyd-Minster that had put forward that particular amendment, and we felt that it was well reasoned and well argued, and added to the legislation. So the entire committee, it was a unanimous vote on accepting that amendment, and we do think it will further enhance the legislation.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd very much like to thank the member. He always gives a thoughtful speech, and he also always extends kindnesses to the other members in this place who contribute to the work of the government. And I also wish to commend him and to the members of the committee that did the review of this policy. Based on what the member is sharing with us, I think that Canada is showing that we can actually conduct ourselves in these kinds of reviews perhaps better than what we've seen south of our border. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to raise with this member the same question that I put to one of his colleagues. I had the opportunity in the 1980s and 1990s for the federal governments of the day to work with them on enforcement compliance policies, particularly in the area of environmental law and agriculture. And I learned from those experiences also when I worked in Yukon and when I worked overseas, that an important thing when you are bringing forward legislation is to also think about how you're going to ensure compliance with that legislation. I understand there will be a 5-year review. I wonder if the member could speak to two concerns that I have. I'm less concerned, Mr. Speaker, with the behavior in the House of Commons because there's great interest. And there's great interest in protecting our civil service at the federal level. What I am deeply concerned about are the federally regulated entities. And of course, the federal government now owns the pipeline. And so that entity presumably will have to be bound by these conditions as well. So I'm wondering if the member could speak to whether or not he might think it's a good idea to be collecting some data or information so that we have an evidence-based decision on that 5-year review, and to use that information towards potentially tabling an enforcement and compliance policy for how we will actually deliver on the undertakings in this legislation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to the member from Edmonton Strathcona, who will be missed in this chamber after her recent announcement that she'll not seek re-election. And she's been a member that has always been thoughtful and well prepared in her interventions here, especially on environmental topics, but really on a broad range of things. And she's been a great member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, on this particular, there had been a mishmash of policies, and Debbie Davio from PIPS, I think she sort of summed it up pretty good. She liked the new bill as a major improvement, is her quote. Public servants have a process that just doesn't work. She added that it's very difficult to address harassment through the existing mechanisms. The process is largely internal and left to the discretion of management. And so what the legislation does is formalize a lot of the stuff that's been out there. I think it will have a significant impact, on the broader workforce in this country. But I was impressed as well. Many of the people that presented, many of the organizations that gave testimony during the committee's work on it, had been really ahead of where the government had been to a point. Many of the banks have very well-defined programs in place and policy in place, and it's been something that has been part of their nature and part of their culture for many years. There'll be some sectors that will obviously be playing catch-up, but as well beyond this, there's always the Canada Labour Code, and I think that we can agree that we're very fortunate in this country that the Canada Labour Code is that safety net for all workers in this country. There are exceptions and there are anomalies, but I think by and large the Canada Labour Code is one that allows workers in this country to go to work and feel safe that they're going to have a good opportunity to return home at the end of the day, and that they're going to be those provisions within the code are still in place and are always there. But I think the 5-year provision for revision, I think that's been an excellent part of this legislation. And as the workforce changes and as technology changes, when we look now, and you mentioned what's going on south of the border, there's nothing more troubling. This year for Lent, I gave up watching CNN and screaming at the television, and I'll tell you, it's great for the soul. But when we look at cyberbullying, when we look at how the workforce has changed over the last number of years, I think the aspect of the 5-year review is something I think that's going to pay a benefit, and I think it's something that's has really enhanced this legislation.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Miramichi, Grand Lac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his good work on Bill C-65. One question that I would have, since this bill is affecting mostly federal jobs, in his experience in the House and as a parliamentarian, would he say that eventually these regulations will trickle down to the provincial level or the private sector? How does he see that in the future for protecting workers in all walks of life in Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague and friend from Miramichi for that point. And it does. I think labour standards, and as I had indicated previously, that there are some corporations, some federal corporations, some federal sectors even, that have been ahead of the federal government on this, that they've gone out and they've developed their own policies around this. They know that a workforce that shows up to work and they're in a safe and healthy and supportive and positive work, that look forward to going to work each day. When we see that, that's a productive workforce. So many of those sectors have gone forward and developed their own policy around that. But I think this, with the federal legislation, I think it will be a growing and learning as the whole issue around harassment and abuse has come to light of late. We believe that it's going to have a great impact down the road.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak to Bill C-65 today. I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Battleford-Lloydminster. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was the day that highlighted the first year since the Me Too movement was launched. And there's obviously a lot remaining to be done before we can say mission accomplished, before we can say women are adequately protected, represented, heard, respected, and defended in their workplace or elsewhere. When I talk about women, I'm also talking about the LGBTQ plus community and anyone who is harassed, because in an ideal world, nobody would be harassed in their workplace. With Bill C-65, it is specifically in the workplace that this bill applies, namely at the federal level. In spite of the goodwill at the base of Bill C-65, which intends to ensure that federally regulated workplaces, including Parliament Hill, be workplaces free of harassment and sexual violence, there are certain weaknesses in this bill that will impact victims of harassment in their workplace. know that the Conservatives of Canada believe that every form of harassment, sexual violence, and discrimination are unacceptable. All employees deserve to be respected, and they should feel safe in their workplace, whether they be women or men. Also, they need easier access to the process to denounce this type of behavior. To denounce one's aggressor for a victim of harassment is the very first step towards their liberation and healing after a traumatic event, which all too often marks victims for life. Evidently, I am in favor of this bill. However, it is my duty to make sure that it achieves its objectives. Unfortunately, when it comes to the process included in the bill, C-65 does not help victims of harassment in the workplace. It is in fact extremely limiting. In Bill C-65, it's indicated that the period to denounce an act of harassment or workplace violence is limited to 1 year after the event. It's completely inconceivable that the Liberal government adopt the position of the provinces for this type of assault, which is 3 years. The government should, above all, be a national example to follow in terms of protecting and respecting victims of harassment and workplace violence. It shouldn't be the last student in the class. Imposing a 1-year limiting period for a victim of harassment to make a complaint is entirely unacceptable and inhuman. It simply contributes to re-victimizing someone after a traumatic event. It has been proven many times over by several stakeholders in the field, by stakeholders who help victims of harassment, by health professionals, and through several occurrences of victim testimony. For a single year to decide to denounce is a period that is much too short, and that simply adds to victim stress. Often, when a person is a victim of harassment, they're often in a situation where they occupy an inferior position to their aggressor. We all know here, in this place, that the positions that our employees have are not protected. They can be dismissed very quickly, without notice, and without justification. This reality is such that it is extremely difficult for an employee, male or female, to complain because their job is automatically at risk. These employees are already in a vulnerable situation, and to that precariousness can be added the trauma caused by an assault. The limiting period of 1 year in the bill, in C-65, seems to be an incentive for victims not to complain. For many years, through testimony of victims of harassment and workplace violence, it has been clearly demonstrated that during the first year after the assault or assaults, the victim is in a vulnerable state. They can have serious health problems. It is often difficult for him or her to face the event itself, to face the aggressor. It is difficult to ask for and to find help, to continue to function from day to day in order to avoid compromising their professional future, to be able to keep their job and fulfill their professional as well as personal obligations. We have all heard the testimony of victims of harassment. I know a few myself. After having heard their stories, to not criticize this limiting period of a single year, to denounce harassment in the workplace would simply be to be complicit in making the process more difficult for victims. I cannot close my eyes to this. A reasonable amount of time is needed to table, or rather to make a complaint of harassment so that victims can be fully protected by Bill C-65. It's not a matter of passing a bill to make sure that we have a clean conscience and to say that Parliament now has a bill that does actually protect its employees, both women and men, from all types of harassment and violence in the workplace. What's important is to do things right the first time and not to make the situation worse for victims, which is already extremely difficult. The important thing is to put the victims, their state, and their needs at the heart of a reflection on passing a bill that could, in certain respects, clearly have a negative impact instead of a positive one. This bill cannot be simply symbolic. The only impact it should have for victims is a positive one. Since this bill also affects former employees of the House, a limiting period of 3 years minimum to make a complaint is an acceptable period for a victim. For one employee who is still working in the House, this period should be the minimum threshold for making a complaint. It should also be considered as long as the person is working, knowing that their job will not be protected, and they should not be facing a limiting period in order to facilitate the process of making a complaint. It is also, a longer limited period will also respect their state and protect their job. This change is necessary because Bill 65 includes launching mediation between the different parties without ensuring that the job of the complainant is protected. That would impose further stress on a victim. Again today, in spite of all the movements and the measures that encourage victims of harassment to make their case known, making the decision to do so is a very difficult one. Our responsibility is to make this process as easy as possible. I will say, Madam Speaker, that I'm going to support this bill in the hope that the limiting period of a single year be revised upward to reach 3 years in order to give victims every chance to denounce acts, assaults, to allow them to breathe, and to remove a useless stress imposed upon them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments that my colleague from across the way has made. The question that I have is just related to the potential impact of this legislation. I think is fairly significant. I made reference in the previous comments in terms of it that as legislation, it's somewhat historic in its nature. As we try to improve the workforce and the quality of life for individuals that are in the workforce. And I think that this is something in which is fairly well received in terms of the population as a whole. We've seen good support coming from the Senate. We have all-party support in the Chamber on this important legislation. But my question is related to just how important it is that maybe we even go beyond this by looking at what maybe provincial entities might be able to do. And I'm thinking of provincial legislatures and so forth, that Ottawa is playing a very strong national role, but there's also room for other stakeholders to play at the same time.
Excellent question.
L'honorable député de Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. As you know, as I mentioned in the preamble, we should be an example for the country. We should not have legislation that is lesser than what the provinces have, which includes a 3-year period. We have only one. the limiting period should be 3 years in order for us to become the leading example in this type of legislation. 20 years ago, 10 years ago, no one thought that this could have such a significant impact on victims of assaults. As I said, I'm going to vote in favor of C-65, but I'm hoping that the government fully understands that this is not a partisan issue. We need to become leaders in matters such as these. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague for her speech. I just want to ask a question on the matter of objectivity in situations of harassment. We have a member here who said that some people may experience the same situation differently. At the same time, an element of objectivity is required, whether these actions are acceptable or not. Does my colleague think that it is necessary to have an accountability mechanism if a member does something that is unacceptable, whether they're a minister or even the Prime Minister?
De Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I have to say that no one, regardless of who they are, minister, prime minister, or a member, should use their title to undermine someone's reputation or to victimize them or to assault them. We are all human beings. Whether it be the Prime Minister, a minister, or a member, it is unacceptable. And one should never use their position to do this type of thing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise au débat. The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in today's debate on Bill C-65. Legislation that I also had the opportunity to study as a member of the Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Throughout the study of this bill, there has been common all-party agreement that this legislation is needed. This legislation is necessary today, and in actuality, it was needed yesterday. The fact is that it is an unfortunate reality that sexual misconduct is pervasive in our society. This includes many workplace cultures, including our own, and those that are addressed in this legislation. The recent Me Too movement has shined a light on this reality in the societal context. But the prevalence of this issue is not new and is much broader. For far too long, individuals, and more often women, who have been victims of sexual harassment or violence have chosen not to come forward. Some may have chosen not to report their experiences because they fear shame or even humiliation. Others may fear the repercussions of coming forward. And others may have come to this decision for other various reasons. Regardless of the reasons, the common denominator is that victims of sexual misconduct have weighed the options of reporting their experience or keeping it private. And sadly, many have found it safer or preferable not to report or share their experiences. It is not a healthy state of affairs when incidences of sexual harassment and violence are swept under the rug. When that is the norm, something is broken. It is positive that many victims of harassment are finding the courage to come forward and to share their stories. In fact, some courageously even came to committee at HUMA to share their stories with us as we studied the legislation. It is paramount that the response to individuals coming forward is not to leave them exposed to additional trauma or to additional hurt. We need to change our culture so that they feel protected and supported. A part of that change is ensuring that when someone comes forward with allegations, there is a fair system in place to address these allegations. The existing mechanisms to deal with workplace violence and sexual harassment are insufficient and do not even cover the employees of Parliament. This legislation takes steps to regulate and create a process to address sexual harassment and violence for federally regulated workers and federal workers, including those in our own place of work here in Parliament. This is particularly important as Parliament employees are not covered by existing regulations. And we all know our workplace is not immune. In fact, there is reason to suggest that our unique work environment actually aggravates a culture of sexual misconduct and violence. When victims do not feel safe to bring complaints forward, this can create an environment where harmful and abusive behaviors of a sexual and violent nature can be normalized, minimized, and ignored. As we have studied this legislation, it has been repeatedly stated by members of all parties that sexual harassment and violence has no place in Canadian society and certainly no place in our workplace. We have repeatedly heard that we need to believe victims and to support them. It is not enough to just express it. We must practice what we're preaching. That is why the Prime Minister's hypocritical response to an allegation against him was so very disappointing. He himself has emphasized the importance of believing victims, and he has repeatedly said that he has no tolerance for sexual misconduct. But this past summer, when an allegation resurfaced that the Prime Minister groped a young reporter in British Columbia in 2000, that was not his response. He did not live up to his own standards. When this story resurfaced, the Prime Minister said he could not recall any negative interactions that day. In doing so, by saying what he did, he minimized the past conduct, the experience of the individual who made the allegation. He later dug in his heels, and Madam Speaker, this is what he said. I do not feel that I acted inappropriately in any way, but I respect the fact that someone else might have experienced that differently. Well, I am certain that we can all agree that an individual who experiences sexual harassment or violence would indeed have a different experience. What we need to make sure we do with this legislation is remove the ability of a person to hide between power and prestige. We need to make sure that government is focused on supporting victims. We need to work towards safer workplaces in Canada. We need to ensure that legislation does not just have the right intent, but that there are actual teeth in the legislation. This is something I know that we worked hard to do at committee. Our Conservative team successfully introduced an amendment that transferred powers from the Minister of Labour to the Deputy Minister in investigations of harassment involving political offices. This amendment would prevent political interference or even the perception of it in any harassment investigations in the offices of members of Parliament. We also successfully introduced amendments to ensure strict timelines for investigations. This amendment is so important for our goal of supporting victims. To know that if you report an allegation, it will be investigated and dealt with within an appropriate timeline will give victims more confidence to come forward and share their experience. We also introduced and supported mandatory sexual harassment training. This measure will help prevent incidences of sexual misconduct, which of course is a much better reality. As we all know, Madam Speaker, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Training will also allow individuals to know their rights and responsibilities. Through training, we can take steps forward towards a change in our culture. And I was very pleased that this amendment was passed through the HuMA committee. We also introduced and supported a mandatory review of the legislation after 5 years. This will allow Parliament to assess if legislation is meeting its intent. I am proud of the work that was accomplished in this committee. The legislation that passed through this chamber was a better bill. It ensured a more fair process that would be impartial and ensure consequences for sexual harassers. I am pleased that the other chamber also studied this legislation with the intent to provide a fairer system with better recourse for victims of sexual harassment and violence. I support the government's response to the amendments proposed by the other chamber because it will make this legislation stronger and better. It will offer greater clarity and give victims greater confidence in the mechanism and systems that are being created through this legislation. C-65 is an important and timely piece of legislation. Combating sexual misconduct is a pressing need, and this bill moves us in that direction. Its passage and subsequent creation of regulations will be positive steps. It will provide better mechanisms for those working here in Parliament Hill, in the federal workforce, and in federally regulated workplaces. It will give better tools and resources to those working in those related workforces. And it takes steps toward changing our work culture, and it can contribute to a broader cultural shift. That said, Madam Speaker, it is important that we all recognize that a process to address sexual misconduct alone will not change our culture. I sincerely hope that in addition to supporting this legislation, every member in this House also acknowledge their role and their responsibility to be a positive change in our workplace culture and in the broader context. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? And I member for Oakville.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I listened very intently to the presentation from the member opposite. I used to, before I became a politician, I used to run a very large health organization. I know how important it is to have proper frameworks in place to deal with harassment, sexual harassments and violence in the workplace. What I really like personally about this particular legislation is that it deals with ensuring employees are receiving training and that the employers undergo training themselves, that there is direction on very fast response and timed response to incidences of harassment and violence, and of course then that employees who have been subject to harassment or violence are properly supported. Those are very, very critical elements, but to me the most important thing, it begins with that education and awareness of what is sexual harassment, how is it perceived, and those are very, very important elements that come in early on. So my question was for the member opposite, has she taken her staff through sexual harassment training? Has she had that, and has she begun to develop her own office culture around this kind of bill? Because those employees now fall under, I think, the definition of this legislation.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. I think, at the very basis, people should just not be jerks. People shouldn't assault people. People shouldn't harass people. People shouldn't put people in those situations, right? And yeah, I agree that we do need to have public education, definitely. But we also have to foster an environment that's safe for victims to feel like that they can come forward and that they won't be penalized, that they won't be fired, that type of thing. So, and I think leadership comes from the top, right? I said this in my speech, Madam Speaker. The way the Prime Minister handled the allegations against him goes against the Me Too movement. The fact is that people experience things differently, and it's about having a conversation. So in my office, yeah, we have a very open office, and we talk about things that make people feel uncomfortable, that type of thing. For example, today I just talked about marijuana with my staff. So Madam Speaker, I appreciate the sentiments, I guess, from the member opposite, and through you, thank him for giving me the opportunity to answer that.
Comments? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Member for her speech. You know, one of the things that I heard in your speech is really about what I talked about as well, which is how do we make safe the way so that people who are facing these kind of harassments can come through those doors and talk to people. And I think it is really important, and I recognize what the other member said about making sure there's training, making sure that there's those processes in place. Could you just tell this House a little bit, through you, Madam Speaker, sort of what those steps will look like for the people who work in MPs' offices?
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. I think what's really great about this, I know I went through my training. I'm sure all the members in here have for the harassment training. And it was interesting during that training, the fact being reiterated to us as members that everybody experiences something different, right? And it's about having that opportunity to have an opportunity for staff to come forward and have a complaint, having the proper channels for them to go through that. I think that it's very important that we always be mindful that, again, everybody experiences different, and we have to be respectful and have that empathy toward those conversations and to our staff.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mission, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll share my time with my colleague from Winnipeg Centre. I'll get the ball rolling now. I'm pleased to provide some perspective on some of the amendments that were proposed as part of the other chamber's consideration of Bill C-65. The issue of workplace harassment and violence is complex, and the measure required to eradicate these behavior must take many factors into consideration. For example, women tell us that they don't come forward because they feel that it isn't worth the risk. It's embarrassing, and many fear potential consequences. Perhaps most disappointing is that many simply don't believe that coming forward will make a difference. Reporting an incident requires courage. Women fear reprisal or even losing their job, and the stigma associated with being a victim that can make it extremely difficult to report incidents. It's clear if a person knows that he or she can come forward without fear of being identified, it'll reduce their hesitation around speaking out. One of the key elements of this legislation is support for affected employees. Privacy is integral to that support. We believe that the success of C-65 is closely linked to ensuring the privacy of those involved in the incident of harassment and violence. It is with this perspective that we considered some of the other chambers' proposed amendments. The other chamber put forward two amendments that proposed the minister's annual report, and the annual report prepared by Federal Public Sector Labor Relations Board contains statistical data related to harassment and violence, categorized according to prohibited grounds of discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act. Information that is categorized according to prohibited grounds of discrimination under the CHRA includes information such as race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, disability, and others. Madam Speaker, our government supports the amendment being proposed with respect to including this information in the Minister's annual report. However, we do not support the amendment to the section that would apply to the Federal Public Labor Relations Board's annual report. Let me explain. The first amendment proposed relates to the annual report that the Minister of Labor will publish each year, providing data on the incidents of harassment and violence in the federally regulated workplace, including parliamentary workplace. The proposed amendment would require that the data collected from employers for the annual report by the Minister of Labor includes information on whether incidents could be considered a prohibited ground of discrimination. This will provide a very useful information on the nature of these incidents so that together we can work to prevent their occurrences. However, we also recognize that collecting the data will represent certain risk to colleagues. Perhaps the most pressing is risk of privacy, the individual providing the information. This is particularly true for smaller organizations with fewer employees where the risk of being identified is very real. To mitigate the risk, the provision of this information will be entirely voluntary. It will be up to the employee to decide whether or not they feel comfortable disclosing any details about themselves, and that could potentially identify them down the road. We feel this is the best approach. Madam Speaker, we felt it was important to support acceptance of the amendment to include the data in Minister's annual report because we believe that the risk will be effectively mitigated and because the potential benefit are significant. The data that would be collected could be used to determine whether Bill C-65 is doing its job, what it's supposed to be doing, particularly for those who are most vulnerable to incidents of workplace harassment and violence. This data, which will cover incidents in both federally regulated and parliamentary workplace, could be used to make adjustment if there is an evidence that this is not the case. Our government is committed to making evidence-based policy decisions. The more data we have to work with in the future, the better our ability to do just that. However, I mentioned we do not support the other place's proposal amendment to require that statistical data in the broad annual report include information that is categorized on the same ground. While we support the intention of the amendment, we do not think it will be feasible. The report is produced by the board, captures only appeals made in the relation to Part 2 of the Code. Only a smaller subset of those appeals will apply to harassment and violence. These appeals will not relate to investigations of the incidents themselves, but of whether or not the process to deal with the incident under the Code has been followed. Given that the report will cover only the appeals that the board hears, and these appeals will relate to the process followed, the data set will be far too small to report accordingly to prohibit grounds of discrimination without revealing the identities of the individuals involved. I think we would all agree that breaching privacy and in any way discouraging an individual to come forward is the last thing we want to do. Let me be clear. This report by the board will only capture appeals. It will not capture the total number of incidents of harassment and violence occurring in the Parliament workplace. These incidents will be captured in the previously mentioned Minister's report. Madam Speaker, we know that these behaviors are not exclusive in our workplace. However, the rise of the moment, such as Me Too and Time's Up, we are understanding where we need to be acting and how we need to enable people to come forward. This legislation will help to create a culture where certain behaviors are simply not tolerated. In closing, Madam Speaker, this is what C65 will help accomplish: a profound change in culture, a culture where people work in a safe workplace, one that is free from harassment and violence. For this to happen, people need the option of reporting reprehensible behavior without fear of retaliation. And Bill C65 will help ensure that that is the case. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to our honourable colleague's speech. I appreciate what he had to say. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, I want to ask our honourable colleague, as I have with many of our other colleagues throughout the day, is that earlier this summer, our Prime Minister had an opportunity to deal with an issue that was brought forth in the media. It was to deal with something that was about 18 years ago. And instead of actually apologizing, what he did was he shared that, perhaps in certain circumstances, men and women will experience that situation differently. And so through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask our honourable colleague, does our honourable colleague feel the same, that in a member's, is it his opinion that could victims of harassment and violence experience such incidences differently than that of the perpetrators?
Good question. For Mission Matski Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, all I want to say, Bill C-65 is trying to do to create a single integrated regime that would protect regulated employees from harassment and violence at any workplace. We're trying to create a level playing field so that harassment and violence is reduced in the workplace, regardless if the employee is a parliamentary staff, exempt staff, employees of Triumph Corporation, or a federal public service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to ask the member across the way if, this is all very well, we support these steps forward, but will there be any real money, any federal money to support the work that is needed to do for this, to help workplaces train and support the staff that will be going through these processes?
The honourable member for Mission Matski Fraser Canyon.
I'd like to thank my colleague for this great question, Madam Speaker. It is very important that we ensure that victims feel supported when they do come forward. Bill C-65 will ensure that victims are provided with adequate assistance and that workplace committees are put in place to help support the victim. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to ask our honourable colleague, I believe and I agree with him that we have to make sure that victims of violence and harassment feel that they are going to be supported. They're going to be believed. But leadership starts at the top, Madam Speaker. And we have to make sure that regardless of what position that you have, that that the rules apply to everyone, regardless of that position. So, Madam Speaker, when the HUMA committee was studying this, a question was posed to the officials whether the Prime Minister and the ministers, if this legislation would apply to them, and the answer back was they weren't certain if that would. So through you, Madam Speaker, I have to ask our honourable colleague, does he feel that the rules apply to all, regardless of their position?
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, thank you to my colleague for this great question again. I'm going to get to the bottom of why Bill C-65 was introduced. Research shows that harassment and violence in Canadian workplaces is persistent, and often incidents go underground because people fear retaliation. Bill C-65 is seeking to create an environment and culture that will make victims feel safe coming forward. It is extremely important for employees to come forward without fear of retaliation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. I'm very proud to be here today.
Of society, as leaders in all organizations, as leaders in our communities, we have an individual and collective responsibility to ensure a harassment and violence-free workplace. Too many women and men suffer harassment and violence in the workplace, and no one should be exempt.
I'm very proud as well to have the opportunity to speak to this bill, C-65. The bill will amend the Canadian Labour Code and the Public Service Labour Relations Act in order to make sure that workplaces, federally regulated workplaces and parliamentary workplaces be free of harassment and violence. C-65 takes its inspiration from the Code on Sexual Violence and Harassment, and it tries to cover the entire spectrum of harassment and violence, from bullying to teasing and also, of course, physical violence. This bill will offer measures of protection against harassment and violence in the parliamentary precinct and concerns political personnel. At the present time, there are two regimes to deal with issues of violence and sexual violence under the Code. Both of them contain mechanisms, different mechanisms to deal with complaints. The regimes in place don't always respond to all situations. But this new legislation would cover federally regulated workplaces, but this does not, at the present time, apply to employees at Parliament. We will now have integrated legislation which will protect people working in federally regulated workplaces against violence and also gender-based violence. This legislation will provide a new framework for dealing with cases of harassment and violence, help to deal with these cases effectively, and help victims while protecting their confidentiality and their privacy. More precisely, more specifically, this bill will amend the Canadian Labour Code in order to broaden the requirements. It will also change parts of the code having to do with health and security, and it will make it necessary for employees to take measures to protect employees against harassment and sexual violence. We see this in Part 3. It will deal with the Part 3 of the Labor Code in order to protect, again, workers in federally regulated workplaces. There will be regulatory frameworks to deal with harassment and sexual violence, and employees and employers will receive training. They will be working with employees to bring in a policy against harassment and violence. And they will be able then to intervene when there are cases of harassment and sexual violence, and they will try to resolve the case, and if that is not possible, they will be able to engage someone to investigate. They will also put into place recommendations following an investigation. They will also support those employees who have been victims while protecting their privacy. This means providing assistance. Now, those sections would only allow exemptions in cases where there is already a committee that already deals with these issues. I think extending the scope of the bill will also be a step in the right direction. Now, there are these amendments in C65 will allow the coming into force of Part 3 of the Labor Code in the parliamentary precinct. This will apply to parliamentary employers and employees without harming the immunities and protections of the Senate and the House of Commons. C65 will amend other legislation and sections having to do with health and safety. Again, this is in the Labor Code. It will make clear the powers of employers when a member of or employee of the House or Senate is involved. There will be guidelines for both Parliament, that means House and Senate. This would also ensure parliamentary privilege in making sure that any powers conferred could be exercised insofar as they do not interfere directly or indirectly with the work of the House of Commons or the work of the Senate.
And 5-year review, which is also appreciated. C65 would require annual reporting and a 5-year review. More specifically, the bill's proposed amendments would require the Minister of Labour to prepare and publish an annual report that contains statistical data relating to harassment and violence in federally regulated workplaces, including parliamentary workplaces. Require that the harassment and violence provisions introduced in the code and the PESRA by Bill 65 be reviewed 5 years after coming into force and every 5 years after that, and that the responsible minister prepare and table reports on these reviews in every House of Parliament. It required that the Federal Public Sector Labour Relations and Employment Board submit an annual report on its activities under Part 3 of the PSRA and Part 2 of the Code as it applies to parliamentary workplaces, and that the responsible minister table the report in each of the Houses of Parliament. Now, there are a number of Senate amendments, and there are 10 Senate amendments, of which 4 are going to be accepted by the government, and 1 is to be amended, and 5 are rejected. The amendments that are to be accepted will strengthen the legislation to prevent workplace violence or harassment. There are Amendments 3, which provides greater certainty to those that experience workplace violence and harassment by explicitly stating that nothing in this part shall be construed so as to abrogate or derogate from the rights provided for under the Canadian Human Rights Act. Amendment 5B, which replaces the term trivial, frivolous, or vexatious with the term abusive process, so as to limit negative associations regarding coming forward with a complaint. Amendment 6, so that the annual report prepared by the the Minister regarding incidents of workplace harassment and violence includes information that is categorized according to the prohibited grounds of discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act, and Amendment 7A, which again provides greater certainty to those coming forward with complaints, including complaints outside of harassment and violence, that Bill C-65 would not limit one's ability to take a case to the Canadian Human Rights Commission. Amendment 4 is to be accepted with amendments. The suggestion from the Senate is to add 2 paragraphs and to clauses 3 of the bill. We are directing these 2 amendments and renaming them additional names, and the addition of these names align with the intent of Bill C-65 regarding the training of designated persons to whom complaints can be made. The position of the government respectfully disagrees with Amendment 1 because replacing the word means with includes would result in a lack of clarity for both employers and employees. And I believe the government disrespectfully disagrees with Amendment 2 because in focusing on harassment and violence, it would create an imbalance relative to all occupational health and safety measures under Part 2 of the Canadian Labour Code. We propose that paragraph from Amendment 4 be deleted because the addition of proposed paragraph would mean that a single incident of harassment and violence in a workplace would be considered a violation of the Canadian Labour Code and on the part of the employer, which would undermine the framework for addressing harassment and violence that Bill C-65 seeks to establish. I'd like to thank the member or the speaker for the time that they have allocated to me. My 10 minutes has come to an end, and I look forward to having the questions.
Any comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to congratulate our honourable colleague. I have a lot of respect for our colleague across the way. This was probably one of his most enthusiastic and well thought out speeches. So I want to thank him for that. Madam Speaker, I just want to ask, we've talked a lot over this course of this debate. I think it's been very enriching and very, we're learning a lot about colleagues on each side of the House. Madam Speaker, through you, I want to ask our honourable colleague if he feels that at the very least our Prime Minister, instead of explaining away the groping incident, should have issued a formal apology to the victim. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, thank you very much for the question. I very much appreciate it. But I think I can't speak to other people's experiences. I can only speak to my own. And so in the workplaces that I've been involved in, whether it's been in the military or at the University of Manitoba, we have always tried to follow a very high code of conduct, especially at the University of Manitoba. In my time in the military, there were times when we did see sometimes behavior which was not in the best interest of the Canadian state or in the values which were accorded with the Canadian people. And it was unfortunate. And that was very on in my career. I remember joining up in 96 and seeing some of these behaviors which occurred on basic training. But at the University of Manitoba, I know that there is a lot of codes which are in place which do attempt to really get to the nature of this and try to be respectful of people in all ways. The problem sometimes in the politically charged atmosphere of the House of Commons is it is politically charged. And the motivations of people surrounding that make it so that it's very difficult to come to a resolution, I think, for people who are involved. That doesn't mean a resolution can't happen, but simply it becomes very difficult because it's not done in full respect to the people who are involved and the victims and the people who might have been involved in any incident.
Any comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to ask the member across the way about, we've heard some issues about, concerns about privacy here today, and I'm just wondering if he can comment on how Bill C-65 addresses those issues of privacy, how it could protect the anonymity of complainants in small workplaces or here on Parliament Hill.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
So I think the issue surrounding, for instance, committees is one which is very important. So when in a workplace which is too small, under 20 employees, for instance, these things obviously need to be dealt with a great deal of delicacy. You can't, or ensuring that that you take everyone's privacy into consideration. And so, the matter of how you go about ensuring that occurs, I think, has to be obviously good sense. But also, I think this is going to bring under these disparate ways of treatment and different ways of doing things under one code to ensure that there's an equitable treatment for everyone across the board.
Comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to offer our honourable colleague an opportunity We all agree that leadership begins at the top, Madam Speaker. I think all of us can agree to that. And that nobody should be above the law, regardless of the position that they lead, when serious allegations are levied against them, that regardless of their position, that, well, nobody is above the law. So through you, Madam Speaker, I want to offer our honourable colleague this question. Does he feel that victims of violence and harassment may experience such incidences different than their perpetrators?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
That's an interesting question. We know human memory is very different for different people. The way one person experiences something is very different for any other person. And I think that's the important thing in when you look at harassment and the definition that you find, for instance, in the military. It's not about the person who is perpetrating, but it's about the person who is the victim. And so you have to understand what's occurring in that case. If there is a perceived harassment or someone feels that they have been done wrong by, if someone has said something. I've been in the military and there has been violence and things that have been done against people. And, you know, those things could be real and they could be perceived by that person, but it doesn't matter because they need to be treated with the utmost duty to ensure that that situation is rectified in the long term and it doesn't occur again, because at the end of the day you have to ensure a safe workplace that accomplishes their mission, that accomplishes their mandate, that can be functional and that can have all employees working together.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be sharing my time this evening with the member from Elgin, Middlesex, London. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-65, an act to amend the... Oh, let's just fix that. An act to amend the Canadian Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Budget Implementation Act 2017, number 1. We all know harassment is serious, and it's a pressing matter that faces Canadian society today. It's good that this Parliament is debating legislation that will seek to address harassment in this very workplace and workplaces across Canada. Madam Speaker, harassment is a very volatile offence because it is not subject to whether the offender intends to harass or not. Irrespective of the intent, the mens rea of harassment, the act still harms the victim. This is why we must put a special emphasis on protecting victims' rights when implementing legislation aimed at stopping harassment. That's a conservative principle, Madam Speaker, and it's a principle that this government promised it would uphold. It is wonderful that we're enjoying a political system where every party seems to understand the gravity of harassment. But statements must lead to thoughtful action. Harassment is an evolving issue, and any legislation regarding harassment really needs to recognize this. It's vital that as parliamentarians, we understand that protecting people from harassment is a continual effort, as harassment comes in many forms, and unfortunately, no two cases are exactly the same, and there are always new cases emerging every day. In addressing harassment, all people who feel they have been harassed simply must and do deserve the right to be heard. As an example, Mr. Speaker, we have to bring into this conversation the fact that our Prime Minister, this Prime Minister, was alleged of sexual harassment. And even though he was alleged, he claimed that he had a different perspective than the accuser. This gave him the explanation he needed to protect himself. Madam Speaker, I believe that it is possible and even plausible that two individuals can have two completely different perspectives on an occasion. But it doesn't mean that one person's perspective is not real. Canadians, women, myself, were very disappointed in our Prime Minister not being upfront from the very beginning when this behaviour came to light. It was disappointing in light of the young reporter's experience and immediate action that she took to put her experience on record with her colleague and in writing the article that our PM did not lead by example for others in his response. He truly should have apologized. The Prime Minister is the head of our country. He's the leader that insists that he is the ultimate feminist. And when you make a mistake, it's important to admit that mistake and to deal with it appropriately. Take every decisive action possible to apologize. And we have to take note that how he has treated his own circumstances is very different than how he treated those of members in this House who were simply accused and immediately faced repercussions. Well, in this particular case, Mrs. Knight chose not to pursue the matter any further, which is her right. However, due process should be afforded in every case out of respect for the accuser and the accused. We cannot rush to conclusions or opinions on matters that are so delicate. We cannot dismiss claims without a fair and honest investigation, nor can we be so quick to convict someone of a claim. We're living in an age, Madam Speaker, where the court of public opinion is quick to convict and doesn't often provide fair or accurate assessments of harassment claims. And that's why I am grateful that this Parliament is looking to enact legislation on workplace harassment and violence. We should be a true example to the rest of Canada, to the people that we represent, and certainly to our own families and our own children about what our priorities are and what we want to see them be for all Canadians. We need to ensure that there's a transparent process that respects the privacy of the victim to assess harassment allegations. All people, irrespective of their gender, have a right to not be harassed at their place of work, period. And Mr. Speaker, we know that Madam Speaker, we know that even you as chair of this House take very seriously the responsibilities that employees of the House of Commons to ensure that they don't have to face harassment. But to everyone's chagrin, we still know that it is a reality here on Parliament Hill. Every parliamentarian in this House is an employer to staff, and it is incumbent upon us to ensure a harassment-free workplace. Each one of us within our own offices to do everything we can to make it a place that is a pleasure to come to work without any sense of apprehension or fear. As Canada's leaders, we must set the standard in ensuring that our employees have protection from harassment. And I believe that Bill C-65 is a step in the right direction. However, in formulating this bill, I do think the government dropped the ball in adequately consulting some stakeholders on this matter. The National Association of Women in the Law and the Native Women's Association of Canada both said that they were not consulted during the drafting of the bill. Both organizations represent important demographics in Canada, and I do believe that they could have contributed greatly in making this bill even better. I would implore this government to remember to consult with key stakeholders, as there is safety in a multitude of councillors, and Bill C-65 is all about making sure workers are safe. When we say we're going to consult, truly we need to be willing to consult people who agree with our perspectives, and possibly those who do not agree with our perspective and have things to offer that we have not thought about. And in that case, I believe that may be what happened here. Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this bill, as combating harassment is a pressing need in Parliament and sets us on the path to safer workspaces all over Canada. Sexual misconduct and sexual harassment have no place in Canadian society, especially within our political system, actually, especially anywhere. And quite honestly, I feel that there's a lot more that we need to do as government to deal with sexual harassment beyond creating legislative environments for rules and regulations within this place. We should be setting examples in a lot of our policies that are coming forward from various committees, such as the status of women, where we put the value of women far higher on a pedestal than I believe it is being placed today. The bipartisan teamwork on the HuMA Committee between Conservatives and Liberals did prove that Bill C-65, if passed, it'll have a meaningful impact. Conservatives successfully introduced an amendment to avoid political interference in political offices during harassment investigations. Considering the sensitive nature of harassment claims, it's important that harassment investigations are not undermined by the perception of political interference or the actual interference. This was done by amending the law to have powers transferred from the Minister of Labour to the Deputy Minister, a nonpartisan civil servant, in investigations involving the offices of members of Parliament. This preserves the integrity of the investigation process, and I'm proud of that amendment coming forward from us. The amendments to ensure strict timelines for investigations into incidents of harassment, to ensure investigations are carried out in a timely manner, also add to the integrity of the process. The introduction of mandatory sexual harassment training is an essential part of this bill. The preservation of the integrity of the process and the prevention of vexatious complaints are ensured by Bill C-65 by requiring such complaints be made within a prescribed time. I feel that this is a good move, Madam Speaker, and so pleased to see it in here because we have to bring a balance to how we deal with these issues. We cannot afford for public opinion to be determining what is right and wrong. It has to be the rule of law that ultimately succeeds, or we find ourselves in chaos. Bill C-65 ensures a mandatory review of the bill will occur every 5 years. Bill C-65 would implement a fair and impartial process that would ensure the appropriate consequences would be applied to the offender. Therefore, I invite all members of this House to join me in support of Bill C-65 so that better protections from harassment for all Canadians are in place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to thank the honourable member from Yorkton Melville for her thoughtful comments and for her clear support of this bill. I think we all agree in the House that harassment and sexual violence of any kind is completely unacceptable, full stop, and we all need to do what we can to make sure that happens. As I said earlier, I think there's very important components in this to encourage people to report harassment, to report sexual violence. One is making sure that our employees have received proper training to understand what it is, how to stop it, and to identify practices that are unacceptable. It's then important that the employer follows up in a very timely way with complaints that come in, and where there has been sexual violence or sexual harassment or violence of any kind, that there's appropriate support. But for me, it begins with leadership. I can say, I think quite categorically, that because it was mandatory that all of the political staff, our staff in offices here on the Liberal side have received training online, some in person as well. And I was curious if she could talk about herself. Has she taken her staff and her office through this kind of training? And can she say collectively whether or not the Conservative MPs have taken their office staff through that training?
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to hear that all of the Liberals have fulfilled their responsibilities on that side of the House. One thing about Conservatives I will mention, Madam Speaker, is that when there are laws in place or expectations, we follow through. That's just what we do. So when it comes to this particular issue, of course, my answer is yes. But I go beyond that. I'm doing my very best to make sure that all of my employees in my office always know, no matter what their issue is or what they're feeling in regards to me or what I'm expecting of them or what they think should happen in comparison to what I am suggesting they go forward and do, that they always have that freedom in my office, that my door is always open and we are there to communicate. So if the member would like to know for sure, I'm sure there's a record somewhere as far as every person in this House and what they've done to comply with the requirements.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad to hear that the Conservative caucus is, from what I understand in terms of the answer, has participated in ensuring that all of her caucus colleagues, Madam Speaker, have in fact had that course provided. I think it was something that was highly recommended. I know that all members of the Liberal government and caucus have, in fact, gone through the course, from what I understand. I think it's a good thing. Having said that, I'm wondering if my colleague and friend across the way can just comment in terms of just how important it is that whether you're a member of Parliament or you are a leader in a community, a business person, that we do become better educated as a whole on the importance of harassment in whatever form it actually might take. And I think this is one of the nice things about this legislation indirectly, is it can be used as a great educational tool.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Truth of the matter is I do totally agree. Those in positions of power and leadership have a huge responsibility here. And this just brings to my mind the question, did our Prime Minister get the training? Well, I'm sorry, this is our leader, and we know of a circumstance in which he was involved that, quite honestly, Canadians are disappointed in his response in that situation, that we always have an opportunity to apologize if there was a circumstance where another individual felt that they were not properly, behavior was not appropriate for them.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to rise in this House and ask this question. Madam Speaker, our honourable colleague brought this up in her speech. She talked about mens rea, the guilty mind. It translates to guilty mind. The person that was committing the crime, did they intend to commit that crime? When the Prime Minister actually angrily walked across the way and grabbed our colleague by the arm and then subsequently elbowed one of the NDP colleagues, a lot of the question was, did he intend to do that? Was mens rea? Did he have guilty mind?
Fortunately, I just have to allow the member to answer because we're running out of time here, and I'll let the member do a very quick answer for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Quite honestly, that day is very confusing to me when I think of the Prime Minister of my country and the behavior from beginning to end. I cannot fathom what was in his mind, that he thought he had the right or the authority to come across the floor and do what he did that day. Thank you.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Vancouver East is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Tonight, we're here to discuss the government's foreign policy with respect to the Middle East. And to follow up on a question I asked where I touched on both questions of Canada's relationship with and support for Israel, as well as our interactions with Iran. Now, Israel is the one nation in the Middle East who most clearly aligns with our values and our strategic interests. It is a fellow democracy. And I think that at a level of verbal attestation, there would be agreement from the official opposition and the government around the language of supporting Israel. But very clearly there would be some differences in terms of particulars. We believe that support for Israel, support for the Middle East's democracy, a free democracy with diversity, with tolerance, with citizenship for people that are not part of the majority group. Support for Israel requires us to vote against one-sided UN resolutions that signal out Israel. It calls for us to recognize Israel's right to exist. It calls for us to recognize Israel's capital, and certainly to do all we can to resist and stand against genocidal powers in the region that are opposing Israel. When we asked questions to the Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs about the government's decision to abstain from a UN resolution that singled out Israel, abstain as opposed to vote against, we got a angry response from the member who told us that apparently we had been told not to ask such questions. I think that demonstrates a fairly fundamental misunderstanding of what question period in parliamentary democracy are supposed to be about. So I replied to that, of course, in my response in question period at that time. But I went on to speak about issues involving Iran, and I highlighted, I think, a real failure of the government to align their actions with their vote in this House. We had an Opposition Day motion which called for the listing of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist entity under the Criminal Code. Now, that was supported by every present member of the government. I will note that there were some absences from the chamber when it came to voting on listing the IRGC as a terrorist entity, but those who were present on the government side voted in favor of that motion. And the motion which called for that immediate listing has nonetheless not led to any action. We're here more than 3 months later, perhaps almost 4 months later, and the government has not done what they said they would do, which was immediately list the IRGC. And I've written to the Public Safety Minister about this matter, and I noted in my letter, perhaps he and I have a different definition of the word immediate. As we look at Canada's foreign policy in the region, I'd make a few key comments. That although we hear a lot in the media, and it's important that we do, about terrorist organizations like Daesh, the larger long-term strategic threat and security threat comes from the Iranian state and its allies. I think it's fair to say that their operations are very sophisticated and very much contrary to our interests and our values. And they require a strong response, including the listing of the IRGC as a terrorist entity. So we need to oppose this Iranian aggression. And I'm calling on the government again to do what they voted to do, to follow through on their commitment finally and list the IRGC as a terrorist entity. Will they do it, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. The government is committed to ensuring that Canada takes all appropriate actions to counter terrorist threats to this country, its people, our way of life, and our interests around the world, while cooperating with international partners as appropriate. Listing an entity under the Criminal Code is one of the many tools Canada uses to combat terrorists, financing, operations, and support to terrorist activities. Regarding the listing of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps or the IRGC, I would point out that there are restrictive measures already imposed against entities and individuals within the IRGC and against Iran that have a similar effect to a listing. These include the listing of the IRGC's Quads Force under the Criminal Code. The Quads Force is a branch of the IRGC responsible for the extraterritorial operations and for exporting the Iranian Revolution through activities such as facilitating terrorist operations. They provide arms, funding, and paramilitary training to other listed groups, including the Taliban, Lebanese Hezbollah, and Hamas. Other existing measures against the IRGC include the sanctions imposed under the Special Economic Measures Act. These actions were partly coordinated with like-minded countries to explicitly target IRGC organizations and the leadership by prohibiting and dealings between Canadians and these entities. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, Canada has listed Iran as a state supporter of terrorism under the State Immunity Act. When we talk about listing the entire IRGC under the Criminal Code, I can assure you that officials have begun their assessment. As the terrorist listing chapter of the National Security Green Paper 2016 outlined, the process for listing an entity under the Criminal Code is thorough, fair, and robust to ensure that the national security threats are addressed while protecting the democratic values, rights, and freedoms of all Canadians. To be listed under the Criminal Code, an individual or group must meet the legal threshold of reasonable grounds to believe that they have knowingly carried it out, attempted to carry out or participated in or facilitated a terrorist activity, or is knowingly acting on behalf of, at the direction of, or in association with an entity that has knowingly carried out, attempted to carry out, participated in, or facilitated a terrorist activity. This is determined by drafting a criminal or security intelligence report which documents the entity's activities. The report is reviewed by independent counsel at the Department of Justice to ensure that the entity meets the legal threshold for listing. If the Minister of Public Safety agrees that this test is met, he may recommend to Cabinet that the entity be listed. This is a process we are undertaking for IRGC, and understandably it takes necessary time in order to be completed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, this really shouldn't be so difficult. As a matter of policy, the Iranian state, the IRGC, are very much involved. I think it is well known and established in precisely the activities the member talked about. But moreover, this Prime Minister, this Cabinet, this government voted in favor of a motion to immediately list the IRGC as a terrorist entity. That was a commitment, that was an affirmation, that was a vote they made in this House, and they haven't done it. The member talks in a way that makes you wonder if they ever intend to do it, and even in the midst of describing the elongated process, he does acknowledge that it is ultimately up to the decision of the Minister and the Cabinet. They made that decision, they made that vote, and now it is time for them to do the right thing and follow through. Will they list the IRGC, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, listing an individual or a group as a terrorist entity is a public means of identifying their involvement with terrorism and curtailing support for them. Listing is just one component of the international and domestic response to terrorism. With that in mind, I would reiterate that Canada has already taken action against Iran and the IRGC specifically. These actions are broadly consistent with our international partners, such as the US, UK, and Australia, who have designated components of the IRGC under their own sanctions regimes. Canada is also in line with the U.S. in its listing of the IRGC's Quads Force under the Criminal Code. I would also restate that the officials are assessing the listing of the IRGC using the necessary due diligence as a part of the established process. This government remains unwavering in our commitment to keep Canadians safe, including by taking all appropriate action to counter terrorist threats in Canada and around the world.
The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. La motion portant que la Chambre.
A motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow, 2 p.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.